Testing, testing, commentary launch, testing.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Irish Rowing Championships. You're all very welcome on this unearthly hour of the morning. But however, we're awake, we're up, we've had our coffees, teas, whatever, and we're ready to go. First race at 6:30 a.m. with the women's lightweight sculls. I'm just going to bring in Alan Ludlow, our man, the smooth talker, up at the start. Give us a little chat there, Alan. What are things like there now as we get ready for the first race at 6:30 a.m.?
Morning, Jerry, and everybody. Welcome to Inishgara. Well, folks, it's pretty nice down here, actually, considering yesterday's frantic weather. Bit of a swell around the 1,000-meter mark, but otherwise looking pretty good as we're just between 500 and the start. Just seeing if there's still a bit of setup going on here, so we'd say we might be maybe a minute or two late to kick off, but pretty good conditions. Looking forward to some great racing straight in with the women's lightweight single scull final, so exciting times here. Starting off with 5 finals. Jerry and Leah will call this off the start, and I'm going to pick it up at about the 300-meter mark and give you the play-by-play all the way through towards the finish. Jerry, back to you.
Thanks, Alan. And I've got Leah Coakley here with me this morning. Leah, good morning. How are you looking forward to racing?
I am. I'm sure we've been waiting all year for this. Everyone's been training hard. This is what everyone, goes through the winter to get to. This is the goal in mind that they have to finish with. So it's finally here. So definitely looking forward to seeing how the races play out this weekend.
Whoa, that's a bit serious stuff for this hour of the morning, Leah. Anyway, hopefully they'll all get down now and have finished the yawns and ready to go. But conditions are, we've got a window here, and hopefully we'll get through this racing this morning, right up to early this afternoon.
Good morning, everyone. Very important announcement.
Okay, well, the cafe will be open at 7. That's important. That announcement is far more important than me talking. So anyway, we're waiting for this first race to go very shortly, and just get yourselves all ready there, any of supporters around the place, and we'll come back with a roll call and send you up to Alan Live now very shortly. So, hello everybody again. We now have the women's lightweight single sculls getting onto the start for the first race of the morning. The 6:30 a.m. lightweight final about to start very shortly as they attach themselves to the station, and we'll be ready to go very, very shortly. Alan, good morning in the launch. How are you? Right up there in the action. What are conditions like, Alan? Give us a quick rundown there with regards to this first race, lightweight women's sculls coming up the final.
Jerry, it's actually perfect out here at the start. Beautiful looking back towards the course. Now we're right down here, just about 30 metres off the start. Running slightly late, the Skippereen Sculler Goulding just last to get on the stake boats. But light is flashing, and I'd say we'll be ready to go in a matter of seconds. But beautiful conditions. I don't think you could ask for better. Hopefully these will stay with us for another few hours. Looking forward to this exciting final now of the women's lightweight single sculls.
Great stuff, Alan. And they're just about attached now, everybody. This first race. Lane 1 on the far side is empty. In lane 2, we've got Lee Rowing Club Rainford. In lane 3, Skibbereen Casey. Lane 4, another Skibbereen Sculler Goulding. And lane 5, Clonmel O'Loughlin. So these are lightweight scullers. 57 kilos. I think I'm correct there. Correct. 59 for a single, apologies. So 59 kilos. So that's the weight of these lightweight single scullers as they get ready to go now very shortly. And we're looking at this now from behind as they attach themselves to this. The pontoons. I'd mentioned yesterday that I mentioned yesterday that these pontoons, they came from the London 2012 Olympics, and it's Rowing Ireland acquired them then, and we now have a starting procedure here which is next to as good as anything and fair and all lined up equally. So they are away now. They've just taken off. We had a little bit of a blip there on the picture quality, but we're up and running now. And I'm going to hand you over to Alan with about 200 metres gone. Alan, do you want to take this race?
Thanks, Jerry. And as you saw off the start there, the two Skibbereen scullers, Casey and Goulding, got savaged out of the blocks. But really coming into it now, Rainford of Lee, just right beside us now in lane 2. Across from the enclosure side, it's really those two scullers now, Casey and Rainford, that have they've put 3/4 of a length with about 250 gone, so they've really dug in now and had a massive start. Lower rate from O'Loughlin from Clonmel, but hasn't been dropped yet. There's a better length between the lead sculler, which is Casey, I'd say by half a canvas over Rainford from Lee. Rainford from Lee had a real savage second, I'd say 200 to 400 metres. These two scullers now in lane 3 and lane 4, that's Casey and Rainford, pulling away from the field. And I'd say now we are just coming up to the 500 metre mark at about 450. These two are starting to distance the field now. Too early to call, maybe it's a 2-horse race, but definitely Rainford from Lee is underrating Casey, but the two of them are just neck and neck. There's literally nothing between them now as we hit the 500 metre mark. I'd say they are neck and neck, putting distance now in clear water between the other two scullers. That's Clonmel O'Loughlin on the enclosure side and Goulding from Skibbereen. These two scullers now, they're through 500 just now, and it's half a canvas towards Lee. Early start for these girls. Certainly they'll be looking forward to their breakfast after this women's lightweight single scull first race of the day. Long day of racing ahead, but just to update on the conditions, as we've gone through 500, it's fantastic, lovely conditions here now, not much wind, and these women are really showing strong. Rainford from Lee on the far side from the enclosure, Casey from Skibbereen then in the middle in lane 3, and again they've put now probably a length and a half, 2 lengths I'd say, into the other two scullers in this final. O'Loughlin from Clonmel and Goulding from Skibbereen as well. I'd say this is going to be a 2-horse race, very strong scullers. Rainford looks across, she is gauging her effort. I would say now there's at this level of sculling between Casey and Rainford, this is a tactical game. This is a game of cat and mouse. I would say that Rainford is not emptying the tank. She has 3/4 of a length there, which is literally nothing in a scull. But Casey is pushing on well into the rhythm now in that second place in lane 3. Rainford on this enclosure side, she looks across again. She is just holding out. I would say neither of these look like they're hammering it too much. If anything, I would say Casey looks slightly more comfortable, even though she's half a length down at this stage. Rainford had a couple. As she looks across, she tends to dip in on stroke side. Now, maybe I'm overthinking it here. She's looking out at the oars. She's looking out at the oars. She's looked over towards us. She looked back towards her competition there. That's Casey. The other two scullers, O'Loughlin has pushed up on Goulding for that third spot. We're just having to drop back a small bit now as the field distances out. We're going to hit the 1,000-meter mark, and there's going to be still that half length. Rainford is very focused. I would say even potentially distracted at Casey now. The two of them are just neck and neck. Casey hasn't moved her head, hasn't looked over to see where her position is. I'd say her peripheral vision, she can just see that lee boat slightly ahead. It's a half length. I don't know, it's too early to call, but I'd say Casey is playing the cagier game here. It's a cat and mouse. Rainford starting to look under pressure. She's sculling really well. Little dip onto stroke side now. I think she's costing herself as she looks over. We're dropping back slightly now, but I'd say the gap is from Casey to Rainford. Skibbereen are closing that gap. We've gone about 1,200 metres now. Rain starting to fall out on the course, but still lovely conditions. There was a bit of a swell as we were moving down through the 1,000-metre mark, but that's gone. Great conditions here, and if anything, I would say Casey is pushing through. Oh, I think Rainford, something has happened there. Rainford has lost about a length in a couple of strokes. Now she's trying to pull back. She seemed to lean back a little too far, threw her off her stride, and Skibbereen Casey came right back into it. Very surprising there now from Rainford. She just lost her rhythm. I'm not exactly sure what happened. That little dip to stroke side could have cost her, but there's a full length swing in that. Casey has swung that right around and is now a length up on the lee sculler. And I would say, if anything, Casey is pushing on. I'd say she's got 3/4 of a length now. Rainford looks like she's under pressure. She has looked like she's under pressure. She had a savage 300 metres to 500 metres and led up until, I'd say, about 200 metres to go, and she stopped. Something has happened. I'm not 100% sure. She's lost a lot of room now, and Casey sculls away. The other two in the battle for third, O'Loughlin from Clonmel is still holding about a length and a half over Goulding. Rainford has stopped. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but she's trying to get back into it. But smooth as silk, Casey is pushing on towards the 1,500-metre mark. She now has clear water and a comfortable distance, and it's hard to see. We've watched her all the way, and she has just been a robot. She has held that pace. She's underrated Rainford. And she has just rode through and through and through. They've hit 1,500 metres now, about 4:75 to go. At this stage, we're going to have to drop back. We'll probably spin and catch the next race. As they move away from us, Jerry, it's Casey in lane 3 from Skibbereen. She's controlled this all the way, and that's a beautiful display of rowing. Rainford has really dug in. I'm not sure. She's had a couple of problems. She should secure second place. O'Loughlin from Clonmel is pushing out. It's a good distance back to O'Loughlin from Clonmel, but she's taken probably about a length and a half over Goulding from Skibbereen. As they push away towards the finish, Jerry, I'm going to leave this one to you guys to call home, and we'll head back for the women's novice 8.
So, yes, indeed, Casey from Skibbereen. Looks like Skibbereen are going to win their first championship. The women's lightweight single sculls coming into view now as Casey Skibbereen pulls away about 3-4 lengths from the lee sculler. As Alan said, Rainford had a little bit of a mishap of some sort earlier on there after about 1,200 or 1,300 metres. But Casey looking very good indeed now to take this championship for Skibbereen and add it to their long list of victories over the years, as she comes in now with about 200 metres to go. Casey from Skibbereen leading from Rainford with the other Skibbereen sculler, Goulding, and then Clonmel O'Loughlin. 4 scullers in this race. The final with about less than 20 strokes to go. Up we come now towards the line as Skibbereen clearly leading this race home. Good race for third position, with the Clonmel Sculler now pushing through the other Skibbereen Sculler, but there's no doubt about it. Casey, a famous name in Skibbereen indeed, coming up towards the line. Just a few more strokes to go in this first race, a 6:30 a.m. race for these lightweight single scullers, 59 kilos. That's all they have as they push through right towards the line. Skibbereen going to take this first championship of the day. It's day 2, women's lightweight single sculls over the line, and it's a victory for Skibbereen. Rainford coming in second, who led most of the way in the first half, but taking second from the Clonmel Sculler in third position. That's O'Loughlin, and then the second sculler, Golding. So, after that race, we now have the women's novice 8s final, and I'm going to hand you back to Alan to take this one.
Jerry, this is hammering down the field thick and fast. They're already at about 12:50, and it is neck and neck between UCD and DULBC with as I just turn around with University of Galway just off the pace. But this is a battle of the Dublin clubs. It's a battle of Island Bridge. They are neck and neck now. They've gone through 1200, 1250, heading for 1500. They're coming thick and fast, so we might have to spin around again and let you take this, but these guys are hammering it down. It's a 2-horse race, I'd say, unfortunately, unless University of Galway pick this up now, they're going to be out of it. But these two Dublin clubs hammering out of each other now. They look pretty good, both squads looking really well, but there is literally nothing between them now. They've gone through the 1500, and we're going to spin around again and try and see if we can get a bit more of the next race. But Jerry, as they come towards you, it is neck and neck between UCD and DULBC, with University of Galway slightly off the pace. Big finish coming up.
And you can see them now coming towards the enclosure, and it is DULBC in the lead over University of Galway, now looking like they've got a canvas up on UCD. It had been a battle between the Island Bridge clubs, but Galway are coming back into it. But it is this lead for the DULBC women's 8, as they are now in clear water. They know where they are. They're into their sprint now. Now, the other crews are also now coming with them. They're all in contact. They're closing in on the Trinity crew, but it may be too late, as this DULBC crew still holds clear water over the UG and UCDBC both clubs. It is a battle for second place. They are trying to desperately close in on the DUBC 8, but it looks like it's too late. About 5 to 10 strokes to go as the DUBC women are taking it in. But the fight remains within UG and UCDBC. And they've closed in, but it's all too late. This DUBC crew have taken in the lead. These ladies had to row up to the start yesterday. The conditions were too rough, but they've made it today with much better conditions, and it is a win for the DUBC Women's 8. And we'll hand it back over. And we'll hand it back over to Alan now, who will take the next race, which is the Women's Junior 16 Quad Final.
Great stuff on the water here. Just between the 1,000 metres, we're right up beside CRCC in lane 1, and they are holding half a length over the Lee A squad in lane 5. It's those two boats, but Castle Connell A still in the mix, as well as Sligo A on the enclosure side. Some great rowing, and as they come up towards us, some fantastic coxing. You could hear them in the still of the water. Some really encouraging words. CRCC hammering it out there. They're right beside us, literally within touching distance. I can see them giving it all. The Lee A squad and the Sligo squad on the enclosure side are battling it out, but Castle Connell A in lane 2 still aren't out of it. Slightly off the back, we have Muckerson and Enniskillen, but see, it's a CRCC Lee Sligo battle here right in front of us. CRCC lane 1, and they're looking across. The two girl now just looking across there as we approach the 500 metre mark. We're going to have to tail off again here, but as they push to move away from us, I would say there's 4 boats in the mix here in this final of the Women's Junior 16 coxed quad. As they push away from us, CRCC have a slight lead over Lee, over Sligo, over Castle Connell, but it's 4 boats there battling it out for the big prize.
So the Women's Junior 16 quads now coming into view as they come down fast and furiously towards us. So here we go on the crew on the far station in lane 1. Kalashta coming Rovekta, leading the way here, right over there in lane 1. This is a good race now coming towards us. We got the Lee crew then, and beside them in Kalosh, CRCC is Castle Connell. So they're fighting away, but CRCC on the far side now, leading the way home here in the Women's Junior 16 cox quads. They've got about a length on the crew from Lee. Sorry, from Castle Connell. So CRCC from Castle Connell leading the way here now, all the way. Lee holding on to 3rd position. That's the 1, 2, 3. So the Galway crew now charging towards the line. Absolutely on it now as they go. What a great race this is. CRCC from the crew beside them now as they take it all the way home now from Castle Connell. That's the 1, 2. What a great race that is. Fantastic. Women's Junior 16 cox squads, brilliant. Well, Alan, that was a great race indeed. As the Galway crew, CRCC, take the victory, but we have to wait for official results, of course. And we'll go back up to you now for the women's intermediate doubles final. Another one of 2 more races carried over from yesterday, finals. Over to you, Alan.
Thanks, Jerry. We're just at the 1,000 metre mark. Don't want to wash these crews out now as they come towards us. They're about 30 metres away, and showing in the middle of the course looks like Ban and Killorglin A now in lane 4 and lane 2 respectively. They look like they're heading the field. Let me just see. Yes, UCC, I would say, are holding that 3rd place. But out in front at the minute now, as they hit the 1,000 metre mark, I would say that is Killorglin. It's Killorglin and Ban. I'd say it's a 2-horse race here. They've kind of put distance between themselves and the rest of the field. UCC battling valiantly now for that 3rd position. DULBC, and further off the back, then we've got Sligo. But certainly, as they pass us now, we are at 1,050 gone, and Killorglin, it's, let me just pull this here. Yes, Killorglin lane 2 over Ban in lane 4, and I'd say there's a half length, but certainly not out of it yet is UCC. So we're travelling beside some of the best scullers in Ireland, and it is that Killorglin boat that is holding that. I would say that length now, that half length lead they have, has been squeezed away, and that Ban crew have certainly come back. The Ban crew looks slightly lighter now, moving at a slightly higher rate than the Killorglin crew, but the Killorglin crew look very comfortable and very strong through the water. The power in those finishes is something else. We're at 1,200 gone now. UCC right beside us here, right beside the commentary launch. They're about a length off the lead. I'd say, 2 lengths off the lead, but they're holding strong in that 3rd place. Further back to DULBC, further back again to Sligo. We just have to avoid washing out Sligo, but there's a real battle at the front of this race, Jerry. It's Ban and it's Killorglin, and I would say Killorglin underrating Ban, but certainly the power in those finishes now. I'm not sure what exactly happened. Did we hit a 1200 metre mark? But that Killorglin rate has come up, and they are squeezing inch by inch. Every stroke they're taking a little bit more out of the band crew, but that band crew, now the bow has looked over and they are reacting. That band crew, there's about half a length in the difference now at this stage at the head of the race. UCC still not out of it, but just not making inroads as we approach the 1500 metres, 500 metres to go. The power in these finishes from the Killorglin crew is something else, but BAN have not let them go. They have not let them go. As I look across now, the bow again from the BAN crew looks across, sees where they are, takes the position. Now, I'd say their rate is coming up. This is going to be a battle for the last 500 metres. UCC crew, if they're going to react, they're going to have to react now. I would think as they push away from us, they're at about 470 left. As they move away from us, it's Killorglin holding that lead over BAN, and Killorglin look like they are putting a little more power, upping that rate as well. Move away from us, Jerry, and it's going to be back to you and Leah, but it is Killorglin from BAN, from UCC, DULBC, and further slightly off the back then is Sligo. Over to you guys in the tower.
Thanks, Alan. And it's looking like still Killorglin maintaining that lead. BAN taking their sprint early. They know they need to go for it if they want to contest for this win, but it is Killorglin holding that lead. UCC still in it, looking like Killorglin just holding that lead by half a length. They've now taken a big charge, and UCC falling behind. UCC did look like they might be catching up, but Killorglin have gone for their sprint. They've made a move, and they've taken clear water back now into it. UCC in second place. BAN still putting the hammer down, still trying to work. They've actually closed up on UCC now. They've regained contact with UCC's canvas, but it's looking like this is a day for Killorglin for this women's double. They're rowing very clean and strong. They're taking a long charge. They've 5 strokes to go, but BAN still working, still making a charge, putting the hammer down. They've regained contact with Killorglin, but it's looking like it's just a bit too late in the day. But a fight all the way to the end, and just waiting for the officials to come in, but it's looking like that was a close lead just for Killorglin over BAN and then UCC, but we'll wait for the officials. And we'll hand it back over to you now, Alan, for the next race.
Thanks, Leah. And unfortunately, with these steam trains coming down, men's senior 4, we are only able to get to about the 1100 mark. But as they pass us, it is UCD holding a lead of a length over the commercial Shannon Competent, over Cork, further back to UL, further back to Shannon. They are charging. These boys know how to move a boat. It's a length and a half that UCD have. We are just held up slightly as we wait for a couple of crews to pass. We don't want to pass out or don't want to wash anybody out, but UL hold that lead over the composite, over Cork A. So it is certainly some savage rowing here. Everybody is moving these boats. These are rocking. UCD holding that lead. There's going to have to be a reaction from the commercial Shandon Composite, and going to have to be a reaction from Cork A. UL now on the far side, right beside us now on the far side of the lake, are putting in a push, but I'd say it's too little too late. UCD are in control of this race, and it's theirs to lose as they approach the 500 metre mark. They are putting a little bit of distance between themselves and second place commercial Shannon in lane 3 with Cork A. UL, I'd say, are closing in on Cork A for that third position, but in control and looking very comfortable, very strong as they push away from us. There's about 470, 460, 450 left, and I would say it's hard to see UCD being beaten in this. As they push away from us, UCD are in control. Commercial Shandon in lane 3 in second place. Cork A feeling pressure from UL for that third spot, and further on back to Shannon. It's back to the tower. Back to yourself, Leah, to call this one home.
Men's senior 4s now. UCD leading the way home here. Out in front, you can clearly see that from the composite, the commercial Shandon Composite, as they get ready for their charge for the line. It's University College Dublin leading the way here now from the commercial crew. And that's the 1-2, and it looks like this crew in the yellow Impacker coming right up towards us now with about 250 less, 200 meters to go. UCD leading the way.
Please check
Good
it on the
rowing from
map.
them, having a great season indeed. And it's looked like they're going to take their first championship, having already last year going to retain this race in 2023. So up towards the line, University College Dublin, as they come up towards us now with the Commercial Shandon Composite in second, and then Cork, University of Limerick, Shannon. So here we go, up towards the line, University College Dublin winning the men's senior coxless fours Championship of Ireland. And that's a big win for them. And that's a absolutely tremendous start for their campaign now over the weekend. So, Alan, we're going to come back up to you now as UCD take that win in the men's senior fours. We've got now some heats of the women's junior 18 single sculls, and we'll let you call that now as we come back up to you. Yeah, why did that happen? So we're just waiting for them to get on to the start. So there's a little bit of a delay here as those first few races came down very fast indeed towards us, waking us up, getting us very much alert for the rest of today. So the next few races will be the women's junior 18 single sculls. We've got 5 races and they're time trials, and the fastest 6 will go into the grand final later on today. So some big names in here, and we'll catch them out now as they come along towards you shortly. So the first heat is coming down shortly. So here we go now. Lane 1, it is the Athlone Sculler Hansi on the far station. In lane 2, Clonmel Mulcahy. Lane 3, Sligo Siri. Lane 4, Skibbereen Cotter. Lane 5, Fermoy Mahon. And lane 6, New Ross Moran. And these crews now are gone about 200 metres in this first time trial of the women's single sculls. As I said, fastest 6 qualify for the finals later on. I'll hand you back to Alan now to take this.
Thanks, Jerry. I think we have, that could be the second one that's just off the stake boats. We've picked up the first race now. We're at about the 750 mark, but the field is well spread out here. It's Mahon from Fermoy out in lane 5, who's holding a very comfortable lead over Mulcahy from Clonmel. Third place in the middle there is Cotter from Skibbereen, and then you go further back to Hennessy from Athlone, with Mulcahy from Clonmel and Moran from New Ross tied there. This field is very spread out. As you said there, Jerry, time trials, so fastest 6 go to the final. Everyone's racing for their own time. Some very comfortable, very accomplished scullers, even though these guys are only junior 18. But this field is so spread out, it's going to be difficult to follow the leader. So as they pass the 1,000-metre mark, it's a very, very comfortable lead from Mahon from Moy. We're probably going to have to turn back soon to avoid washing anybody out. But as they push away from us, probably with about 1,100. Well, Mahon has about 1,100 to 1,200 metres gone. It's Mahon from Moy as they move away from us. Mulcahy from Clonmel in and the Skibbereen Sculler Cotter with Hennessy from Athlone. Very spread out field here, but moving away from us with about 750 to go. Mahon from Fermoy is taking this one home. She's going to put in a very impressive time, and hopefully that'll see her through to the final.
Thanks there, Alan. So we've got Mahon Fermoy comfortably in the lead at the moment, and it's looking like Mulcahy from Clonmel in second position, but it's all to play for still. This is a time trial, so it will be the fastest 6 crews through. So in the lead or not, these girls will have to put their foot down, keep their best effort in all the way to the end, because there's still any chance of getting into the final. So they're just at the halfway mark now, and the sculler from Clonmel is maintaining this lead and actually extending the lead, so she's very comfortably in front. And lane 2 still in second place from Clonmel. Mulcahy sculling very well, looking very long, very strong, all looking very confident. Yeah, but that Clonmel sculler is looking very very confident indeed. Mahon extending her lead. Clonmel extending her lead over the second place or the third place position, which is lane 4. Skibbereen Cotter. And they're drawing it out. Now this event is one that I'm actually very looking forward to. I think it's one to watch. A lot of superstars have come out of this event in the past. If we look at some previous success stories from this event, Siobhan McCrahan won this event in her day. She's now won a gold or a silver medal there in the World Cup last week. Aoife Casey came third in this event in her year, with Margaret Crehan was second. They're now the current lightweight double bronze medalists. That was a cracker of a year that year, 2017, when Hannah Scott won. Hannah Scott is now a GB representative, won a silver medal in the women's quad last week. And other success stories were Emily Hegarty, women's bronze medalist in the women's 4, also a previous winner of this event. So I really do think these girls are ones to watch. They're potential superstars for the future. So this is what I'm going to mark down as one of my events to watch for the weekend, and I would say the same for the men's single sculls as well. All rowers train hard, but I think the fit is the fit and the tough is the tough do come out of the single scull event. And we can now see them coming into the enclosure now. And it is the sculler in lane 4, still maintaining her lead. From Fermoy, Mahoney in lane 5. Very, very comfortable lead indeed, but having to work all the way to the finish for the time trial event. And then coming in second place is the lane is Clonmel, just coming to the line now. Skibbereen, followed by the sculler from Skibbereen in lane 4, Cotter, just coming up to the line next. And then the Athlone sculler Hennessy, looking like it's going to be 4th place. And then it's between the last 2 ladies in New Ross and Sligo coming towards the line now. New Ross putting the hammer down, taking her finish, pulling up on that Sligo sculler. But and it's now neck and neck to the line between the New Ross sculler and the Sligo sculler as they draw in the last couple of strokes. And we'll hand over to you, Alan, now for the next race.
Thanks, Leah. Well, unfortunately, as the crews were so spread out, the next race we only got a glimpse of at the 1,000-metre mark, but that certainly was Carey from Cappoquin in lane 5 was holding a strong lead now over her compatriot Quinn in lane 6 on the enclosure side. Martin from Skibbereen was still in the mix, as was O'Brien from Graignamanagh, but really out in the front, Carey from Cappoquin and Martin from Skibbereen and Quinn from Cappoquin putting in some great strong performances. Now we are back. We'll just give you an idea of the next race. I'm looking across and I'm seeing green from Ban. This is race 203, which is the third heat. We'll give you a quick update here. We're at about the 600 metre mark gone, and it is a lot closer in this heat. We have Green from Ban, Mitten from Clonmel. As I look across, is a little off the mark. Sheehan from Lee, and that is on the far side Knowles from Skibbereen. So it's those four scullers who are out in front now as we push on towards the 1,000 metre mark, about 900 gone. So this is certainly a tighter race, each pushing each other. I see Knowles from Skibbereen there is putting in a bit of a push as she approaches the 1,000 metre mark, but it's four scullers still in the mix here. Again, difficult to stay up with some of these races. They're coming thick and fast, and also there's a good spread in this time trial of abilities, but great to see everyone out in which are quite good conditions despite the bit of rain here at the 1,000 metre mark, but wind has kept low and relatively flat rowing conditions, so it's nice to see. But these four scullers, as they push away from us at the 1,000 metre mark, we don't want to wash anybody out. It's going to be the Knowles from Skibbereen, the Ban sculler, Green, Mitten from Clonmel, and Sheehan from Lee as they push towards, you should have the approaching finish of the other one. I'll hand you back to the tower.
Thanks, Alan. Yes, it's all fast and furious here as Cappoquin come in here. Now in the previous race, quite a distance ahead. It's the sculler Carey leading the way here, and that's quite a bit of a distance indeed, and I'm pretty confident she'll make it through to the final later on today. So these scullers well spread out. It's a time trial, don't forget, so everybody is trying to get down these tracks as fast as possible to make the final later on today. So as this time trial comes to a conclusion, it's the Cappoquin sculler winning that one, and we'll go back to Alan. Alan, do you want to just, is that race the next one? Have you still with us?
Unfortunately not, Jerry. We had to back off, but there is race 204 is coming into view now. We should be able to pick up some commentary on that in just about 30 seconds time. They'll be with us.
And now we have, coming into the conclosure in your view, race 203 of the women's junior 18 single scull time trial. In lane 1 we have Green from Ban, lane 2 Shannon Keating, lane 3 Clonmel Mitten, lane 4 Sheehan from Lee, lane 5 Tralee Giles, and lane 6 Skibbereen Knowles. Fuck is. And in the lead it is lane 1 coming into the enclosure. It is Green from Ban, and she's holding the lead over Offaly, and it's all to play for. As you remember, it is a time trial, so these girls will need to battle all the way to the finish, but it is looking like lane 1 in first, followed by lane 2, and then coming up after that is the sculler from Skibbereen in third place, And then in fourth place, we have lane 4, Sheehan from Lee. So a bit of a spread out, but a good effort from all these girls. Skipperine Sculler coming to the line now, working very hard, doing her sprint finish. And then following on from then, with about 150 metres to go, is the Scullers from lane 5 and 6, which are Clonmel and who's the other one? So Capricorn. Fermoy and yeah. So it's Trilly and Giles to come to the line now, coming in close. So we have our Trilly Sculler with about 5 strokes to go to finish this race. And just listening out for the bleep now for the Clonmel Sculler as she crosses the line. And we'll hand back over to Alan now. Alan, can you tell us what race you're following? It's over to you.
Thanks, Leah. Well, we are just here at the 500 metre mark, waiting on the last heat of the women's junior sculls time trial. It's race 2:05. As I look across there, I haven't got the updated draw, but 5 boats on the list, but I can see only 3 starters. And by the looks of it, it is Greg Demana, Lee Valley and New Ross. Lane 3, 4 and 5 appear to be the 3 boats in it. No sign of Hannon from Lee or Cohan from Offaly. As they approach us now with about 4:50 gone, it is Greg Demana Brennan who holds that lead, and a comfortable lead it is. She's cutting very, very well. As I said, beautiful conditions down here at the start. Very surprising. Spattering of rain, but that won't dampen anybody's spirits as long as the wind stays away. Approaching the 500 now. Very strong out in front. Greg Demana Brennan, Lee Valley, Keating in second place, and Schwartz from New Ross in that third place. Bit of a spread on this field, and I'd say it's going to spread out even more. So we'll follow this for a bit. Not sure how long before we're in danger of washing out Schwartz from New Ross, but the Greg Demana Sculler here rowing in lane 3, very strong, very smooth, and it's I'd be surprised now that she doesn't have one of the 6 fastest times. That'll see her move to the final race, number 2:18 later on this morning, but very, very strong, and she has put lengths into the Lee Valley Sculler Keating, and further on back then about 3 lengths to Schwartz from New Ross. We're going to tail off here. It's about 600, 650 gone in this one. Brennan looks to have it sewn up and is rowing very, very strongly and smoothly. It's back to the tower.
Yes, back here, and Lee Valley Monaghan winning race 2:04 there, coming in now at the finish. So these races are coming down so fast at us. We're trying to get through these very quickly, these time trials of the women's junior 18 sculls. So we'll see them coming in now in that particular time trial, and we will move on to race 205 next, which is the last of the women's junior 18 single sculls. And that'll be coming down now very shortly. You can see it in view, and we'll pick it up in a minute.
And you can see coming into the enclosure now, the last heat of the women's junior 18 single scull, race 205. In lane 3, Greg Namana, Brennan A. In lane 4, Lee Valley, Keating. And in lane 5, New Ross, Schwartz. And it's very spread out between these crews. It's very clear separation. There's very clear water between all of them. But it is the sculler in lane 3 from Greg Namana in the lead, Brennan, who is a good few lengths over the sculler in lane 4, Lee Valley, Keating, and then coming to the enclosure after that is Schwartz New Ross, but that is just the bleep you would have heard there for the lane 3 sculler, Greg Namana. And just with a few strokes to go is the Lee Valley sculler, going for the line now, last few strokes to go, really putting the hammer down for this time trial event. And you'll hear the bleep coming in momentarily for her. And just with about 20 strokes to go then is our sculler from New Ross. We're just going to hand it then back over to you, Alan, to give us the updates with yourself.
Thanks, Leah. And as you might see, the starter now is quite vocal here. Cork late to the start. I believe there's probably 3 false starts awarded in this 5-boat race. Leo Gibson laying cracking the whip, and they're straight away off. Cork had very little time there to set up, and this race 206, the women's club, coxed 4 away. That's UCD Cork, UCD Cork, UCC, and the 2 Galway boats. And as they're away, it is a blanket across now. We are just at the start. We're 100 metres in, and we have the best seat in the house, and UCD have taken a half-length lead out of lane 3. That's the Cork boat, that's the UCC boat who were on and waiting. Cork and the University of Galway A crew are neck and neck there. We really do have the best seat in the house. This is fantastic racing. We are touching distance away from some of the best rowers in the country here. UCD are in the lead, and they have half a length, have a savage start now in that lane 1 on the far side from the enclosure. Second place there is that UCC boat with Cork holding 4th, and as I look across there, it's that University of Galway boat holding that 3rd position. We are 250 in, approach about 400 in, and UCD still looking strong, but they haven't shaken that UCC boat. So the 2 colleges out in front, and a slight step back of about half a length to the University of Galway, further back to University of Galway B crew, and then further back to Cork, who are losing ground straight away. I don't think that immediate start now, as soon as they got on the stake boats, did them any favours. So still with half a length lead as they push through to the 500 metre mark with about 490. I'll give you the shout now, let you know when they're through, and it's a half length lead for the UCD boat over that UCC, and another half length back to University of Galway. At this stage now, you'd have to say, as they hit 500 now, that the UCG B crew and the Cork crew are kind of out of it at this stage. So further as they push now, dropping back slightly as the UCC crew are holding that last position, so we can't push up too much on the leading crews, but UCD still holding that lead over UCC. Just looking at the stroke rate, that UCD stroke is looking very strong, very much in control. A light crew now compared to the UCC crew, but they're certainly lifting that boat through the water. Very strong women here as they power on through, and still holding that lead over UCC. I see the UCC stroke looking across there and just plotting to see where that University of Galway crew is, but still holding that lead out in front and moving the boat really well is the lighter crew from UCD in lane 1. They're at 750 now, I would say, but it's still those crews, those 2 crews, UCC haven't let them go. Stroke from the UCC crew, very strong, very upright, slightly shorter stroke than the UCD, but they're really putting the power through the water. As I said, a bigger crew, that UCC crew, probably a bit more power, but this light nimble crew from UCD are holding that lead. As we approach probably about 900 gone, University of Galway in that third position. Those two University of Galway crews hammering it out. There's about a length and a half between those two University of Galway crews. They're slightly off the back, and then further back to the Cork crew in this first heat of the women's Club 2 coxed fours. But out in front now as they approach the 1,000 metres, UCD are still holding that lead, but if anything I would say UCC are looking a little stronger, a little more comfortable. UCD looking slightly laboured now as they push through the 1,000 metre mark. Very upright stance from the UCC stroke, holding that second place. And as they drive away from us now here, we're going to have to drop back a small bit. As they drive away from us, I would say that UCC are putting a little squeeze on the UCD crew and closing that gap. Further on back to the University of Galway A crew, and further back again University of Galway B crew with the Cork crew some distance off the pace. As they move away from us now with about 1,200 to go, we're going to have to drop back. But I would say that UCC crew are going to squeeze back on UCD. This is going to be a hell of a finish now to this through. There is 2 to go through, so there is a bit of tactics here, but that UCC crew are certainly one to watch for the final. I'll hand it back to the tower and you can call this one home.
Yes, as you can see, it's the 2 to qualify, Women's Club 2 coxed fours, and UCD in the far station in lane 1 as have led most of the way, but University College Cork now have just edged in front. But these two crews clearly leading the way here with 2 to qualify. So it is possible now they can take their foot off the pedal slightly as they push away from the others, unless there's a bit of a charge from the other crews coming along behind them. The UCG crew. But UCD in the far station now. I'd say University College Cork leading, by about a half a length from UCD. University Galway, which they're now known as, falling further behind now, and it looks like their game could possibly be up here. So with 2 to qualify for the final later on, we've got 3 heats, and there'll be 2 out of each heat going into the grand final later on this morning. Looking at these pictures now from the drone above, lovely conditions as Alan mentioned earlier on, and hopefully we can hold on to these conditions for as long as we can into the day and get through this program. And you can see the lovely scenery in the background as well, down here in Inniscarra and the lake in Cork, as we watch University College Cork now moving out into the lead by nearly a length at this point. Probably about 250 meters to go. We can see the second heat on the course already, but we'll watch this one up to the end before we hand back to Alan. But it's clear now that University College Cork leading the way just under a length now from UCD, but these 2 crews know they will qualify. And I suppose at this point it's really just whether UCD want to show that, but they know UCC will win this. A little bit of a charge now from University Galway on the near side, so they need to watch them, but I don't think it'll happen. It's too far back now at this point. So as I said, three races, 3 heats, 2 to qualify. The Women's Club 2 coxed fours. One of these crews will be crowned champions of Ireland later on this morning. And of course, Club 2 is a very competitive grade, always big entries. But as we watch now, a little bit of a tailwind there, pushing them home. The UCC crew looking very good indeed. Approaching the line, about 10 strokes to go from University College Dublin, from University Galway in 3rd position. And we have Cork, and then the other UCD crew. So over the line, UCC taking the win from University College Dublin at this point. Unofficially, they're the 2 crews that will qualify. Now, so we've got the second heat with 2 to qualify coming up. Alan, back to you there. You could give the roll call and let us know what's going on.
Thanks, Sherry. Well, race 207 is well underway and past us at the 750 mark. Unfortunately, with the frequency of races here, we're going to have to pick our battles. Sometimes there's a good spread in the field and we don't want to risk washing anybody out. But we were at the 750 mark to watch that race 207 between Skibbereen, Trinity Galway and Queen's University Belfast. And as it passed us at 750, it was Galway and Skibbereen showing strongly, battling for that second spot was Queen's University. But Galway and Skibbereen were out in front. Trinity were slightly off the pace there, but it would be 2 from 3 with Skibbereen, Galway and Queen's University in that one. That'll be coming into view now. But just coming up at, we're sitting here at about 300 metre mark for the final heat of the race 208, the Women's Club Cox 4, and it's DULBC A, UCD B, Commercial and Shandon. And looking across here, powerful start from all the boats. Actually, I only see 3 boats here. I think we're missing, could be missing a UCD boat, I think. I can see we have on the lane 2, we have DULBC, no sign of UCD, Commercial and Shandon. So 3.
And coming into the enclosure now is Heat 2 of the Women's Club, Club 2-4. And it is Galway in the lead now, or it's actually looking like Skibbereen have taken the lead from Galway. But on the cameras you can see that it's Galway half of the length up on Skibbereen. So it is 2 to qualify. So both of these crews, if they can hold this lead, and they are clearly in front, will get through to the final. But with conditions due to pick up later, and if we get wind like we did yesterday as we expect to later in the day, then those inside lanes in the final may prove a really crucial advantage. So it is Galway still in the lead, they're closing the lead over Skib. They're about now 3/4 of a length, and they're about to lose contact. So they're just a bit of an overlap, but actually Skibbereen pulling up now. Galway just pipping to the line, half a canvas over Skibbereen, coming into the enclosure. And about 10 strokes to go. Galway re-extending that lead. Skibbereen did catch up a bit, but Galway pulling away again. Canvas overlap, but Galway just broken into clean water as they cross the line, followed by Skibbereen looking like second place. And we'll hand back to you for the final heat of the Women's Club 4, Alan.
Thanks, Leah. The real action here is for this second spot, because as they went through 750, it is Commercial well out in front. But as you know, as you see from this, it's 2 boats to go through, and it is neck and neck in the battle for that second place. Shandon and DULBC. DULBC on the far side in lane 2. They hold a slight lead over Shannon, but these guys were neck and neck. Commercial well out in front and rowing very strong. They've in fact even lowered the rate. They're hitting the 1,000 metres now, and they are in control by about 3 lengths, 4 lengths even, as they push away, and they have lowered the rate. But the real battle here is for that second spot. Shandon and DULBC knocking lumps out of each other now as they've gone through the 1,000, and you can visibly see the Trinity boat lifting and lifting. Have Shandon replied? They haven't replied, but they are still rowing strong through the water, through 1,000 metres now at 1,100. We're focused on this second spot because I would say Commercial are well in control in that first spot, but 2 boats to go through. I see the number 3 in the Trinity boat just looking across, gauging where they are, and they are squeezing out water over Shandon. They are pushing that to clear water from neck and neck for 1,000 metres. That push they made at 1,000 has really worked, and they have now clear water over Shandon. Shandon don't seem to have reacted. Maybe they're saving it for the finish, but they're going to have to move, and they're going to have to move now if they want that second spot, that all-important second spot. 12:50 we're at now. We're going to spin around. as they push away from us towards the enclosure, it's Commercial well out in control, out in front and in control. And I would say now that push at 1,000 metres is going to see DULBC home, because as I say that, Shandon have reacted. They've reacted at about 12:50 to go, but is it too little too late? They push away from us. It's going to be Commercial and the big battle for that second spot. Trinity look comfortable, but Shandon have made that push. You guys might get a better view of it. I'll hand it back over to the tower.
Yes, as Commercial move along now, way out in front, and this will give them lots of confidence now for the final later on. It looks like this is theirs for the taking to win the last of the 3 heats of the women's Club 2 Cox 4s. But as Alan was saying, then we've got a bit of a fight on between the other 2 crews, Shandon and DULBC. Shandon in lane 5 at the near side, and DULBC on the other side. But looking at it, I think DULBC now have moved out to a length and a half. So that looks like they have a comfortable second now at this point. So it's Commercial, and then their neighbours on the other side of the river in the Liffey and Dublin, DULBC, in the 1-2 for those qualifying positions. It's looking very clear now at this point in time. These will be the 2 crews. So this is the last of the 3 heats, as I said. 2 more crews will make that final later on this morning. We'll have a 6-boat final, and this very strong competition. It's always a big event. It's always got big numbers, the highest numbers entries-wise in the Club 2. So Commercial Rowing Club Dublin stretching out there now, just holding on to their lead, keeping themselves composed for the final as they move up with about less than 250 to go now. 200, probably about 25 strokes left of this last heat. DULBC holding on to second position, and they've made it very comfortable indeed now. There was no charge for the line needed at all here, and they'll be delighted with that. So about 10 strokes to go. We have Commercial Rowing Club from Dublin University Ladies Boat Club, and those 2 crews will qualify later on for the final of the women's Club 2 Cox 4s. So the next race we have for you is we've got 3 heats of the men's junior 18 coxless pairs, and 2 will qualify from each heat. And the first one up, we've got in lane 1 Colostignoid B crew, lane on the far station, lane 2 Pres Cork B crew, lane 3 Colostignoid C, lane 4 Colostignoid A, and lane 5 at Lunkert, lane 6 empty. Now, so men's junior 18 coxless pairs. Alan, are we on the course with these crews?
Thanks, Jerry. Yes, now there's a big spread of ability and skills in this, but these boys know how to sit a boat. As they pass us, we're only going to be able to stay with these for a little bit. And just for confusing, just to confuse me even more, 3 Colostignoid crews in this, and I would say, apart from the rowing, the hairstyles are something else on this. We've got some, at least I can count them there, 2 mullets out there at least. But some fantastic rowing. These boys are sitting these boats up. I would say at Lunkert B are slightly down on presentation B from Cork, and looking across, I think Colostignoid A. So those 3 boats are battling it out for the 2 spots. We're going to have to drop back in a bit because the at Lunkert and Colostignoid C boats are slightly off the pace. They are coming up to 1,000 metre mark now, and it is going to be a big battle. Presentation Cork now holding that. These are some strong rowers. Looking across, Colostignoid A, I would say, are holding that second place to Pres now out in front, as they're just coming up to 1,000 metres. We're not going to be able to go too much further than 1,000 metres. Great rowing conditions here for pairs, but these boys really showing you how to sit a boat up. These junior 18s, strong, powerful, moving through the water swiftly. Oh, beauty to watch. And but it's certainly the two Clochtignaud boats and the presentation boat. It's three. It's going to be a big battle at the finish there to see who gets dropped on this. But as they push away from us at the 1,000-meter mark, I'd say with 900 to go, it's presentation leading at leading Clochtignaud A, leading over Clochtignaud B. We can't follow it anymore, so we're going to head back for the next heat, and we'll leave it to the tower to call this one home.
And coming to the enclosure now is the first heat for the men's junior 18 pair. Earlier on when we heard from Alan, it was between Prez and Clochtignaud, or Jez as we like to call them, A. But Clochtignaud B coming back into it. It will be 2 crews to qualify. And this really will be an important event for these boys because they are representing their school. They, you know, if they're in their final year junior 18, this will be their last year rowing for this club before they move on. So they'll really want to represent well and do their best for the weekend. But it is a lead for Prez over Clochtignaud A, but Clochtignaud B coming back into it. And actually that Clochtignaud crew on the near side coming towards us, the crew in lane 4, Clochtignaud A now taking the lead over Prez. They're just a canvas up on Prez, who are about 3/4 of a length up on Jez B. Jez B really trying to get into the mix for the final, but it is looking like it is the Clochtignaud A and Prez through, but we'll wait for the official results on the screen. And Alan, can you let us know where you're at with the next heat of the men's junior 18 pair?
Thanks, Leah. We're just at the 500 mark, and we've seen Clonmel push through that with a lead of about half a length over Castleconnell, over St Michael's of another half a length, slightly further back then Skibbereen B. Again, I'd say as this one spreads out, it's going to be any 2 from 3, because Clonmel seem to be holding that half lead nicely over Castleconnell, over St Michael's, but these 3 boats are all overlapping. Great to see, great strong rowing, boats sitting up dead level. That Clonmel crew now are really moving that boat very, very nicely as they push on. The bowman beside us here in the Castleconnell in that second position, just gauging where the St Michael's are in third place. St Michael's definitely seem to be putting in a bit of a push, and the battle for that second place, they're holding it at half a length, but you can definitely see a physical push being put in there by the St Michael's crew. Bigger crew, the Castleconnell crew, bigger lads, look like a bit more bulk on them, but the St Michael's crew are certainly pushing that through the water. Clonmel well out in front and appear to be in control. They're rowing very comfortably, even though they're just holding it at half a length. Now, as I just look across, we're approaching the 1,000 meter mark. the Castle Connell boat just glancing across to see the 1,000-metre sign. Yeah, he is looking over his right shoulder to see that 1,000-metre line, and I think there is some chat going on in that boat. There's some push about to go from Castle Connell now. Castle Connell are in second place. He's gauging where that Clonmel boat are. There's still half a length in it. Real action going on here from the best seat in the house, right beside the action. Clonmel still holding that lead as they push through 1,000-metre, and it's still about half a length to the Castle Connell boat. St. Michael's haven't let go. It's a real battle for that those top 2 spots. Skibbereen B out the back door, unfortunately, I'd say, even though they're not too far down, they're about 3 lengths down from that St. Michael's boat. The Castle Connell squeeze, not visibly, but certainly putting a bit more power through the water, and they have taken that full length on St. Michael's for that second spot. Clonmel have led from the start and are still looking very comfortable. I'd say they still have that half-length lead. Castle Connell, stroke man, looking across, gauging where the Clonmel boat is out in front now in lane 4 on the enclosure side, and as they approach the I would say about 800 to go. Yeah, about 800 to go. Clonmel and Castle Connell moving away from that St. Michael's crew. That St. Michael's crew slightly lighter, rowing still really well, but just didn't reply to that Castle Connell push. And that Castle Connell push, it's still ongoing, and it's seeing them close that gap to about a quarter of a length from Clonmel. I think Clonmel are just racing for that top 2 spots, because Castle Connell wanted to put St. Michael's to the sword, and I think they have, and in so doing they have got that back to about a quarter of a length on Clonmel. So these 2 boats, Castle Connell and Clonmel, in lane 2 and lane 4 are really squeezing out. And if anything, I think, look over the right shoulder there to talk to his bowman on the Castle Connell side, I would say they are just pacing this home. In fact, yeah, very strategic for Junior 18. This is cat and mouse stuff. This is real cagey stuff, because the Castle Connell have visibly slowed, and I think they are saving their powder for the big final. We are going to swing around here at 1,500. It is fantastic now, the skills involved in this junior 18 pairs, because that Castle Connell stroke man definitely said, take it down, just stay in control, all we need to do is finish top 2. And St. Michael's are fighting valiantly, but as they push towards the finish, Clonmel have led this from the start. Castle Connell are just in control and have wound that rate right down. Great tactical stuff. I'll leave it to the tower to call this one home.
Yes, the second heat of the men's junior 18 coxless pairs now coming into view shortly. Clonmel leading the way here. Fairly well bunched for coxless pairs, but as Alan's been saying, it's they've been keeping their powder dry. You wouldn't know what's going on, but Clonmel leading by about a length from Castle Connell on the far shore, and then St. Michael's desperately trying to do something here before they're out of this competition in 3rd position. Only 2 to qualify, so you see them coming into view with about 250 metres to go. Clonmel leading, Castle Connell now having a bit of a go at them. They might want to win it. We'll see how they do. But 2 to qualify. St. Michael's now looks like they're going to run out of water, with Skibbereen in 4th position. A very technical boat, this one of the boys steering with his foot and keeping it in the lane. And as we see now, Castle Connell coming up. Clonmel still holding on to that. Nice, relaxed rowing. Going to take this now with about less than 15 strokes to go. 2 to qualify. So up we come towards the line. It's Clonmel from County Tipperary leading the way home here. In the famed horizontal blue and white stripes. Up we come towards the line from Castle Connell, and St. Michael's in 3rd position won't make that final, followed by Skibbereen. So we've got one more race in the heats of the junior 18 pairs, and we're going to go back up the course now to Alan Ludlow to take this.
Thanks, Jerry. Bit of traffic here, so we won't be able to follow this one as they pass us now with about 800 to go. The Skibbereen A crew are in control of this. The real battle again is for second place between Neptune holding off St. Joseph's at the minute. The I would say we're just being passed there by either the disqualified or some issue with the UCD crew who are meant to be in that women's club 4, so we actually can't follow that race. But as they push away from us with about 7:50 to go now, Skibbereen A seem to hold the lead over Neptune, who are under pressure from St. Joseph's, who have a lead over Methodist. We're going to head down to try and get the start of race 212. That's the men's club 4s. But as your race comes into view, you'll see Skibbereen with the real battle being for second place, Neptune holding off St. Joseph. So it's going to be back to you, and we'll head down to the start for the men's club 2 coxed 4s.
And just coming into the view of the enclosure now is the final heat for the men's junior 18 pair. So actually some good representation from this heat. There's actually one club for every province, which is nice. But it is the Skibbereen crew in the lead, followed by Neptune. But it's looking like Neptune might be pushing out. Skibbereen were very comfortable in front before, but Neptune have made a challenge to them and are pulling up. So it's between these two who are comfortably in front, ahead of the St. Joseph's crew in third place. Once again, 2 to qualify. Now, those 2 leading crews could maybe put some strategy in and take the hammer off to just qualify across the line, but they may want to be fighting for that all-important middle lane, especially if the conditions pick up later. But Skibbereen getting their lead back again now, just about to take clear water over the Neptune pair in second place. St. Joseph's really fighting, going for a sprint now, trying to get in front, desperately trying to make it into this final. But it does look like it will be a qualification through for Skibbereen, just coming up to the line now, and Neptune with about 5 strokes to go. And then we have St. Joseph's. So that's Skibbereen and Neptune looking like through to the final, but we'll wait for the final result. And we'll hand over to you, Alan, for the next race.
Thanks, Leah. Well, unfortunately, I think the next race has gone off a little early, and we unfortunately have to pick our battles with traffic and everything on the course. So race 212 passed us there at about 7:50. We saw Queen's University Belfast holding a lead over University of Galway, over UCD, over Commercial, over Trinity. So that was the way, but there was only about 2 lengths between them. We're pushing on down to towards the start. But with the traffic, we couldn't follow that race, unfortunately. So it was at about probably about 1,000 meters now. You'll be able to pick it up on the drone footage. But Queen's had a lead over University of Galway, over UCD. So we're heading back towards the start. The lights are on for the next heat. That's 213. We'll just give it a minute, and we'll pick up commentary as soon as we can.
So on the course is the first heat of the men's club 2 coxed fours. UCD in lane 1 on the far station, the A crew, DUBC in lane 2, University Galway Boat Club lane 3, Queen's University Belfast Boat Club A crew in lane 4, Commercial B crew in lane 5. They're coming on down, you can see there, looking at your pictures, UCD on the far station in lane 1, leading the way here, and quite close then behind them, with only 2 to qualify. So it looks like University Galway holding on to that second position just about, in a sandwich between them and DUBC and Queen's. So that's looking the way it is at the moment, as they come on down towards us. So watching them coming along, University College Dublin continue to lead here, and we'll watch this one come along. We don't have our commentator in the boat on this one, but as they come along, University College Dublin leading the way, 2 to qualify. So as they come up towards us now, it's University Galway now just about holding into second position from DUBC. So it's a right fight between those two, but University College Dublin look like they will take this one. University Galway now on the charge, but look at DUBC. This is a great one. Only 2 will qualify for this. University Galway just about in front. We just watched that. UCD will take it. University Galway up towards the line. Only 2 will qualify. Over we go. University College Galway, DUBC. We'll have to wait and see the official result from that. Tremendous one there. Massive fight. So that's heat 1. That was good stuff there, Alan. We'll take it back up now for heat 2.
Thanks, Jerry. Race 213 then it's just off the start, off the stake boats, and it is blanket across the board. These lads are hammering it out. It is UCC St Joseph's Skib, Queens and Enniskillen as we look across here, and first to show is the Skib crew in the centre in lane 3. They're at 200 gone, and great to see these 5 boats just hammering it down the lake. Flat across the board now. Skibbereen still holding that little lead. We're right up beside the UCC boat, getting a real taste of the action. St Joseph's beside them, really putting the push on. St Joseph's strong, upright, actually seems very little effort. But that Skibbereen boat then in lane 3, I look across and I see just poetry in motion. These guys are really moving that for the men's club 2 Cox 4, and they have taken a lead. They have taken a length of a lead at 400 meters over the field, and it really is nothing between the rest of the crews. Skibbereen well out in control here. 2 to go through on this one. It'll be a bit of a battle because no one's given up that second place. It's flat across the boards. Enniskillen, Queens and UCC. Any one
Maximum
from 3 of
flight
those.
altitude reached.
Slightly off the back St Joseph's now. When I say slightly, it's half a length, but you have to cast your gaze a length and a half ahead to see that Skibbereen crew. Strong, powerful lads dishing it out. If anything now, Enniskillen I'd say are holding that second spot. Bit of a warning from the umpire, pushing UCC back into their lane, encroaching slightly on the St Joseph's crew in that second spot, but there's a real battle on here for second place. Skibbereen well in control. I see the Skibbereen Cox just talking over his right shoulder. I'd say he's saying, take it down. Yeah, that rate is coming down. Lifting, the power is lifting, but the rate's coming down, and they are well in control of this race. Real battle here for the second place. Enniskillen, Queens, UCC. Flat across the board here, literally nothing between them. Enniskillen maybe have a canvas over Queens beside them as they're dishing it out. The Queens 2-man looking across here to gauge where the UCC crew is. UCC literally touching distance from ourselves here, looking beautiful rowing here. Further back, St Joe's little off the pace here, but it's saying that they're only a length down. A big push at the 1,000-meter mark could see them push back into it. Skibbereen out in front again. The Skibbereen stroke man over his right shoulder, just calling it to be in control, take it down, save it for the final, save the heat for when it matters. But big battle here, this second place. Enniskillen rowing really well, really strong as you'd expect them. Well-drilled crew. That Queen's University crew just down a canvas, and I would say I would put the UCC crew on the far side in lane number 1. dead level with the Enniskillen crew. So a cracking race for second place here. Skibbereen well in control of that, look very certain for that qualifying spot as they go through 1,000 metres mark and push away from us with about 900 to go for the Skib crew. Moving away from us now, I see some fantastic rowing here from these guys, but Skibbereen moving away. That second spot is all to ask for between Enniskillen, Queen's University and St. Joseph's. We're going to head back. We're going to try and get a little bit of the next race, 214, before the men's senior double finals, and we'll try and stick to the finals and get you as much as we can of the action from the finals all the way down. So I'll hand it back as race 213 pushes towards the finish. It's Skibbereen with about 700 to go. They're going to come into view rowing really strongly, and it's back to the tower.
And for this men's club 2 heat coming in up to the enclosure, it is Skibbereen well in front, looking very strong, very confident. They've taken their foot off the gas, saving, conserving their energy for that final. And UCC in second place, actually closing in on the Skibbereen crew a bit, but as we know, Skib have got control of this. There is strategy behind what they are doing, and UCC in second place, 2 to qualify, ahead of the other crews. And it's looking like these crews are are in clear water. They've got control of this race. It's theirs to lose. I would say, they have it in them to put the foot back on the gas again, should a challenge come from the crews behind them. But they're just rowing confident and strong. Coming up to the enclosure now, about 700 metres to go. We've still UCC and Skibbereen leading this crew. The other crews behind, still battling out, trying to get back into this race, trying to gain a place. UCC actually closing up on Skibbereen now. So it might be that these boats are challenging each other for the inside lanes for later in the day. So Skibbereen just half a length up over UCC now. And these crews are looking very well, very confident. They have a tailwind behind them. And UCC have actually taken that lead over Skibbereen. They're now about half a length up, with Skibbereen still pushing. They've got about 30 strokes to go as they come up, finishing into the enclosure. On the screen, it is... just coming into the bank, it's UCC in front, but Skibbereen actually challenging them for that first place position again. They're dead level now, and Skibbereen just drawing in front, just pulled up a canvas over the UCC crew, and there's about 5 to 10 strokes to go for these two crews to cross over the line, and they will be the 2 to qualify for the final of the men's Club 4. And it's over to you, Alan, for the next race.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, well, we've decided to push on down for the men's senior double starting at 8:05. But the last heat of the men's club 4 that will be coming into view, race 214, as it passed us there at 7:50. Commercial held a nice little lead, maybe about a length over Neptune. Neptune under pressure as they passed us now. UL were putting in a big push at the 7:50. I think Neptune had about 2 lengths on them, and UL had to react. And I'd say they're probably reacting earlier than they had hoped. But UL had pushed on. Were pushing on, but still hadn't closed the gap on Neptune. It was a few lengths back to UCD and a few lengths further back. Then there was a big spread in the field. The UCC B crew now some way off the pace, so it was a difficult race to follow. But when it passed us, heading towards the 1,000 metres, it was Commercial A holding a lead over Neptune. Again, I'd say the battle there is going to be for that second spot between Neptune and UL if the race plays out. UCD slightly off the pace, and UCD slightly off the pace, and UCC a good bit further back. But we're down here at the start now, just awaiting the start of 8:05 for the men's final of the men's senior double.
The final heat of the Men's Club 2 Cox 4 is coming into view. We have Commercial Rowing Club on the far station in lane 1, followed by University of Limerick, University College Cork, UCD and Neptune. And in the first position, Commercial, Neptune holding on to second. 2 will qualify. University of Limerick pushing them though. I would say Neptune are probably a little under a length from them. Commercial holding on to that lead out there on the far station. 2 to qualify. So it looks like it's Neptune and University of Limerick now fighting it out for that last spot. Who will be the 6th crew to make it through to the grand final later on. Commercial looked like they're home and hosed, but it's Neptune and University of Limerick battling it out here now. There's hardly anything in it between them as they approach the line. They're into the last 20 strokes. Up we go. I'd say Neptune, if anything, have a little lead here, but it's not much. They need to just push on now if they want to make it to the final. The last position up for grabs. Will Neptune take it or University of Limerick? Commercial will. They're going to come over the line. Neptune going to take it from University of Limerick in their new colours. And that's Commercial from University of Limerick from Commercial from Neptune from University of Limerick. Now we're moving into finals, and we have the men's senior double sculls. And Alan, you're all excited up there.
I don't know if it's the coffee, Jerry, or the tin of Lucozade at 2 a.m. this morning when I was driving down from Meath, but certainly it's excitement central here. Now I can only actually see 3 boats on the start. UL Shannon Commercial. Maybe I'm missing University of Galway, but there seems to be warnings dished out for late to the start, but senior rowing in Ireland, the race is always for last on the stake boats. We're here now looking at these guys set up, and we'll be ready to go. By the looks of it, the flag is up. And they're off. These 3 boats, no sign of University of Galway, so it is UL, Shandon and Commercial fighting it out for the men's senior pair title, and straight into the lead after a massive start is that Commercial crew over in lane 4. Absolutely savage start. Now coming slightly more into it is Shandon and UL picking up the pace. So again, straight out of the blocks, a massive first few strokes there from Commercial. Saw them with a little bit of a lead, obviously too early to tell, but Shandon have eked out to half a canvas after a couple of 100 meters. So really strong, really good rowing, really smooth. Certainly I'd say now, if anything, the UL crew, which are in lane 2 right beside us, looking very rushed, keeping that rate right up. The other 2 crews now, Shandon and Commercial, look a lot smoother through the water, but saying that, the UL stroke there seems to be something, it seems to be working for them because they haven't been shaken, but that Shandon crew now have taken 3/4 of a length out of the other 2 crews. Commercial putting in a slight squeeze on UL now as we're at 450 approaching the 500 meter mark. The Shandon crew really digging in 3/4 of a length now over Commercial, half a canvas back to UL. Really smooth, really strong rowing from this Shandon crew now. They're about to hit 500 and they will just have a length over Commercial at 500. They're through 500 now in the centre there in lane 3. Great rowing conditions. That drizzle now has passed away. Blue skies down here. Hopefully it'll stay with us for the rest of the day, but it is magnificent rowing out here in lane 3 from Shandon. And if anything, I would say the UL crew in lane 2 have evened that stroke out again, and they have come back on Commercial. I would say they've squeezed Commercial into that 3rd place, but out in front and having clear water, if only by a foot, is that Shandon crew now. They are powering through the water. They're at 750. We're going to follow this to about the 1,000 meter mark, but if this continues on, it really is the battle for 2nd place, because Shandon, once they settle down after about 250 meters, were in control and have been in control and are just eking out an inch every stroke. UL and Commercial still battling for that 2nd spot. Commercial bowman just looking over, trying to gauge where that Shandon boat is. We're at, I would say, 800 metres now, in with about 1200 to go, and the UL bowman looks across, seeing where that commercial crew is. They're trying to put in a dig. He looks over his left shoulder and sees, oh, he's going to have to stretch the neck a little bit to see what that Shandon crew is. Length and a half in it to the other two crews now. As we push on, I see the 1,000 metre mark. Shandon still look in control. UL under pressure. UL are definitely racing this. Commercial maybe playing their own game, but they're 2.5 lengths down at this stage now. Something's going to have to happen at the 1,000 metre mark. What will happen? How will they? We're approaching 1,000 metres now, and there is a length and a half in it to Shandon. Is there going to be any reaction? We're just looking as the boats push away from us now. There doesn't seem to be any call. There's going to have to be a reaction from these other two boats. UL we're down a little, but they have pushed right back into second place, but Shandon are well in control of this one. You'll pick it up on the drone footage now, but we're going to head back for the men's inter-8 as they push away from us. It's the Shandon crew that seem like they're in control. They've got a length and a half over UL, who have just about half a canvas over commercial. So they'll be coming into view very soon because they are moving pretty quick. We're going to head back for the start of this men's inter-8 final, and we'll leave calling this one home to you. The men's senior double, Shandon in the lead, and in the lead comfortably.
And we are at the halfway mark for the men's senior double. It's a straight final, and it is Shandon in lead, but UL are hungry for this. Shandon previously in clear water, but UL putting work in to re-establish contact. Their bow has now come back into contact with Shandon's canvas. So will Shandon see this? Will they follow this challenge? So UL putting the work in, pulling back up on Shandon. They've closed that lead from a clear length lead, or from a 1 length lead, into half a length. So UL really working on this. Shandon will have to respond if they want to get that clear water, clean lead back. But UL really putting the hammer down now. And they've now closed it to just 1/4 of a length. They're just putting the work in, and it is working for them to this point. This will be a battle all the way. It is a big event, senior pair. Senior double. And UL still putting the work in, but still a long way to go. So can they maintain this push? So we've got now half a canvas between these crews. UL really putting the work in. So Shandon rating at rate 36. And now it's neck and neck. It's bow ball to bow ball between Shandon. Shandon really trying to respond to this, really trying to take this challenge from UL. But UL just working it. It does look from the screen like they are getting more return for their work on the water, but still a long way to go. UL have made a fantastic move. They're now just about a canvas up, but Shannon are making a challenge, and it's just bow ball to bow ball now. UL still kind of pulling away, and it's looking like UL now in clear water over Shandon. 30 strokes to go, Championship of Ireland, and they have this win. And they're 1 length up on Shandon. Commercial now making a move to the line, pulling up on Shandon, closing to half a length lead. But it does look like this is going to be a win for University of Limerick as they come to the line. And over to you, Alan, for the men's inter-8.
Race 216. This is serious action here. We are at about 600 metres, and every boat is overlapping. Trinity, as I look at it across now, Galway have basically a canvas over Cork, who have a canvas over Trinity, who have half a canvas over UCD. This is savage men's inter-8 racing. Galway have that. Oh, he's pushed up the Cork crew now. We're at about the 3-man of the Galway crew. This is immense racing. These 4 boats hammering it out. They're about to hit 1,000 metres now. Just going to get a slightly better view, and you're going to see Galway with half a length at 1,000 metres. This is amazing racing. Cork dropping back slightly now. Maybe I'm doing them a disservice because Trinity and UCD are moving up. So big push by Galway, I would say, at that coming up to that 1,000 metre mark, and they have taken 3/4 of a length over the field. All boats still overlapping. Cox doing all he can, checking left, checking right. UCD are on, or sorry, Trinity are on his left, Cork on his right. Oh, this is fantastic stuff. UCD slightly slipping back, Cork slightly slipping back. Cork were the main players up to about 750 metres, but University of Galway have almost a length, but Trinity have pushed right back on them. They are coming back now. They're back to 3/4 of a length. Trinity are pushing through the field now. There was a big chunk there at 1,000 metres. Big push. The Cox is screaming at them to dig in and try and pull this University of Galway crew back. Cork slipping out the door. UCD climbing up on them. UCD now taking third spot. It's to and fro from there as we approach the 1,500. There's still that 3/4 length for Galway over Trinity, but Trinity aren't out of this yet. That push at 1,000 metre, or push at about 800 metres from the Galway crew have seen them get that 3/4 of a length and hold it. They're still holding it. Will they run out of steam? They have 500 metres to go. 500 metres to become the champions of Ireland. There's still that 3/4 length. They just cannot shake Trinity, and Trinity just cannot close on them. This is fantastic racing. When I say that now, there is just a squeeze. There's a call and the rate goes up on the Trinity boat. We're at I'd say 400 to go now. They're coming into view. This is a fantastic race. Trinity are closing inch by inch, but are they going to run out of water? Galway have had a massive race. Cork out the door. UCD out of contention at this stage. Guys, we're going to hand it back to you. This is going to be a stunning finish. As they move away from us, it's Galway just holding that 3/4 of a length lead over DULBC or DUBC.
University Galway leading the way home here in the men's intermediate eights from DUBC in the far station in the white tops as they push at them, trying desperately to get back. UCD in the near side in third, Cork Boat Club just about fourth, but about 200 to go, less than 30 strokes. Here we go, up towards the line. It's University Galway Boat Club. They've got a half a length now. They're stretching out. It looks like it's theirs. They're out there now. They're pushing away from DUBC, if anything, here as they charge for the line. They're up over 40 strokes a minute. It's University Galway, their new name now. We have University Galway Boat Club from the west of Ireland. The Connacht boys taking it home. They're about 2/3 of a length up. Men's minted intermediate eights. Up we go, the last 6 or 7 strokes. University Galway by about 2/3 of a length from DUBC. Over the line, it's theirs in men's intermediate champions with UCD in third, followed by Cork Boat Club just behind them. Tremendous race.
Okay.
Where's my... Whoa, yes, good one. How about that at this hour of the morning? Isn't it wonderful? And these finals are coming fast and furiously at us. Alan, that was a great win for University Galway. They took it in the end. They pushed away brilliantly, I have to say. So we got the women's senior doubles, Alan. Take it away.
Thanks, Sherry. Well, we're still on the way back down, and we're going to see who comes out on top. Dan Killorglin and UCC in this one. So we're on our way back down to the 1,000 metre mark, and they're coming towards us. We'll pick this up as soon as we can. So we're here just with just through the 1,000 metre mark, and it is well, there's 3 boats, and it's tight across the board. Ban, Killorglin and UCC. If anything, Ban have that lead. We've watched these in the this morning in the qualifiers, and Ban and Killorglin were in the same heat, and UCC were in the same heat. So it was there were some serious scullers now, moving very well. Ban, I would say, have about 2 lengths over the Killorglin crew, who are neck and neck with the UCC crew. moving away at the minute. These look like the same crews who were rocking the women's intermediate double this morning, but that band crew now looking very, very strong, very much in control, holding that rate, and they are putting distance between themselves and the Killorglin crew and the UCC crew. The UCC crew battling there for that second spot, but there is clear water, and I'd say potentially, if I'm with about 600 to go, a clear winner, all going well in this women's senior double scull. Dan look in control and are moving so well through the water, driving that, not even rushing the rate. I would say they are well in control now as they push towards 500 meters. It's hard to see them being caught now. The Killorglin crew, they just look laboured. They look struggling compared to this band crew now. I suppose that's the beauty of holding that first position. They, I would say, have 4 lengths, maybe 5 lengths over the Killorglin crew, who are now taking 3/4 of a length over that UCC crew as they enter into the last 450 meters to go, and at the end of this is a nice break and a nice title. But that band crew are moving really, really well, and I would say they can control this all the way to the finish. They could finish this without even a sweat made. They did all the hard work at the start of the race. It's Ban over Killorglin over UCC with about 300 meters to go.
And coming to the finish now is the final, or the straight final, for the women's senior double, and it is a clear lead for Ban Rowing Club. There is almost no better feeling than approaching the enclosure of the women's, or of the Irish National Championship, with a clear lead, knowing that you are coming home to be the Championship of Ireland. And to be a champion in a senior event can only be exhilarating. So all it is for Ban to do at this time is they can just relax, lengthen out, really put their peacock feathers up and just show everyone how well they're rowing. They're coming with absolute confidence towards the line. They know where they are. They've only got 25 strokes to go. They're taking their sprint now, but they know this is theirs, and there will no doubt be large celebrations when they get across the line. And then in second place we have Killorglin, who are about a length to 2 lengths up on UCC, but it is Ban for the win. There's no one taking it from them now. And here they come. So the Women's Championship of Ireland will wait for the official result, but there can be no doubt that it was Ban, followed by Killorglin coming to the line in second place, and UCC in third.
So you join us here live on the water at the 500 metre mark for race 218, the women's junior 18 single scull final. And out in front at the minute there, I'm looking across and I can see the skib sculler and Ban holding that lead. Kappa Quinn slightly off the back in third, and we have the Shannon Sculler then in fourth, Greg Namana and Lee Valley in lane 1 and 2, then a little off the pace at this stage. But the real action is up there with Ban and Skibbereen. At the minute we saw these guys rowing very strongly in the opening heats now around the 7 a.m. mark, so it's hard work and then to put these the final back to back with this. But out in front we have Ban, we have Skibbereen, and we have Shannon. We're not too far off the mark there. Kappa Quinn out in fourth place on the enclosure side, then further back to Greg Namana and Lee Valley. But approaching now the 650 mark, I would say 650, 700 gone, and that Ban Sculler, really strong upright stance of the Ban Sculler, but the power through the water is immense. Skibbereen Sculler more stylish, more fluid, but certainly not closing the gap. The Ban Sculler now really up tall, but moving that boat very strongly through the water. Back to Skibbereen and back to Shannon. So they're the top three at the minute. Field spreading out a little. We can't go too far up now. The Lee Valley Sculler right beside us now in a big battle with Greg Namana right beside us. So they're the field is spreading out a little bit as they approach the 1,000 metre mark. That Ban Sculler still holding that strong upright stance. The other two scullers now longer through the water. Skibbereen Sculler especially very long, very fluid through the water, but just isn't closing the gap on the Ban Sculler. And if anything, I would say the Shannon Sculler there in lane 4 is closing that gap. Again, a little more of an upright stance, but it's certainly the Skibbereen Sculler is probably a bit lighter frame, but is really using her technique very well. But the Ban Sculler now, Ban Sculler in lane 3, very strong out in front. Really holding that control as they've gone through the 1,000 metres now. Perfect rowing conditions now in the middle of the course, actually, surprisingly so. And long may it last, because these guys are getting the best action of the day. I'd say these are the best conditions we've had now since our 6:30 start this morning. The Shannon Sculler in lane 4, starting to close the gap now on Skibbereen. We're going to have to drop back a small bit now. We don't want to wash out any of these competitors. But the Sculler from Ban in lane 3 has held that lead off the start, but if anything, slightly starting to tire. I'd say the other two Scullers now in Shannon and Skibbereen in lane 4 and lane 5 are closing down that gap. This women's junior 18 single scull final is going to go all the way to the finish. It's as they move away from us now at about 800 to go, maybe even a little less. It's Ban from Skibbereen, from Shannon, but I would say any one from those three. Big action here to come in the final, in the closing couple of hundred meters of the women's junior 18 single sculls.
Yes, a big one on the way down here, women's junior 18 singles. So leading the way here is Green from Ban Rowing Club. In second position, Skibbereen Knowles. In third position, Shannon Keating. They're the 1, 2, 3 as we watch them coming on down towards us. But it's tight enough in the single sculls. You can make a lot of headway with a big push. But Ban continued to lead with the white sash on the red tops. Very easy to pick out in the middle there, and sandwiched between, she is the Skibbereen Knowles and Ban. Sorry, Ban is there, and then to her on her right is Shannon Keating. Sorry, to her left, we're watching it now as they come on down the course. So Ban continued to lead from the Shannon Sculler, only about just under a length, and then another little back, half a length to Skibbereen. So this is all very tight now. This could develop into a really close finish. Let's watch it now as it progresses down the course. They're an echelon across the course in the 1, 2, 3 here, watching them. But Ban leading the way now. Green pushing on down the course, but she's under tremendous pressure now from Keating and Shannon. Absolutely on top of her here. She's overlapping, and that is nothing in the scull. The Skibbereen Sculler needs to hang on here dearly now. She's falling back a bit, but Ban continued to lead. If anything now, it's between her and the Shannon Sculler. So let's watch this now. It's developing into a 2-horse race almost now. Ban has about a length on Shannon. women's junior 18 single sculls as it hots up here into the last 250 meters. These girls are getting ready to charge for the line here now. Ban looking the stronger of the two as the rates come up. Here we go. Last 200 meters. It's Ban Rowing Club, the famous rowing club from up north, coming towards the line. But look at Shannon having a go. Watch this now. Look at Keating. She's on fire. She's attacking her. Whoa, here we go. We've got about 20 strokes now. I think this is going to go right to the wires. Look at this. Here comes Shannon. Look at it. Absolutely. Here we go. Will she catch her? Will Ban hold on? We've about 10 strokes or less to go. Up to the line. This is incredible. It's Ban. Shannon. Oh, it's a fantastic finish. Ban must just about. We have to wait for the official result there. Up towards the line. With Skibbereen finishing in third position. What a great race that was. So the next race up for grabs is the women's intermediate eights. And this is a women's intermediate eights up next, Alan. How are we looking up there, Alan? It's a 3-boat race.
It's coming at you thick and fast, Jerry. As they went through the 1,000 metres there, we had UCD with a very, very slight lead over UL. UL made the push through the 1,000 metres and they have stuck 3/4 of a length into UCD, but all these boats are still overlapping, and if anything, I would say the Galway crew in middle in lane 3 have come back on UCD. UL have not let up from that push and they have got 3/4 of a length over the field. UCD now slipping back as we approach with about 600 to go. UCD slipping back. Galway in the mix, so it could be Galway and UL. UL have not stopped from that push. They made that push at about 9:50. They rode through UCD and have not let up, and they are moving well and moving strong through the water, and they have 3/4 of a length over University of Galway. They're going to hit 500 to go now, and we'll see that. That's still 3/4 of a length over that University of Galway crew. UCD slipping back slightly, and I would say unless University of Galway and UCD react now, this one is going all the way down to Limerick. They're going to have to battle back and battle back fast, and I think they are. University of Galway, they're coming back inch by inch as I look across now. UL still holding a nice strong rhythm, but University of Galway are running out of water. UCD are coming back. They're overlapping at this stage, but UL from that push at 9:50, I think they're going to go all the way. Jerry, this one is going to be back to you to call home, but it's going to be a tight race. University of Galway picking up the pace. Will it be enough? Will UL see this one home?
And you can see them there coming into the enclosure now, and this is an absolute battle. All three crews are hungry for this, but it is UCD just holding up the lead. But UL making a serious challenge, closing that gap. I'd say it's only about 1/4 of a length between them, and it does look like UL have better boat speed at this point. So UCD are really going to have to put the hammer down and take their finish, or it might be taken away from them, as UL have now pulled up, rowing very well, very strong, and you can see that confidence as they push down the water, because they have now extended this lead. They're 1 length up in front, and they're about to get into clear water as they come in looking very strong, very confident. What a finish. 10 strokes to go, and it is going to be UL Women's Club for the women's Inter 8, and we have a fight there between Galway, who are just at the moment half a length up over the women's crew from UCD, but it's looking like UL 1, Galway 2, UCD 3, but we'll allow the official results to come through on that. And the next the next race that will be coming down the course will be the final for the Women's Club 2-4 in lane 1, Skibbereen, lane 2, Commercial, lane UCC Rowing Club, lane 4, Galway, lane 5, UCDA, and lane 6, DUL BC. And when Alan comes into range, he will be taking this race and letting us know how the ladies are getting on.
No, hold on. Sorry. Which club 2? What is it? Which one is it? Just remind me.
So we're sitting here on the water at about the 300-metre mark for the Women's Club 2 Cox 4 finals. Skibbereen, Commercial, UCC, Galway, UCD and Trinity. And as they come towards us here, it's the Commercial crew in lane 2 that have a very slight lead over the Galway crew. And on the far side, that is the Trinity crew. So those three boats trying to put a bit of distance in the field. Skibbereen right beside us now, rowing very well in lane 1. But that Commercial crew now have 3/4 of a length over the Galway crew. UCD slightly further back, UCC just slightly further back as well. But Commercial really putting the hammer down off the start, and they have moved into a nice lead. And I would say they just have clear water at the 500-metre mark over the Galway crew, back in second place. Big battle on there for third with over on the enclosure side with DULBC. and then you've got to all the way over to the Skibbereen crew on in lane 1. So I would say now Commercial actually putting a bit of distance between themselves, and they look very much in control. They're at about 550 gone, and they have 2 lengths of clear water over the field, and that field is Galway and Skibbereen battling it out for the second spot. Trinity, UCC still not out of it yet, slightly further back to UCD, but not all of those 5 boats are in the mix, but Commercial have clear water. The sun coming down here, really nice conditions, 8:30 in the morning. This should be the start of the regatta, not the 25th race, but we bend with the conditions, and Commercial are making the most of this, and they are really out in front. Obviously, just a reminder, this is the second race of the morning. These guys were out up and at them at before 7 o'clock this morning, so some really good rowing here from Commercial, and they look well in control of this now. If they just continue this steady, strong, low rate stuff, they are going to see this through by miles of clear water. There's going to have to be a reaction. Skibbereen right beside us now. The Skibbereen stroke girl looking across here to see Galway and UCD and UCC and Trinity College, but out in front she's going to have to risk whiplash now if she wants to see the Commercial crew, because they are miles out in front. They have 4 lengths I'd say at this stage, and they're rowing strong, really strong. They're sacrificing a little bit of rate for that power through the water, and it's doing them well. They hit 1,000 meters, and I would say they have 4 lengths at 1,000 meters from the Skibbereen crew, who have half a length over Trinity now, who've moved into 3rd place over Galway, over UCC, over UCD. Real big battle for 2nd place, but there is no contest for 1st at the minute, and it is Commercial powering through the water. No change in rate through the 1,000 meters. I would say they're keeping that in their pocket. The Skib Cox, as called, their Skibbereen are right beside us, and they have reacted, and they have savagely upped the rate, and they are closing on the Commercial crew, but Commercial still well in control. Skibbereen have put in that push, and it has seen them take a length out of the Trinity College crew, who have half a length over UCC, and further back the field it's Galway, and further back again it's UCD, but still out in front, and have been in front from the off, is that Commercial crew. They have not changed the rate, they haven't needed to. They've just kept the power on, and they still have the power on with 800 to go. Field is spreading out a little. There could be 20 lengths between Commercial and UCD at this stage as they approach, say, with about 650, 700 meters to go. And really rowing away with this race are the Commercial crew in lane 2. Skibbereen trying to put them under pressure. They did claw them back in a little bit with that push at the 1,000 meters, but it just wasn't enough. Commercial are rowing strong, and have been rowing strong from the very off. They can see the 500 meter mark, and they can see victory, and they can see a Championship of Ireland on the horizon, and all they have to do is just continue what they've done from the very start, and they are going to see this one home. Lane 2 Commercial, strong, low rate, power, just no match for the rest of the the rest of the field are no match to them. Skibbereen are trying their best to reel them back in. DULBC in that 3rd spot. Galway have lost a bit of ground now, and UCC have moved up into 4th, but as we move to about 400 to go for the leaders, Commercial have stayed solid on that pace, they've stayed solid on that rate, and they have just driven this home and have destroyed the field. This one looks like it's done and dusted. Anything can happen in rowing, but as we hand over to the tower, we have seen Commercial dominate this race from the very off, and I would say they will dominate this to the finish. Over to the tower to Leah and Jerry to call this one home.
So Commercial continue to lead. They've got a good 3 to 4 lengths, as Alan was saying. They've stretched this out now, and they're very comfortable looking ahead of Skibbereen on the far station in 2nd position. They must have 3 lengths now. Very impressive indeed. Commercial Rowing Club Dublin leading the way home in this final, the Women's Club 2 Coxed Ford Championship of Ireland. So Commercial leading from Skibbereen. Are they going to take their first trophies, first championships ever, all these girls in this boat for Commercial Rowing Club? Probably 2.5, 3 lengths now, and then it's a great race on then between DULBC on the near side and Galway, University Galway on the in lane 4. sorry, the UCC rather, and then it's University Galway. So, but let's watch the front. It's Commercial Rowing Club from Dublin, from Island Bridge, going to come up to the line. Less than 10 strokes to go as they stretch for home. They're all smiling. They're looking up. They know they have it. They are champions of Ireland. Over the line now, just about. Commercial Rowing Club, Women's Club 2, coxed 4, champions of Ireland from Skibbereen Rowing Club in second position. That's a great race. Tremendous. Well done. So we're moving on swiftly here now. And I just looked at my watch and I can't believe it's only just gone 8:30 in the morning. I feel like it's about 3 in the afternoon. However, we now move on to the women's senior double sculls. And I'm going to hand you back up to Alan at the start.
We've already had the women's senior.
No, have we? Sorry. Okay, apologies there. Yes, we are moving on to women's junior 16 doubles now. We've got quite a number of races coming up here, and I'll hand you back over to Alan.
Thanks, Jerry. We won't be able to follow this one, unfortunately. There is a very, very large spread in the field here on this time trial in the first heat of the women's junior 16 double sculls. Of course, time trial with the with fastest 6 going through as they pass us now, and we are I'm always get lost on this lake. We are with about 800 to go, and it is the it's the CRCC crew, sorry, holding a nice lead over Closhtig and a bit of a battle there for that third spot. Muckers and Sligo, I think, are Gillorglan and Sligo battling it out there, and Enniskillen also up there. So there is a real battle for the second, or for the times here. We can't really follow it, unfortunately. The Muckers C crew are very much off the back, so we can't follow it at all, unfortunately. But as they passed us there, we're just at the 1,000-meter mark. Some really strong racing there. Five of the crews really pushing on down. Wind picking up a little, which makes it a little difficult for these junior 16 doubles. A little bit choppy in the middle of the course now, nothing too bad, but certainly it has picked up from in the last 10 minutes or so. So as they pushed on through ours, it was CRCC really holding a nice lead over the real battle there for second place. Closhtig Nod, Sligo up there, Gillorglan also, and Enniskillen. So we'll head back down the lake. It might be difficult to see from where you guys are, but we'll pick up a few of these. Depending on the spread, we'll be able to follow the races, but obviously main thing is to give everybody a fair race, and we don't want to wash anybody out. So we'll pick up and try and give you a bit of advice on where things are at in the next few heats of this women's junior 16 double scull.
And there you can see it on our screens, women's junior 16 doubles. This is a time trial, so all the girls will have to put effort in all the way to the finish, because it'll be the 6 fastest crews.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first prize presentation will take place at 9 o'clock. 2 will take place at 10 o'clock.
So it's looking like for this first heat in the lead, it is in lane 3, Club Ráviachta, Closh na Curba, CRCC, followed by Closh Nod A, taking it home. So you can see them there now coming into the enclosure. CRCC have a very convincing and clean lead in front. But again, they're not up against just the crews in this heat. They're up against all the crews from all the heats, so they'll need to keep their work on all the way. And it's tighter then further down the back of the line with Coxed Nodge in lane 4 coming into 3rd place, followed by Sligo. But Coxed are gaining confidence as they come into the finish, gone for their sprint now with about 10-15 strokes to go. Very convincing lead, 4 or 5 lengths in front. And it is the crew from Coxed Nodge into 2nd place now, also going into their sprint for the end. And Sligo in 3rd place, but getting a challenge in for the 4th place position. And it's over to you, Alan. Let us know where you're at.
So unfortunately, just with the spread of the second heat there, we were unable to follow it. We passed them at the 700-metre mark. Again, huge distance between the first and last crews. But at 700 metres at Lone A, we're holding a lead over Garda, over Lee Valley, over Neptune, with Fermoy and Enniskillen some way back. That unfortunately we couldn't follow it because it would be unfair to not give everybody the best chance of the course and wash anybody out. But just approaching us now, we have the next heat, which is Lee B, CRCC, Killorglin, Neptune B, Closhignaud and Shandon. So they're approaching us now. We might try and give you a little bit of a taster of this, but again, we are looking at Lee coming leading CRCC. There is about 300 gone, so they're all still together at this stage. Again, these tend to spread out, these time trials, with some mixed ability, but all great enthusiastic rowers for this hour of the morning in these conditions. Wind has picked up slightly. It is still a bit of a tailwind. Hopefully now it won't get too out of control over the next few hours and we can keep this program on track. But Lee B are up against Killorglin A now, and those two boats are playing a bit of catch up to Shandon on the enclosure side. So it's those three with the Neptune boat still not out of it, and CRCC also coming back into it. So a much tighter heat at the moment here. There is the Closhignaud crew are, as I look back, yes, the Closhignaud crew slightly off the pace here, so we may have to leave this. As they approach 500 meters, it is the Lee crew on the far side of the enclosure. It's Lee, Killorglin, and I would say Shandon are the top three crews going through there at 500 meters, very close to CRCC and Neptune B. So those 5 boats really in the mix at this stage on the enclosure side. That Shandon crew rowing really, really well for junior 16s now. They are long and strong and very moving very well, underrating the Lee B crew, who are still up with them, but working at a much higher rate through the water. But that Shandon crew now, for as it goes, as style and skill goes for junior 16s, they are ploughing that furrow really, really well. Dead straight, long and strong, that Shandon crew. They still haven't dropped Lee though. Lee overrating them, but still getting through the water very, very smartly. 750 gone now at this stage. Hasn't really spread out that much. They're still in the mix. The other crews, Neptune, CRCC and Killorglin. Closhignaud now slightly off the back. We might have to tail back off a little later, just once we hit the 1,000 meter mark. But as they come through, probably about 800 to go, it's that Lee B crew and that Lee B crew and the Shandon crew, I've lost my train of thought there, excuse me, are the two pushing out in front, and they've got clear water over the field now at this stage. I'd be very surprised if these two didn't have some of the top times, and we see them in the finals, because those two boats are moving really, really well. A real contrast in styles now, but both very efficient through the water, very smart, very crisp there from the Lee Sculler. These two girls now moving very high rate. Really, it's a beauty to watch the contrast in styles, but both as efficient through the water. Now, will the higher rate from the Lee crew see them run out of steam? We're going to leave these guys off at the 1,000-metre mark, but as they push away from us, I would say that Lee crew have a slight lead over the Shandon crew, but they have a real nice lead over the field there. CRCC pushed through the 1,000 metres beside Killorglin, with Neptune about half a length off the pace, and it's some way back to the Clochignaud B crew. So we're going to leave them as they move away from us now here, but some real quality junior 16 girls sculling there from the Shandon crew and the Lee crew. They push off towards you now, but definitely worth looking at the contrast in styles, as these two both as efficient as each other, and I reckon we'll see both of those crews in the final later on. You join us here on race 224, women's junior 16 double scull. Enniskillen, Fermoy, Commercial, St Michael's, Killorglin and Galway. And out in front we have Fermoy, St Michael's and Killorglin. have a bit of a distance over the field, and I would say Fermoy is the crew to watch here. The Fermoy B crew, as they approach 1,000 metres, they go through at about half a length over the St. Michael's crew. Certainly different styles again. Looking at these two crews, Killorglin out in third place there. The Killorglin C crew moving very well and is some distance back then to Galway and Enniskillen, and I think commercial, yes, the commercial A crew could be in a bit of difficulty, so we may have to drop back a bit. Can't really. We don't want to wash these guys out, but moving out in front, that Fermoy crew, they've led from about 700 metres and they're through pushing about 1250 metres now with about 750 to go. So the Fermoy crew over the St. Michael's crew, those two are out in front. Killorglin are chasing hard, but this Fermoy crew, again, big reach on them, very big reach, and that seems to be working for them in these conditions. As I said, a big array of talent, but great to see everybody out on this. Oh, the St. Michael's crew took a big wobble there in second position, and I think that might have cost them a bit of distance and maybe a couple of seconds, but they have it back on track. Pushing away from us now. We're going to have to turn and leave this one here because to avoid washing out the commercial crew, but as they move away from us, I would say with about approaching the last 500, they can see the boathouse in the distance. It's that Fermoy crew, and they're rowing really, really well. Will it be enough to get them to the final? Who knows? We're going to turn around, head back, and pick up the next race, which will be 225.
For that, Alan. And as you make your way up back again before the next race comes into our view, could you give us an update of the conditions on the course, please? And you can see just coming into the conclosure, the next heat for the women's junior 16 double. And just coming up to the line now is the crew from Fermoy. And following on from them, coming into their last 10 strokes, is the St. Michael's crew in lane 4. With the Killorglin crew coming up to the line now. Followed by Enniskillen. And then with about 20-25 strokes to go is the Galway crew coming to the line. And over to you, Alan. How are we getting on with the girls in the next heat?
Thanks, Leah. Well, dominating this this heat is the Lee C crew on the far side. As you look out from the enclosure, they have distance over the field and a real active umpire in this one. There's 5 crews all across the board. The Lee crew well out in front at the minute now. Conditions mixed, I would say, as we push on from 1,000 metres, below 1,000 metres to the finish. Bit choppy, feels a bit windier, but much nicer conditions in the last 1,000 metres than it is in the first 1,000 metres. And we'll see that in the quality of the finishes of these guys. But well out in front now are the Lee C crew. There is a real battle for that second spot. Showing is at the moment is Clonmel, but Athlone, Fermoy, the other Athlone crew and Neptune, there's really nothing between them. As I said, very active umpire trying to put a bit of manners on these crews, keep them on the straight and narrow, but well out in front and well in control. And I would say we'll see this one home will be the Lee C crew, as they are I would say at about 600 to go now at this stage, and they are well in control and moving very well, and I would expect to see them in the final. We'll see what their times are like, but a real battle here for the minor placings. Again, everyone up against the clock, but very nice conditions out here at the minute. It's better, much better than we would have expected. Blue skies even on the horizon, so fingers crossed for the rest of the day. But they'll push on towards the finish. Lee out in front on the far side, followed by Clonmel as they move away from us now. For Moye, beside battling it out there with Athlone, the second Athlone crew in 5th, and Neptune losing a bit of distance now at this stage.
So as these junior 16 doubles time trials continue on down, this race coming in towards us now, as Alan said, Lee in the far station in the red, predominantly red colours, leading the way here. Lee lead. So time trials, everybody pushing as best they can all the way down. I say Clonmel then beside them in second position, but it's a time trial. You know, you're against the clock, and you could be 3rd or 4th in this race and still make the grand final later on. So Lee out in front by 3 or 4 lengths as they come on down into the last 500 now. About 400, 350 to go. As the Lee crew come on down there in lane 1 on the far station in this Women's Junior 16 double, winning this time trial. We've got 2 more to go after this. Time trials for the Women's Junior 16 doubles. So Clonmel holding on to second outright. And then to their left is the crew from Fermoy and Athlone fighting it out. But anyway, getting the best time possible as they approach the line. About 15-20 strokes to go here for most of them. Bit of a tailwind now pushing in. It's beginning to pick up. Of course, this weather is over the line we go now. And that's the Lee crew taking the win on that one. Let's see if they can make the grand final later on. So we'll head back up now for the next Junior 16 double. We get a bit of action there, Alan.
Thanks, Jerry. And we're just at the 1,000 metre mark, and they're coming towards us. And Muckers A storming ahead on this in this heat. There is a pretty big distance now between second place, but this Muckers crew now on the far side from the enclosure in lane 1 are storming ahead. Muckers, Sligo, Cork, Enniskillen commercial, so 5 boats in this, but there is a huge distance between them, and this Muckers crew now are only going from strength to strength. They're going to hit the 1,000 metres, and they are going to have a massive lead over the field. It's a bit of a battle there for the other 4 crews. They're spread out a little. I would say Commercial in second place and Cork there in third place, but Muckers have a distance over the field, and hopefully their time is that they're going to secure. We'll see them into the final, but very spread out on this one, Jerry, so we're not going to be able to follow it, unfortunately. We're going to move down to see a little bit of the next heat, give you a bit of flavour of that, and then we'd like to be on the start for the next two finals coming up in a couple of races time. That's the men's club 2 4 and the men's junior 18 pair, so they're coming up in a couple of races time. But as it passed us now, the second last heat of the women's junior 16 double is Muckers well out in front.
So we can see the penultimate time trial on our screens there, with the Cork club looking like they're in front by about length and a half, 2 lengths. And the Commercial crew really putting the work down, really putting that max effort in. They're half a length up on the crew from Enniskillen. And then down from them is the Sligo crew. So once again, this is a time trial, so they will have to put max effort in all the way to the end, regardless of their placing in the actual heat. You can see a back profile there, the Cork Boat Club crew. So these are young scullers, kind of learning the racing this year. Very well attended event, the small boats. And actually, as they come to the enclosure, you can see way out in front is that crew from Muckross, who have an absolute, what can be just about, only be described as an absolute commanding lead over the rest of the fleet. They're 10, 20 lengths in front. So would be expecting to see this crew in the final, but then again, it all comes down to the times. So Muckross coming to the line now, just about to cross, and the pack follow down behind. And then just coming in second place in this time trial is the Cork crew, who are about 5-6 lengths up from the crews from Enniskillen, Commercial and Sligo. So Enniskillen have now pulled up, their length up on Commercial, but this Commercial crew really putting the work in all the way to the end. They're actually closing that gap, that lead that Enniskillen had gained over them. Commercial have now gained back. They're about to pull up level with that crew. So Cork coming up to the line now with about 5 to 10 strokes to go. And then these Enniskillen and Commercial crews really fighting it out. And this head-to-head racing, if they get through to the final, will, show to them if they face this again, if they get through to the final. So we've got Commercial now pulling up a canvas over the Enniskillen crew, coming up to the line. And it looks like it's Commercial and Enniskillen, but we'll wait. And then we've got Sligo coming to the line. And we'll move over to you, Alan, for your part.
Thanks, Leah. Well, the men's Club 2 4 are off the start. They are hammering down the field, and it's UCC, Commercial, UCD, Skibbereen, University of Galway and Neptune. Now, my only worry is that they could actually catch the women's junior 16 double that's currently on the course. But as I look across here, showing early is the crew of Commercial on the far side. They have about 3/4 of a length over the field now at this stage. A big start from them. And some problems there for the Skibbereen crew. I think they caught a crab or something came loose, and they are right out the back at this stage, and they've given themselves an awful lot to do, but still out in front the commercial crew holding that lead over UCD, over UCC, with Galway Neptune on the enclosure side, and off the back there, and needs to get back into it is this Skibbereen crew. We are pushing through 500 metres now, and it's a very strong looking commercial crew that have clear water now over the field at 500 metres. The boat here at the minute struggling to keep up with these boys as they are moving through the field, and I would say Neptune are on a bit of a comeback there, charging down on UCD for that second place. Right beside now University of Galway, as the Galway three-man looks over and sees the Neptune boys encroaching back on them. The Skibbereen have coming right back into this. They're gonna, the amount of, they've made about 3 lengths back in probably 200 metres and are in the mix now for that second spot, but they'll be kicking themselves at whatever happened. The sun is coming out now, and it's beautiful conditions here. UCC still off the back now at this stage, but they have Commercial probably have about 4 or 5 lengths over UCC, but in the mix in the middle of those are UCD, Skibbereen, Galway and Neptune for that second spot. Commercial out of the blocks like rockets there, and they are still holding that lead. They have a lead of 2 lengths over second place, but barely just second place UCD. We are trying to get my gauge here. We're about 800 metres in. Commercial are well up in the field, and they're actually sticking another half length into UCD. UCD, Skibbereen, Neptune and Galway are fighting it out. It's flat across the board there, and that's for that second spot. UCC further out the back now. They're kind of out of it at this stage. UCD are making a reaction now, pushing early for the 1,000 metres. Their Cox has called it, and they have dug half a length out of Skibbereen, but Skibbereen have come right back into it now. Bit messy, bit wavy coming through the middle of the course here. Commercial handling that very well. Hasn't slowed them down at all. Drive and push away. Get the power, get the length, get the speed, and Commercial are dominating this field. They have not let up from the very off. UCD have really fought back into it, and Skibbereen, whatever happened at that early time, it has really cost them, because they could be right up with Commercial only for that mistake that happened early. Further on back to University of Galway, further on back, slightly back to Neptune on the enclosure side, and a good bit back to UCC. We have to avoid washing out the race here, unfortunately. We can't stay up with the leaders, but Commercial are dominating this one and have done from the start. They hit the bit of a headland as you look out here as they approach the probably about 700 to go. UCD haven't let them go. Skibbereen really driving that rate. I'd say that mistake very early on has really bolstered them to get back into it, but what might have been back to University of Galway, back to Neptune, and we're right beside 6th place now, UCC. But in control and dominating this race from the very start is the Commercial crew. They're going to come into focus a bit better now. We might have to drop off because we don't want to wash out this UCC crew that's right beside us here. But as they hit the 500 metre mark, well in control and have clear water, it's Commercial over UCD, over that Skibbereen crew who had that misfortune early on in the race, over University of Galway, Neptune and back to UCC. Driving away from us now with 500 to go, it's the Commercial crew. I'm not sure if you can pick it up in the tower yet. We just can't get any closer. We're going to spin back for the men's junior pair, but dominating this race from the start has been Commercial. Will they hold on to the finish?
And there are 2 races on the enclosure. The final time trial for the women's J16 double would have just came across the line there, and those results will be posted presently. But all our attention is on this race coming down on the course now. We can see them coming up to the enclosure. It is the final of the men's coxed Club 4, and it's Commercial out in front who have got clear water, and they are charging down this course. You can see it. They've almost gone for their sprint early. They've got this confidence. The women's Club 4 from Commercial won this morning. Could the men's Club 4 also win? What a momentous occasion that would be for the Club of Commercial. And this Club Commercial 4 are extending their lead. They're now 2 to 3 lengths up on UCD. This is their race to lose. With the tailwind, they've got the wind in their sails, and they can just enjoy this now, knowing that in the next 20 strokes they are going to cross the line as the champions of Ireland to join their women's colleagues from the club. And it's UCD second place, followed by Skib in third. But it's all about this Commercial 4 with a commanding lead in front as they approach the line now in the next couple of strokes. And what a win, what a morning for Commercial. UCD in second, Skibbereen third. And we'll wait for the official results as they come up on screen now. And we'll hand over to Alan now as he follows the men's junior 18 pairs.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, we're just on the way back down. Our first glimpse of white caps on the waves doesn't bode too well, although it is a tailwind, so it's moving these boats along very nicely. So, men's junior 18 pair, this is a big one. Final, Castleconnell, Skibbereen, Clostignod, Clonmel, Presentation College, and Neptune on the enclosure side. And I saw these guys in the heat, and definitely a few top-class rowers. Presentation off the back at the minute now. I was very impressed with those in the first heat. If anything, Skibbereen are holding this and holding, I would say, clear water. Now, we are at 900 metres gone, and it is Skibbereen out in front, and they have clear water over Clonmel, over Presentation, over Clostignod, over Castleconnell, Neptune some way off the back, but these boys are dealing with these very well. Little further hands down on the way to clear the white caps, but Skibbereen out in front on this one now. I was expecting big things from Clonmel in Presentation now. Clostignod as well, they are holding second, third and fourth, a little further back to Castleconnell and further back again to Neptune, who are a little off the pace at this stage, but Skibbereen seem to be in control of this one. As they're moving down the river, or sorry, down the lake, conditions are a lot worse than going with the flow. Skibbereen well in control of this one now at this stage. Clonmel moving very strong, steady rate. Umpire getting involved there, doing a bit of steering, so a little bit of variation there from Clostignod. I think we're moving out of their lane, but Clostignod holding that third. Castleconnell now right beside us here in lane 1, throwing up a lot of wash, but they are pushing back into it. But Skibbereen out in front, have been out in front, and look like they're staying out in front. They've got clear water, and a nice bit of clear water now over the Clonmel crew in second place. And I go look back, and it's Presentation and it's Clostignod, and then some very difficult conditions now from the Castleconnell crew. A little bit of slapping of the waves. Skibbereen seem to be handling these conditions very, very well. Hands down and away, a lot of clearance, both sitting up very nicely even in these slightly rough conditions. Clonmel look like a bigger crew, but they are powering through the water very well. It's hard to see, to be honest, it's hard to see Skibbereen being beaten in this one. They are moving so well, moving that boat so well against these conditions. Back to Clonmel again, who have clear water over the real battle for third place. Presentation, Clostignod and Castleconnell battling it out there. Further on back there to Neptune. But as we approach the 500 metre mark, this could be another one for on the nose for Skibbereen, because they are dominant in this one. Clonmel, valiant fighters, they have put distance between themselves in the field, but just can't reel in Skibbereen for love nor money. It's flat across the board for third place. Presentation, Castleconnell and Clostignod have a great battle for that third spot, but way out in front, clear water over Clonmel, clear water again over the field. It's Skibbereen as they push towards about 400 to go. all bar the shouting is done. Men's junior pairs, junior 18 pairs are going to see Skibbereen dominate home, and it's well deserved. Absolutely fantastic rowing here. Clonmel in second place. Look back, it's little or nothing between Presentation and Clostignaud, and slightly back then to Castle Connell, further back to Neptune, and I'll let you take it home from the tower.
So as we approach the last 250 metres in these conditions now, tricky to say the least, as Skibbereen stretch out the dark boat there right in front. They've got a couple of lengths on Clonmel. Clonmel will have to work really desperately hard to come back, but at this point it's Skibbereen right out in front there. Junior 18 coxed pairs, Championship of Ireland, from Clonmel in second position. And as Alan was saying, there's a right fight on for third there. The Jez Clostignaud possibly in third position. But we're watching Skibbereen. Not only can they scull well, they can sweep row well. And look at this now. New kids on the block, charging down here as they take the rate up. They're out to 4-5 lengths. This is really good stuff. Skibbereen from West Cork, leading the way from Clonmel in County Tipperary, about 5 lengths. And then there's medals up for grabs for bronze. Clostignaud look like they're going to take that third outright position, but up towards the line, it's Skibbereen winning the Men's Junior 8 Championship of Ireland, junior pairs rather, coxless pairs, and congratulations to them. Brilliant. So we have a lot of happy fans down there shouting and roaring, and it's great to see at this hour of the morning. We've gone 3 hours into this regatta, would you believe, and it's not even 9:30. So we're moving along swiftly here now as these races come down fast and furiously towards us. As I look here now, we're moving on there as Skibbereen take that championship ballot. We're going to go into the Women's Junior 18 doubles time trials.
Yeah, Jerry, so we're stuck down here, race 2:30 now. We're on our way back. Clonmel, Muckers, Tralee, Clonmel B, New Ross and Skibbereen in this one now. We are floating around the 1,000-metre mark and they're just about to come into view. So again, could be a good spread in the field here, but difficult conditions for sculling at the minute. Certainly, as I said before, the little bit of wind is causing some difficulty. We saw it there, especially for Clonmel. Lane 1 now posing a few difficulties, maybe a little trickier in lane 1 than the rest of the course. We saw Castle Connell lads struggling a bit on that in the last race, but as they come towards us now, it is in lane 2, Muckers A, and I see Skibbereen B on the far side. They're the two dominating this one. As I said, time trial, so top times go into the final, but two out in front at the minute now as they pass the 1,000-metre mark. It's the Skibbereen crew and the Skibbereen and Muckers, excuse me, yes, Muckers A. Muckers A have about a length over Skibbereen, but they have quite a distance to the field. Clonmel in third place. Looking back there, we see Tralee and New Ross, and I don't see the other crews now. I don't see, I see this as a 5-boat race. I think what I've done there, one of the crews is missing, all right, but out in front we have certainly Muckers and Skibbereen at this stage now, and they're moving very well at this stage. As we turn around now, winds seem to have dropped a little. Difficult to gauge unless you're out there in a boat only a few feet off the water, but right beside us now is the Clonmel A crew, and they're moving very, very well. Very neat scullers. They're holding third position, and it's further on back there to New Ross and the Tralee crew. But well out in front now is the Muckers and Skibbereen guys. Now we have to kind of tail off just to avoid washing anybody out, because there's a good spread in the field here. But as they move away from us and towards the 1,500-metre mark, it's that Muckers and Skibbereen crew who are moving very well, very tidy scullers, and they should put in some fast times. Will it be enough to see them through to the final? Race number 250, only time will tell. So moving away from us now, Muckers and Skibbereen out in front in this first heat of the women's Junior 18 double sculls.
And coming into the enclosure now is the first time trial for the women's double scull. And it is the Muckross crew in lead and Skipperine crew following on from them, as has been from the beginning. And we really can see the conditions are becoming more challenging. We can see it on our screens and out as we look over the lake. We can feel it on our faces. So it really is for crews who can, get a really clean finish and clean rowing will really stand to them. But just coming across the line now is that Muckross crew, followed by Skibbereen. And then over on the far side from the enclosure is Clonmel. And New Ross and Enniskillen just coming into the last 150 metre stretch now as they come towards the enclosure.
So here we are, race 231, Methodist at Lone, Lee, Cappaquincy to be missing, CRCC and Offaly from this heat, and the ones out in front are at the moment CRCC looking well, at Lone and Lee, Methodist College in third place there. There's some spread in the field here, so we have to be a bit careful as to where we go, but some nice, very nice sculling here from these junior 18s. We're right beside the Methodist College crew now, who are playing a bit of catch up to Lee B, who are out in front there, and the Offaly crew rowing very, very well. So Offaly and Lee are holding the lead out there. I see the Offaly crew struggling a bit now with those waves, a bit of splashing going on. The Lee crew, whether it's lane technique, don't seem to be having the same hassle. Neither do the Methodist College crew now, who are right beside us. Some distance back then to Athlone and CRCC. This field has really spread out. No sign of Cappaquin. I'm not sure if they were arrived at the start, but out in front at the moment, and out in front from when we picked this race up with the Offaly A crew and the Lee B crew, chased down by the Methodist College. So as I said, field well spread out. So as you get closer to the finish, conditions seem to be a little neater, a little nicer, a little tidier. Wind certainly is tailwind, making rowing a little more pleasant, but as I said, through the middle of the course you definitely do see the white caps, and making rowing, especially for these lighter folks in the boat for sculling, a little more tricky, a little more difficult. So moving away from us now, and they're probably inside the last 300. It's the Lee B and Offaly, closely chased down by Methodist College. Further on back to CRCC and Athlone, these 5 boats heading towards the finish.
Yes, as the junior 18 doubles time trials continue, this is the second one now, and coming in, the Lee B crew leading the way here. Big strong tailwind, but they've probably got about 250 meters to go as they push on towards the line now. All these crews desperately looking for a fast time to make the final later on today. So that's Offaly on the near side now. Looks like they're out in front as they push on down, and this strong tailwind giving them a fast time indeed. Lee B there in the middle, in second position, as they come on towards the line with that lone over there on the far station. They're the 1, 2, 3. Cappaquin, I'm not sure if that's Athlone or Cappaquin. Apologies there now if I got that one wrong, but it's definitely the Offaly crew taking that win in that time trial. So we'll now go back up again. These Junior 18 doubles time trials coming fast. Alan, have you an update in the next one?
I think they didn't give us enough horsepower, Jerry, for to chase down this lake on the commentary launch. I have a lot of envy looking at some of the Ferraris, the umpires' Ferraris flying past us there at the moment. So we're on our way down. We're just approaching the 1,000-meter mark, and the next heat are approaching. We'll pick this up as soon as we can. But just around the middle of the course here now, the little bit windier. I think it's much tidier towards the end of the course. So there was a little bit of slapping of waves now for that these guys had to deal with as they pushed through the 1,000-meter mark. So definitely a little windier now, noticeably picked up in the last 30 minutes.
I can have your attention, please. Just an announcement with regard to the men's senior pair. This is now a straight final at the final time of 11:30 a.m. The men's senior pair, race 256, is a straight final at the final time. Thank you.
No, so we go back up to Alan live. Apologies there for coming in on top of you there, Alan. Over to you.
Thanks, Jerry. No problem. Well, these guys are girls, are just about to hammer past us here at the 1,000-meter, and again a long, big spread in relation to the field here. Lee A, who are holding that lane 4 now, have really a dominant position. I just see on the far side Cork there having a big struggle with the waves, but it's Cork Commercial, Muckross, New Ross, Sligo then off the back. But again, a big spread in the field here. But this crew from Lee, who I'm not sure if they're the same ones in the Junior 16, but these guys are moving very well, very strongly, and they have a distance over the Cork crew, who had that bit of a wobble. We have to hold back a bit now. The Muckross crew, Muckross B crew, coming straight towards us. Hopefully they'll correct now in a minute, dealing with some difficult waves at the minute, but they're still holding on to that second place. But miles ahead and well in control of this is this Lee A crew in lane 4. Difficult to say if there's any preferential conditions for any lanes. I've seen people have difficulty in all lanes at the minute with this wind picking up a bit. Muckross certainly seem to be having a bit of a difficult time beside us in lane 1, but they're still holding that position. I see the bow of the Cork girl over there in lane 6, just checking out the positioning there of lane 2. Looking back, I can see Commercial holding that 4th position. Then it's further on back to New Ross, and then further back again to Sligo, but miles out in front now. And in fact, it's tough to see them at this stage. Is that crew from Lee? It's impossible to think they wouldn't be putting in a time that'll see them through to the final. Very strong rowing. Big battle here between Muckross and Cork for that second spot. Commercial, New Ross, and then back to the Sligo crew. So really strong rowing from that Lee crew as they push away. Now they probably have, I would say, it could be 50 meters on second place, which is Cork, who are out on the enclosure side, Muckross on the very far side. But Muckross now about to get swamped by New Ross. New Ross closing that gap on them, as well as Commercial driving up. New Ross there, as I said, that as they appear to up the rate, they seem to struggle there with conditions, a rogue wave, and I see splashing all over the place from the Cork crew in that second spot on the enclosure side. Well inside the last 500 now, probably with about 300 to go, is that crew, that Lee A crew, and they are dominating this race. Hard not to see them in the final. Really look forward to someone putting it up to them. But battle for that second place, it really is really closing down. Muckross, Cork, Commercial and New Ross all in the mix for that second spot. Cork really struggling with the conditions there at the moment in lane 6. Well out in front, and probably well within view now is that Lee A crew in lane number 4, and I'll let you call this one home.
And you can see them now approaching the course very clearly, the bright red colours of Lee in the lead. And contention for second place as there still is a pack further down the line. But it's looking like that crew from Muckross might have the second place position. But Cork still in the mix, battling it out. And you can see the Blue Blades of Commercial fighting. So all crews really battling it out to get down to this line. But it is absolutely dominated by this crew from Lee. And Muckross now looking like they've taken the second place position, with Cork pushing up out in front over the New Ross crew on the far side from the enclosure. So it's Lee number 1, looking like it's going to be Muckross number 2 at this point. Cork now pulling up in front, taking a nice push there, getting a really lovely run on that boat into third place, and they've actually pulled up on that crew on the far side, and it looks like Cork could actually take the second place in this time trial. And from here it looks like their nose is just in front. So that was a very, very strong finish from that Cork Boat Club crew. So if they make it through to the final, that'll be one to watch out for at the finish. And then we've got Muckross followed by what's Cork and Commercial coming in next, or New Ross. And we'll hand over to you, Alan, for the next time trial.
So we're just here with about 900 to go, and it is Lee Valley who are dominating this one. Shannon A crew trying to stay with them, but then it is a big distance back to the other crews. Commercial in the mix there for third spot. New Ross kind of slightly out the back. St. Michael's also battling with Commercial there for that third spot, but well in control now. This Lee Valley crew, as they pass us here at 1100, gone 900 left, and they are in lane 3, and they're using this conditions to their absolute benefit there. Real strong lean back, using that tailwind. The Shannon crew, difference in styles on these guys, but both as efficient. Commercial passing us now just in third spot. We mightn't be able to follow this too far because of the spread in the field, but St. Michael's, and then further back to the Shannon B crew, and back again then to New Ross C, but well out in control and out in front. This Lee Valley crew, I would say they've got about 6-7 lengths over the Shannon A crew, and as I said, stark contrast in styles. Long lean back from the Lee Valley crew, well used, of course, these rowing in all conditions on Inishgara, but so fluid. Oh, so much clearance on the water. Delight to watch. Shannon A crew, definitely a different style, but they are trying to stay in the mix, but struggling a little with the conditions, a little with the balance. As I said, it is a joy to watch this Lee Valley crew as they approach the last 500. Further back then to Commercial, who are right beside us here, and they're dealing quite well with the conditions in lane 1. They're in the mix with St. Michael's there for that third spot. New Ross, Shannon B, and just see further back. Yes, those crews kind of out the gate at this stage, unfortunately, but it's all about that Lee Valley crew. They're well inside 500 to go now, and just pushing away. As I said, it's impossible to see that they won't make the final. Glorious rowing from them. That Shannon A crew now holding the second place over the Commercial crew, over St. Michael's, with New Ross and Shannon B just fighting it out there very tight for that 5th and 6th position. But moving away towards you and probably inside the last 300 now. Lee Valley, a joy to watch them control these conditions and dominate over them and dominate over the field. We'll hand it to you for the closing stages in the tower.
So the second last of the time trials, women's junior 18 doubles, coming into view now, and we have the 6 crews coming all down the course in this at the moment, coming up towards us. So is Lee Valley now leading the way home here by a considerable number of lengths, and again, looking for the fastest of the 6 fastest times to make the grand final later on. So on the way home then, Lee Valley, that's something happened there now, and they haven't crossed the line. Hopefully the girl in the stroke seat will get them over. That's interesting. So, just as well they're so far in front, they'll make it over the line. So that'll be one to talk about later on when they come in. Give them a big round of applause there now, that's for sure. Well done to them. So coming up second position, we got the crew from New Ross, followed by Commercial. And so these girls are all charging down now, looking for that time. So that was interesting indeed. So we've got one more race left in the women's junior 18 doubles. Time trials, Alan?
Thanks, Jerry. We're just here in actually the surprisingly nice conditions in the middle of the field. At just, I'd say, parked around 900 meters. Nice little tailwind now coming in. So actually very, very nice. Surprising how it's changed in the last couple of minutes again. So the last heat of the women's junior pair, or excuse me, junior double coming towards us. Ban, Shannon, Offaly, CRCC, Skibbereen and Tralee. They're at about just coming into view now. Difficult to tell who has any edge at this stage, but I'll do my best now from this vantage point. Obviously we don't want to get too close to wash them out. Actually, I can see on the enclosure side Skibbereen A have a few lengths over the field at this stage. Now we'll get a better view as they come towards us. We're sitting around, floating around the 750 mark at the minute, but Skibbereen A, I see the blue there of Shannon also in the mix. So those two crews seem to be out in front now, with Ban in the mix as well, on kind of beside us here on the far side as you look at it from the enclosure. So I'd say those three boats are the key drivers here in this one. CRCC a little off the back. I'm just looking for Offaly. I don't see the Offaly B boat, and then Tralee on the enclosure side, little off the pace, but certainly out in front at the minute now as they pass us at 750. It's a Skibbereen boat, and they're moving beautifully and handling these nice conditions in the middle of the park very, very well. They have 5-6 lengths of clear water over the Shannon crew, over the Ban crew. So, and then it's further back to Tralee and further back again to CRCC. No sign of Offaly, as I said, in this one. But as they get the best part of 1,000 metres in, Skibbereen, as they charge towards it. Real battle here for second place. Shannon and Ban knocking lumps out of each other in this battle for second place, but well out in front now in lane 5 are Skibbereen, and they're handling this really, really well. Moving through the middle of the course, actually that wind has died down completely. Beautiful, beautiful rowing by that Skibbereen crew. They're through 1,000 metres. The Shannon C crew now are through 1,000 metres, and they have about a length and a half, and the Ban crew are just right beside us, further back to Tralee, further back to CRCC. Skibbereen well in control of this at the moment. The Shannon crew looking very nice now in that second spot. The bow of the Shannon crew just checking out that Ban crew now. They have a length and a half over them, and they're all moving very nicely. In the middle of the park there, Skibbereen well in control, tiring a little. You can see a little bit of labour, not as fluid as they were at the in the first 1,000 metres, but big effort and big strong finish there from the bow in the Skibbereen boat. Still well in control. Obviously everything is up against the clock now for that place, those 6 spots in the final. Shannon more so steady and holding off Ban at this stage. I'd say they're going to have to make a move if they want to eke that few seconds out that's going to see them into that final. But the Skibbereen crew moving very, very well, and actually conditions completely changed now from what they were 10 or 15 minutes ago. Really, really nice in the middle of the park here. Good flat rowing with a nice little bit of tailwind to speed things along. Skibbereen, as they move away from us now, Skibbereen approaching, I'd say, with about 600 to go. Still out in front, still well in control, still strong finishes, moving really well together now. They have miles of clear water over the Shannon crew and the band crew, who are really going to have to put the hammer down to eke out a few more seconds to see them into the final. Skibbereen now inside the last 500. Shannon visibly moving up the rate. They're obviously pushing for that last few seconds and just to squeeze out a bit of distance from that band crew in third place. Further back then we look at Tralee and CRCC, well off the pace here at this stage, but the Skibbereen crew in lane 3, I would say now with about 450 or 400 to go, storming to the finish. Interesting to see how their time will stack up against the previous heats. Back to Shannon then in lane 2 and Ban. Those two have been knocking lumps out of each other in the first 1250, where Shannon then took control and stuck about a length and a half into that Ban crew. But as they move towards the finish here, it's Skibbereen all the way. They're going to see a decent time now. Will it be enough to get them into the final? They have rode strong and powerful through the middle of the course, and they're going to hold on. Shannon have definitely upped the rate, eke out a few more seconds. Ban in third place. Further back then we see Tralee and CRCC, so we'll leave it to the tower to call it home.
And it's been all about Skibbereen up until now. They've got this in the bag in terms of the competition in the heat, but is it enough to get them through in a time for the final? Generally, this club is a very dangerous club to go up against in a sculling event. Very successful. And it's that Shandon crew still in second, so not much change. It's been the same from the beginning. The Skibbereen crew have been out in front, with the Shannon crew coming in second, followed by Ban. So these crews are the kind of shining examples in this particular time trial heat, and they're all moving into their sprint now to the line. Skibbereen really going for it, stretching that lead that they've had the whole way. Shannon trying to get in front, just extending their lead over Ban. So these crews showing the kind of best both speed in the sprint part of the race, and Skibbereen coming up to the line now in the next couple of strokes. Shannon about 10 strokes to go, followed by Ban, and then further down the line, coming into the last 20 strokes to the line, is the crews from Tralee and Closhton a Curva. So we'll just wait for the official results and times from that final heat of the men's junior 18 double. And we're now on to the men's junior 18 quad time trials. Over to you, Alan.
Thanks, Leah. So this heat will see Clonmel, Galway Methodist College, Clonmel A and Lee battle it out for the fastest time. Again, these quads steered by the foot, by one of the bow or the two-man. Well, varies depending on the boats, but they're coming towards us here. We're sitting at 1,000 meters. These both notoriously fast, especially these fearless junior 18s. Don't know when to stop. We'll get a gauge on how this one is playing out now. They're at about 900, we're at 1,000 meters, so we'll get an idea of where things are. Methodist College in lane 4 look like they have a bit of a lead over the field, but it is pretty tight now. The only ones kind of being squeezed out of it now in lane 2 would be Clonmel B. The other 4 crews kind of battling it out. Let me have a look. Galway slightly off the back there as well. I would say 3 in the mix. Lee, Clonmel A and Methodist College are the ones as they pass us here at 1,000 meters. If anything, Lee have a length, maybe 3/4 of a length over Methodist College, over Clonmel, but those 3 are overlapping. Galway further back and Clonmel B then further back again. These guys, again, quite an active umpire when it comes to these coxed boats. I see the flag being waved a few times. We're just making sure we don't wash out the Clonmel B crew here, who are beside us in lane 2. But in the mix, and pushing each other on for the best times. We have Lee holding half a length over Methodist College, holding half a length over Clonmel A. So those guys are going to be knocking lumps out of each other all the way to the finish, driving each other on, and they are separating themselves from the field, which is further back to Galway, further back to Clonmel B on the far side as you look at it there from the enclosure. So it's Lee on the enclosure side in lane 6, still holding that lead and battling it out with Methodist College. Again, umpire very active there on the loudspeaker, trying to keep these guys in their lanes. We're just, as I said, we're just making sure we don't wash out the Clonmel crew, so we're a bit behind the action here, unfortunately. But Lee are really hammering this one home, but Methodist College and Clonmel A will not let them go. They are overlapping still. Now, if one of these guys puts a drive in the last 500, again, these guys could lose the head, forget about a time trial and just empty the tank in a race for the line. You got to play it smart, but you could be edged out by a second and see your place in the final go to someone else. But Lee still holding that. If anything, Methodist College are squeezing back in on them now. Clonmel A still in the mix, but all those boats overlapping. Lee have held this lead all the way from they passed us at about the 900-meter mark. Methodist College have not let them go, and neither have Clonmel. So these three will probably benefit from driving each other towards the finish. We're going to slow it up here now and tail off and let you guys take it home for the finish. But it is Lee from Methodist College from Clonmel. Real big action here in the first heat in the time trial of the men's junior 18 quads.
Yes, 20 crews entered in this event. Time trials to make the top 6 in the grand final later on. So fierce competition in this event always. And as Lee now on the near side in the red, black hoops, pushing along, trying to win this. And this will be great for all these 3 crews out in front now. They'll be pushing each other to the limit to get the fastest times. You've got Clonmel in the middle of them there, but Methody in second. Lee leading from Methody from Clonmel. So they're the first 3 crews. Quads, always a big, fast game. And it's such a tricky boat to row. Somebody steering it, but Lee doing a very good job here now. They've upped the rate right to the maximum. They're on the edge. They're falling over. They're taking it home here now as Methody push into second now by about a third of a length from Clonmel. So if that was a final, that would be a brilliant race, but it's a time trial to make the final as Lee take it home from Methody from Clonmel. They're the first 3 home from the second Methody crew and Galway.
Do you know what? That makes
So these races will be coming fast and furiously towards you. We'll be picking up the second of the time trials now very shortly. Actually, I'm surprised they're not coming down already, but we'll see them coming shortly. That's the second time trial, and that'll be the lineup in that one will be lane 1 Ban A crew, in lane 2 Muckross A crew, in lane 3 will be Greg Namana, in lane 4 will be Ed Lunkard, lane 5 Athlone A, and lane 6 on the near side will be empty. So that's the next lineup. They're on the start, and they'll be coming very shortly now towards you. And they've actually started, so they're on the way down, yes. And what we'll do is we'll pick up Alan now very shortly. Alan, are you back up for time trial 2, men's junior coxed quads?
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, we're sitting at the 1,000 metres again, and we're going to see Ban Muckross, Greg Namana at Lunkard and at Lone coming towards us now. They're at 900 metres and out in front, and look comfortable now, not as tight as the previous one. We have Muckross A in lane 2 well in control of this. Put up against them now. We'll see as I look across there at Lone will be carrying second place, but there's a bit of a distance there, and then just further back to at Lunkard, at Lunkard, Ban and Greg Namana. So feels a bit more spread out than the excitement of the last finish there as they pass us here 1,000 metres. Muckross A in control of this one, Big spread, and the bigger spread in the field now, much bigger spread in the field than the last one. They've got about 5 lengths over Athlone, over let me see, at Lunkard and Ban are fighting it out there for that 3rd spot. So it's a much further spread out field, and due to that, I think we mightn't even be able to follow much of this, unfortunately. There's a bit of trouble there for the Greg Namana squad. They are having a little bit of, in fact, they've just stopped rowing. So they're back in action now. I think they had a little bit of trouble with a crab there, but the Greg Namana crew back up and running now, but holding that 5th place. At Lunkard, 4th, Ban 3rd, and then further on up the field, if we will just try and squeeze up a little, get a better view. We have Athlone A, but well out in front now is the Muckross A crew. So they are well in control of this race. But again, it's all down to time. So big spread in the field here, not the excitement of the last finish, but Muckross well in control of this over Athlone, over Ban in 3rd. Bit of a challenge there from between Ban and Atlunkard now. We'll battle it out there for that 3rd spot, but again, it's all against the clock. Muckross A, as they move away from us towards the last 500 metres, we're back here with the other crew of Greg Namana, just to not to wash them out, but the Muckross A crew will move away from us now into view of the guys in the stands. Well in control of this heat, with Athlone A and Ban chasing them up, at Lunkard on top of those, and further back then to Greg Namana.
Thanks there, Alan. And it is Muckross well out in front. You can see their canary yellow as they come to the enclosure, very confidently in front. But of course, they cannot take their foot off the gas, because this is a time trial. So coming into 2nd place, you can see looking like Ban, but it is still a bit of a battle between 2nd and 3rd in this time trial. But Muckross with an absolute commanding lead with about 15-20 strokes to go. It's looking like 2nd place for Ban, but not secured because this Athlone crew is pushing up on them going into their sprint, and it looks like they've gotten that increased boat speed. It's helping them. They're looking like they're pulling up on that Ban crew who haven't quite responded in time. So, and we've a problem in the front with the Muckross crew, who've been in the lead all the way, and they are desperately trying to get going, to drift towards the line again. And unfortunate, this will impact their time into the final, but they're going again. They're about to cross the line. They were in front, and it's that sprint finish from Athlone got them in front of the Ban crew, who didn't quite respond in time, coming to the line now. So there's a bit of a separation there in the end between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. So that's 1, 2 and 3 for Muckross, Athlone and Ban. And then we've got our next crews coming to the line now. And as we wait for the official results to come up on screen, we'll hand over to you, Alan, for the next heat.
Thanks, Leah. Yes, Castle Connell B seem to be well in control of this one, with a little battle brewing now with Lee Valley. So the two of those are well in control. Again, this field is hugely spread out. Cloche d'Ignod I see there with St. Michael's and New Ross. So don't know if we're actually going to get to follow this at all with the spread in the field. Obviously, we want it to be as fair as possible to everybody. So we're at the 1,000-metre mark, and as they go through there, it's Lee Valley and Castle Connell. Kind of, I suppose, Castle Connell probably have about a length and a half over Lee Valley, and they have a distance over Cloche d'Ignod, St. Michael's, and let me just see New Ross then further back. St. Michael's right beside us. Unfortunately, have caught a crab there, and they are getting back into action now. I think that was mainly down to looking across to see where their opposition, Coxed were. I think that might have been the main reason for that. Well out in front and heading with about 700 to go. You've got the two squads of Castleconnell and Lee Valley, so they're going to put in a decent time. Further on back then, we have the New Ross squad. Now we just have to be mindful of washing them out, but big spread in the field here. But Castleconnell and Lee Valley very dominant in this. Two very good crews dealing with actually very nice conditions now in the middle of the park, dealing with them very well, using that tailwind to push themselves through. St. Michael's trying to get a bit of an edge back up on Closh now. The St. Michael's bowman looking across, gauging where he is in that battle for that third spot, but again every second counts. I can just see the Castleconnell have a Castleconnell B crew out on the far side from the enclosure. They've gone through the last 500, holding that line very, very well. Very good steering on that. And the Lee Valley crew then a bit closer to the enclosure in the darker colours now, as you'll see them a few lengths down, but will their time be enough to see them in the top 6 for the final later on today? That's the question. We'll just tail off a bit here now because we're just up at the 500 to go. The Castleconnell B crew should be well in view now at the minute as they head towards the finish.
We got the second last time trial of the Junior 18s quads now coming up as Castleconnell lead the way home here by about 3 to 4 lengths from the Lee Valley crew on the inside. Big gap, as Alan said, between all these crews. There must be 300 meters between them at least, between first and last. So Castleconnell looking very impressive indeed. We'll watch out for them now if they make the grand final later on. Looking good indeed from the crew on the inside, the Lee Valley crew. The Jazz in third, the Closh Ignoid, but considerably back. So it's up front, Castleconnell over the line, looking very good indeed, winning that time trial. We've got one more to go after this. So as the rest of these quads push towards the line, looking for their time. All the coaches will be running around now looking to see if their crews made it to the grand final, top 6. It's a tall order, 20 entries, 6 boats will make the final. And we'll just have to wait for all the times to come in, and then they'll know soon enough. So we've got intermediate sculls next, and I'll come back to you there shortly. Apologies there, we've got one more quad race to go, Junior 18 quads, and the lineup is as follows. We've got I'll just come 1 second.
So coming into view in the enclosure now is the final time trial for the men's junior 18 quad. So in lane 1 is Muckross B, lane 2 Castleconnell A, lane 3 Ban B, lane 4, Athlone B, and lane 5, St. Michael's. And as they come into the enclosure, we can see the crews in view that are taking the lead in this particular time trial are Castleconnell in lane 2 and St. Michael's in lane 5, and they're battling it out now into the last 200 or 150 metre sprint into the finish, and it's looking like it's St. Michael's that are taking it. They've now pulled up their half a length on that Castleconnell crew and extending, coming up now into a length as they quickly move into clear water. So it'll be, in this particular time trial, a victory for the St. Michael's crew. And Castleconnell still driving it along, coming into the second position across the line for this heat. And further down the back, about 5-6 lengths down from that, we have the crew in lane 1 from Muckross B, who are quite a bit further ahead from the crews, more at the back of the field. So we can see Athlone and Ban coming into view now. They've got the last 10 to 20 strokes each to go. So as the remaining crews come to the finish line, we'll wait for the official results to come up on the screen. And we'll hand over to you, Alan, for the men's inter-single.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, we're here just at beyond the 500 metre mark now, and we have seen O'Connor from Castleconnell really dominate from the start here. But coming back into it now as we push towards the middle of the course is Bryce from Queen's University Belfast. And it's really come back into it now because O'Connor from Castleconnell had such a lead at the start now. I thought he had so much clear water, but as we approach the 1,000 metre mark, Bryce has come right back into it. Again, time trial format on this, and I'll give you the rundown. It's Bryce from Queen's University Belfast, Moylan from New Ross beside him in lane 2, O'Sullivan from Lee, O'Brien from Skibbereen, Keating from Neptune, and O'Connor, who is out in front of Castleconnell on the enclosure side. So as I look across there, I can see through the 1,000 metre mark, it was O'Connor first, Bryce second from Queen's University. Further back then, we've got the Lee Sculler O'Sullivan, and beside him is Moylan from New Ross, with the Skibbereen, O'Brien and Keating from Neptune slightly off the back. So big spread now in the field as we look forward to what kind of times these guys can throw out for the final, as I take one of the resident spiders out of my hair from the launch here and get back focused on the race. So O'Connor from Castleconnell on the enclosure side, still holding that lead over Bryce from Queen's, who's rowing very, very well. But as I said before, lovely conditions through the middle of the course here. Absolutely fantastic at the minute. O'Sullivan from Lee and New Ross Moylan, they are battling it out for that third spot. Further back, good distance back now at this stage to Keating from Neptune and O'Brien from Skibbereen. So I would say it's really clocking a good time now on this one is O'Connor from Castleconnell. They are charging now with about 600, 650 to go. You've still got Bryce holding that second place and knocking lumps out of each other for that third spot. You have O'Sullivan from Lee and Moylan from New Ross. Neither of those letting each other out of their sights, so those guys are matching each other, going toe to toe. In control the whole way, O'Connor from Castleconnell. Bryce is putting in a bit of a drive here now, as I see in lane 1 on the far side. He's checking over his left shoulder to see where O'Connor is from Castleconnell. As I said, you can every second counts in these, but you always want to beat the guy beside you. You always want to cross the line first, and that looks like it's going to be O'Connor from Castleconnell because he's inside the last 500 metres and he has upped the rate. I can see big, powerful strokes now driving that boat along. Bryce from Queen's, again looking over to see where that Castleconnell sculler is, and he's had a little wobble and he's had another little wobble, and this thing is going to let New Ross Moylan and O'Sullivan from Lee back into it. If he keeps up that, he is now slightly veering out of his lane as he goes on, which is going to cost him as well, and he tries to correct. So I think getting a little overexcited there was Bryce from Queen's, but O'Connor from Castleconnell is looking strong, and they're well inside the view now of the tower, and I'm going to let you guys call this one home.
Men's intermediate sculls time trial 1, and yes, Alan, in first position in the near station here is the Castleconnell sculler O'Connor leading the way, but Bryce from Queens now pushing on the far side. Again, they're working against the clock, so they will not let up. They've got to go all the way to the line here. Castleconnell O'Connor leading the way here, as I said, and Queens holding on to second position. Then a couple of lengths back to O'Sullivan from Lee, and then the New Ross sculler Moylan. And that's a considerable distance back to the other two scullers. So watching them coming towards the line now. And it's first of 4 time trials. So O'Connor from Castleconnell getting the last out of this, trying to gain another second or two if he can as he pushes to the line. Up becomes taking this time trial 1 from Bryce from Queens. And the Lee sculler doing very strongly indeed. O'Sullivan coming in third. New Ross Moylan in fourth. So fast conditions, fast, intermediate, high standard, really is indeed. So as time trial 1 finishes up there now, we'll head back up the course and pick up time trial 2.
Thanks, Sherry. Just trying to gauge if we have everybody in this race. Sorry, yes, we have one quite a way off the back, but in this race we have Todd from Muckross, Hurley from Commercial, Brennan from Commercial, McCarthy from Workman's, and Gibbon from New Ross. And looking across, it's the 4 Muckross, Commercial, and Workman's, New Ross scullers that are in the mix of this. So these boys battling it out now. We're 1100, and the Workman sculler is well off the back now. That might prevent us a bit in following this. We'll try and give you a bit of an update as they move away from us here at with about 800 to go. Spicy little tailwind now, moving these boats along very, very quickly. The 2 Commercial scullers of Hurley and Brennan and Muckross trying to catch Gibbon from New Ross, but there's literally nothing in it, half a length as they overlap on those 4. McCarthy from Workman's well off the back now at this stage, not dealing with this wind as well as the other ones, but as they move away from us, unfortunately we can't, with the distance in the spread out of the course, we just can't stay with it. But Muckross, Commercial and Commercial, Hurley and Brennan fighting the way to get to catch up on Gibbon from New Ross, but some really nice sculling there as they push towards the finish. Unfortunately, that's as much as we can give. We're going to tip down and see can we get a little more of the next heat as it comes up towards us.
So we can see it on our screens there as you look. Looks like Muckross might still have that lead. Hard to tell from the picture that we've got in front of us, but it is still very much a battle. No one clearly in front. The Commercial scullers still fighting, battling it out. Not letting anything go, still chasing that lead. So the Muckross were working really hard, having a glance over at the Commercial sculler in lane 3 to his left. But that Commercial sculler looks like he's rowing nice and cleanly, doing his best in the conditions as they are at that part of the course. But Muckross pulling in front, looking like he's got clear water over the Commercial sculler, and we can see a bird's eye view there. So it's looking like Muck Cross lane 1 has about 3/4 of a length over the commercial sculler in lane 2. And then on the far side, you can see the new Ross sculler in 3. That Muck Ross sculler really going for it now, really putting the hammer down as he extends this lead over the commercial sculler in 2, the new Ross sculler in 3, and then we've got the other commercial sculler further down the course. But it looks like New Ross there has had a problem. He's stopped rowing. Oh, the race has been stopped, it seems. We've had 3 of the scullers have stopped rowing. Oh, finished. Oh. Finish line. Uh-oh. So that was a win for the New Ross sculler in that time trial, and we'll hand it back over to you, Alan, for the next race.
Thanks, Leah. Yes, well, the next race sees Kavanagh, O'Grady, both from University of Galway, Flynn from Commercial, Cusson from Muckross, and Cunningham from UL. And as they passed us there at 700, there was already a huge spread in the field. The real showers were Flynn from Commercial, who was holding second place from O'Grady from University of Galway. That was after about 700 metres now, and those two were rowing very strong and rowing away from the field. Trying to play catch up now was the other University of Galway sculler with the UL sculler Cunningham. He was holding third place, closely followed by Kavanagh from University of Galway, and a good way back then to Cusson from Muckross, who unfortunately then just made it impossible with the spread in the field, impossible for us to follow. But the next heat has kicked off, but we'll let this one come to you. But really showing strong was Flynn from Commercial and O'Grady from University of Galway. Those two, I'd say, would be battling out for the top times, and I would be surprised if we didn't see at least one of those in the final.
Yeah, so we got 2 more of these intermediate single sculls men time trials. Second last one on the course now. As Alan was saying, there's still a bit out now with Commercial Flynn leading the way from University Galway. O'Grady, that's the 1-2, but everybody in with a chance of making this final. And they got to keep going all the way down to the end. We'll pick this up shortly when they come into view. Rowdy. As these crews approach us now with about 300 metres to go, the 4th time trial men's intermediate single sculls. We have University of Galway, O'Grady leading the way now. He's pushed out in front of the Commercial sculler Flynn. So these 2 crews have a considerable lead now in the rest of the field. It's interesting watching these time trials, the difference in standard right through. I mean, that must be 400 metres between the first and the last crew. This is interesting. And how the field can be so spread out. But there you go, that's the way it is. But with about 250 metres to go, this sculler now from University of Galway, Flynn, looks very neat and tidy and coping very well now out there. As you see him now, look, he's pushing along, and he knows he's got to get a fastest time. That's why he's pushing fast. He's up high on the rate, because it's not this heat he wants to win. He wants to make the top 6 to row in the final later on. And away he goes now, and he's flat out for the line, about 10 strokes left. So up to the line, University of Galway, winning this 4th time trial of the men's intermediate single sculls. Second over the line will be Commercial Flynn as he approaches now. So we'll watch this race come down, and you can see the other one coming down behind them. That's how spread out this race is. But don't forget, we're still pushing for times, these crews. And you can see them now, as I said, well spread out. But as these last couple of crews come over the line, as the last sculler crosses the line, the Mucker sculler coming up towards the finish. Those crews were well spread out, Alan, but if you can pick it up for a little bit now on the last time trial of the men's intermediate sculls.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, well, another big spread in this field as well. So unfortunately, we weren't able to follow it too much, but we got it from about the 500-meter mark through to with about 800 to go. And clearly out in front, there was a big battle there between Tanner from UL and Hourihan from Skibbereen. Further on back there, Bulger from Trinity and O'Donoghue from UL were also in the mix. Richardson from Enniskillen well off the back, unfortunately from the off there. But Hourihan, Skibbereen and UL Tanner on the enclosure side were really hammering it out. Bulger was in the mix up until about the 1,000-meter mark, where O'Donoghue from UL in lane 2 really squeezed him out of it. So as they push on towards you, unfortunately they've gone out of view at this stage and we can't follow them due to the spread in the field, but it's UL Tanner and Hourihan from Skibbereen that really look like the two to watch in that heat, putting down some really strong rowing. UL O'Donoghue in lane 2 isn't out of it yet, and Bulger from UC or Trinity was fighting back after a little bit of a few wobbles during the middle of the course there. But as they move towards you, it's Tanner from UL and Hourihan from Skibbereen who are showing the strongest in that heat.
And well in view, we can see the final time trial for the men's interscull, and it's a battle to the end between the two UL scullers. But as they come to the line, it's the UL scull in lane 6, Cunningham. So it's the two UL scullers. As the other crews come across the line now, it's a more tightly packed time trial in this heat, in particular. So we have most of the crews in line there, or come across the line there, and we're waiting for the final sculler to come through now in lane 4. So that is the end of the men's intermediate scull time trials as we await the final results. On your schedule was the men's senior pair heats, but that has now been moved to a straight final, which will be taking place at 11:30. So we await now the start of the men's Junior 16 eighths race.
So we kick off with the men's junior 16 eighths, and it's Coláiste Enniskillen, Castleconnell, St. Joseph's B and Enniskillen B. And as these guys are hammering off the start, we're at 200 metres. And as you'd imagine, no one is out of it yet. St. Joseph's B slightly down, and I would say it is Castleconnell slightly up, but this is going to change because Enniskillen A have decided to come to the party in lane 2, and they are have a bow ball over Castleconnell, have a bow ball over Coláiste right beside us, and St. Joseph's B slightly off the back now, and Enniskillen B just fading slightly. But I would say there's 4 boats out of this in the mix, and it is the best seat in the house for these guys. These guys are absolutely fearless, and they are hammering it out. It's Enniskillen A, I would say, who have half a canvas over Castleconnell at the minute. There's literally nothing in it, and Coláiste, we're going to hit the 500 metre mark any second, and you're going to see that it is we have Enniskillen Enniskillen through first, Castleconnell through second, Coláiste through third, and then we're over to Enniskillen B and St. Joseph's. 3 to go through on this. But some fantastic savage racing here with these top 3 boats, and they are in the clear, but nobody wants to finish second, nobody wants to finish third, even though they'll all go through. St. Joseph's slightly off the back, and Enniskillen B slightly off the back, but it's all about Castleconnell, Enniskillen and Coláiste in this heat, and they are hammering it out. There is nothing between them. We are 700 in, and Enniskillen still holding that lead, rowing really long and strong, fit lads, these guys, and they are putting that power down. So Castleconnell still just edging back on that Enniskillen A crew. Coláiste holding that third place and holding it well. But they're all overlapping, so it's those 3 boats looking back. Enniskillen B probably about a length or 2 back, and St. Joseph's B a few more lengths further on back than that. This is exciting stuff. Lovely conditions out here in the middle of the park at the minute. Great for 8ths rowing. Coláiste like with the Cox right beside us here, driving on his teammates. Stroke man looking across there, just seeing where his teammates are, seeing where the opposition are. Castleconnell now just not able to get back in on top of Enniskillen, but they're still all overlapping. There's literally nothing in it. There's half a length at most to Castleconnell, with not even a bowman between themselves and Coláiste. So it's these 3 boats that are tearing strips out of each other. Further back, Enniskillen B and St. Joseph's slightly out of it now at this stage, but these 3 boats look like they're charging towards qualification for the next round, but they don't care. They want to win this heat. It's all about crossing the line first. Enniskillen still holding that, but it's Enniskillen and Castleconnell, and there's literally nothing between them, and there's only another few feet back to Coláiste. Oh, some fantastic eights racing here. Enniskillen Cox poised in an aero position. She's not going to slow them down, using up any valuable watts of these boys are hammering down through the water. Enniskillen A really showing strong here, but they're just not being let go. Castleconnell will not let them go, neither will Coláiste Ignod. Oh, this boat, if this is anything like what we can expect in the final, it's going to be one hell of a race in this men's junior 16 eights. Enniskillen held that lead the whole way. They have edged slightly ahead of Castleconnell now. They've edged from half a length to maybe 3/4 of a length. Coláiste Ignod are still in the mix as well, but they obviously put a push through the middle of the park, and that has given them some dividends. Oh, there's a bit of warning. Umpire is over. We could have a little bit of a clash. Cox is trying to correct. Oh, there's the Coláiste Ignod are heading straight for Enniskillen. There could be a bit of a warning here. There is a big time warning for the Cox of Coláiste Ignod, and he has to move across, and he is going to lose some distance on that. The Cox in Enniskillen was getting a little worried. They're inside the last 500 now, and Enniskillen have eked that out to almost a length over Castleconnell. Coláiste Ignod have certainly cost themselves with that steering mistake and that warning. That was almost a clash. It could have been a difficult decision for the umpire, but Enniskillen A have controlled this all the way, and they have just now got clear water over Castleconnell, over Coláiste Ignod. We are inside. I'm getting carried away here. We're inside the last 350, but this was some cracking racing. We're going to hand it over to the tower to watch this one home, but these boys are knocking lumps out of each other, and they're absolutely invincible.
So the A crew from Enniskillen leading the way home here in the first heat of the boys junior 16/8s in the yellow boat in the M-Packer as they charge down now. 3 to qualify, so these 3 crews are comfortably in front of the other 2 boats behind them, the Enniskillen B and the Bish crew, considerably behind. But Enniskillen looking very smart. These are the next year they'll be racing junior 18, but 3 crews will qualify for the final later on. It's Enniskillen A crew. Coláiste Ignod on the far station had a little bit of steering problems earlier on, but they've held on and everything's okay, and there's nothing between them now and the Castleconnell crew. Absolutely nothing for second and third. But it's 3 crews to qualify with less than 5 or 6 strokes. Enniskillen looking very good for the final later on, taking the win in this first heat of the junior 16 boys 8. Castleconnell just about edging Coláiste Ignod possibly. We'll have to wait and see, but it doesn't really matter. These 3 crews will qualify, and unfortunately the other 3 crews won't make it. Well done indeed to the junior 16s entertaining us here this morning down in Inniscarra. So after that nice 8s racing, Alan, I think you enjoyed that first one. Hopefully you'll enjoy the second one. We've got I'll hand back to you now to take the second heat of the men's junior 16/8s.
Thanks, Sherry. We are tearing down the lake now, but no sign of it at the minute. That one could have gone off. I know there was a bit of a reshuffle in the timetable, so that one might have gone off a little early. This one could be on time. We're just at the 1,000-meter mark, so no sign of it yet, but as soon as we come across the action, we'll pick that one up. And we're at the 500 metre mark for the second heat of the men's junior 16-8 with commercial St. Joseph's A, Neptune, Blackrock and St. Michael's coming towards us, and showing very strongly is the St. Joseph's A crew. They are holding a bit of a lead over Blackrock, over commercial, over St. Michael's. Neptune slightly off the pace at this stage. I would say the top three boats there would be St. Joseph's, Blackrock and St. Michael's, with commercial and Neptune. The Island Bridge club's just slightly down, but not too far down at this stage. 600 metres in, and it is St. Joseph's A crew moving very strongly through the field. We're right beside the commercial crew now, and they are dishing out some very nice pace. And coming back into it, the Neptune crew unfortunately look like they could be slightly being dropped here off the pace. The Blackrock crew a little scrappier, but certainly a lot of power in that crew. Now they're slightly out of sync. That could cause them trouble later on. The St. Joseph's A crew moving much more smoothly, a bit more power maybe in the Blackrock boat, but they're just not putting it down at the same time, at the same pace, at the same style as the St. Joseph's crew. St. Joseph's now, as we approach 1,000 metres, are moving slightly away. Blackrock under pressure from St. Michael's, and they look back towards commercial and Neptune. They're holding down the 4th and 5th position on this. 3 to qualify on this, and I'd say commercial, who looked a little out of it at the 500-600 metre mark, are moving right back into it. Blackrock now moving very well, but just a little ragged. They're really getting power down, but they're just looking a little ragged compared to St. Michael's, who are right beside them. And St. Michael's are having a little bit of an edge over Blackrock, and commercial moving right back into this now, a length further back then to the Neptune. The real battle here, I'd say, is the battle for that 3rd spot, because commercial are moving right back into the battle here. St. Joseph's A crew moving very well and very strong, and they have clear water over the field, probably about a length and a half over St. Michael's, who now have moved ahead of Blackrock into 2nd place, and commercial have mounted a very strong comeback, and they are moving into that 3rd qualifying spot and are battling for that 2nd qualifying spot. Blackrock look like they could be running out of a bit of steam here at this stage now after a hugely strong start. They are faded now, and they've faded back to 4th at this stage. Neptune still in that 5th position, don't look like they're gaining on the field, but St. Joseph's A still in control now, as I see the 1500 ahead of us. We're about 600 from the finish, and commercial have moved from 4th position now into 2nd position to try and secure that qualification spot. They're moving very well and very strong. St. Michael's have about a 1/3 of a length over Blackrock at the minute, and Neptune then further back, a couple of lengths back. St. Joseph's well in control at this pace, and as I see the Cox commanding this, the St. Joseph's Cox looking over his right shoulder, looking over his left shoulder, and these boys are moving very well, the St. Joseph's A crew. Commercial look to have crawled back. I wouldn't say secured that 2nd spot, but St. Michael's and Blackrock battling it out there, and St. Michael's have half a length over that for that 3rd, all-important 3rd qualifying spot. I'd say the real battle, as I said, will Blackrock be able to put a push in to get St. Michael's back for that 3rd qualifying spot for the final? We'll see it unfurl on the big screen, and it's over to you at the tower to call this one home.
And it is St. Joseph's in the lead, looking like they are definitely going to secure this spot. Commercial in that 2nd place, so they're the 1 and 2, and it's actually a battle still for 3rd place, for that 3rd qualification spot between St. Michael's and Blackrock. So it's looking like commercial and St. Joseph's and commercial are going to be the 1 and 2 through to the final, and yeah, it's still a fight. St. Michael's just nosing in front of that Blackrock crew, about 1/3 of a length up now, and extending. So keeping this up, they'll get the 3rd spot through. That Blackrock crew really working hard, but just not getting away cleanly. Just that St. Michael's crew just more cleaned, more control, getting that run on the boat. The Blackrock crew look like they're struggling a bit, so unfortunately doesn't look like they're going to make that qualification position on the day. And then we've got Neptune following on from the field behind. Back over to you, Alan, when you're ready to take it away.
Thanks, Leah. So we're moving down the lake now towards the next heat, which is a qualifying race for the women's intermediate pair. It's going to see UCC, University of Galway, UL B and ULA, and 3 to qualify. So just 1 to get dropped from this. So the real focus is at the back of the field. The next heat after that will see Trinity Commercial, University of Galway and Anna Liffey fight it out for the same 1 to get dropped on that. So heartless and cruel it may well be, but no one got into rowing for the fun. We're going to see this heat now as we're at the 1,000-meter mark. Looks like we're approaching a little bit of rain. We'll get the hood up and we'll see if we can call this one. So we'll be back with you in about 30 seconds now when we have right up with this race. So we're just sitting here at the 900-meter mark, and starting to show is UCC to Galway, University of Galway, University of Galway and the 2 UL crews. So there's literally only about 3 lengths between them now as a shower starts to hit us here at the coming up at the 1,000-meter mark. Oh, and we've got someone in. Bit of drama at the 900-meter mark, and this could decide the entire race. The bow from the University of Limerick B crew is in the water, and the rescue boat is with them immediately, so nobody to panic. Everyone is safe, but someone in the water, and that has probably decided the race at the 900-meter mark. That was a spectacular crab and a head over heels into the water. So a 9.8 for the dive from the judges here in the commentary boat, but everyone's safe. Maybe just a little cold, and the race continues. So it's UCC, University of Galway and ULA crew, I believe, who are in lane 5, but there is 3 to go through, so there is no pressure. These guys are just going to tip it on home. As I just look back, yep, the rescue, rower is out of the water and in the rescue boat. So unfortunate for anyone to end up in the water, but everyone's safe, and that's the main thing. So UCC, UL and University of Galway now, as the shower starts to fall, they'll all qualify for the final. Now will they battle it out as to who gets what lane? Doesn't seem to be much of an advantage now. Certainly nothing has appeared in the rowing so far today to make you think that there's a particular advantage other than condition-wise from any particular lane, other than being in the middle lanes, able to see your opposition a little easier. The rain seems to have quelled the course, and in fact, if you can deal with the showers, there's some lovely rowing conditions out there at the minute now. Tailwind and quite flat as we look across. So it doesn't make for pleasant umpiring or rowing or spectating, but these guys have faced tougher conditions in training. The Galway crew now in the centre have a little bit of a lead over that UL crew, and a few lengths over that UCC crew. But all these three are going to go through once they can stay in the boat for the next 450 meters. Moving very well. As I said, lovely conditions here at the minute once that shower came down. But University of Galway have about half a length over UL, have about 2 lengths over UCC. We're going to leave it to the tower to call this one home, and we'll head back for the second heat and towards the sunshine.
You can see the pairs now as they approach the enclosure. They'll all be through to the final. It's 3 through to the final. Very unfortunate turn for that other UL crew. It'd be very disappointing for them. But unfortunately, that is the nature of the sport that we're in. So these crews can either maybe take their foot off the gas a bit, let the boat kind of glide and run a bit, save their energy for the final, or perhaps they'll battle it out for the first place position to get the inside lane for the next for the final. So it's University of Galway in front. So they'll be getting that one of those inside lanes, and then it's UL number 2, UCC number 3, and that UL crew taking a bit of a push now and pulling up on that Galway crew, so they're closing the gap. Galway crew were almost in clear water, but they're actually, UL crew is actually now drawing level up with them and actually pulling through that Galway crew, and they're now a canvas up on them. So it's now UL 1, Galway 2, UCC 3, all crews through to the final, but it's a competition for lanes now at this point. And it looks like that was UL 1, Galway 2, and UCC 3 coming up to the line now. I didn't catch that. And it's over to you, Alan, for heat 2 of the women's intermediate pair.
Oh wait, now is that race on?
So just out on the water here for the women's intermediate pair. The second heat now. There was University of Galway were not at the races, so we had Trinity, Commercial and Anna Liffey, and Anna Liffey have a commanding lead over Commercial. There is, as it was a 3-boat start, there's 2 to go through, so Anna Liffey and Commercial in a very strong position to hold that. The Trinity crew a good way off the pace now as they've gone through the I would say they're at about, Anna Liffey probably about 600 to go now, and rowing very nicely. Certainly not the battle that we've seen in the last heat, but Anna Liffey and Commercial looking very strong position now to take those qualifying spots away from Trinity. So 2 to go through out of this 3-boat race. Next we're heading back for the big one. It's the start of the early morning finals. It's all morning this time. It's the women's junior 18 double. So we'll be back for that, and the guys in the tower are going to call this one home, the second heat of the women's intermediate double.
So the second heat of the women's intermediate pairs coming along. 3 boats. There were 4 declared, but only 3 showed, as far as I'm aware. And so 2 will qualify now. That's the rule. And Anna Liffey, that's the alumni of DULBC, leading the way here quite considerably from Commercial and DULBC in the far station. So at this point, DULBC look like they won't make the final. They're considerable distance back from the other 2. So these 2 crews will join the other 3 in the final later on of the women's intermediate pairs, if it all stays the same, with about another 250 metres to go. And as Alan was saying, we've got the final of the women's junior 18 doubles coming up shortly, and that will be hopefully a bit of a cracker, and we'll watch it coming down after this race. But as you can see on your screens, the Anna Liffey crew there rowing along nice and gently in the sun. A little bit of sunshine here now at the moment. It's not bad at all. And as they progress towards the finish line to qualify, Commercial obviously rowing nice and easily as well, because they're considerable distance ahead of the DULBC crew. So watching them coming across the line here, as you get nice panoramic views of Inishgarra Lake out here in Cork this morning. As we watch this race, we've got Alan Ludlow on the commentary up at the down the course on the lake, and Leah Coakley and I'm Jerry Murphy. We're here on the finish, and we're bringing you live coverage here, and hopefully it's coming across okay. As we watch Commercial now coming in there to take second position behind the DULBC crew. Sorry, the Anna Liffey crew. DULBC unfortunately aren't going to qualify now as they come in third. So we're going to go ahead back up now to Alan Ludlow, who's going to take this final of the women's junior 18 doubles, and he'll give you a roll call, and away we go, Alan.
It's all action here, Jerry, as we've just gone through the 1,000 metres. These girls are rocking and rolling, and Skib are in control. That is, give you a quick lowdown on from lane 1 on the far side. Muckross, Lee, Skib, Shannon, Ban and Lee Valley. And as they passed us at about 800 metres, they're now at about 1,200, approaching the 1,500 to go. Skib were in control, but Lee and Shannon and Ban wouldn't let them go now. They've put a bit of a distance. Ban have fallen off, so the top 3 as they stand at the moment. Skibbereen out in front. They've got Clearwater over Shannon and Lee, who are battling it out for that second spot. Further back to Ban, further back to Lee Valley, further back to Muckross. So it's any 1 from 3, but Skib were in control from the very start, and it's hard to see them beaten. These girls are moving really, really well, really strongly. Shannon are going to have to react. Lee on the far side, as you look at it there, I see the bow from Lee just looking over, gauging where Shannon is. They're going to have to react if they want to close down on this Skib boat, but this Skib boat has had clear water from the start, and they have moved very well and very strong. They're battling and battling because they can see that actually Lee are now making a big push. I'd say we're we're about 650 out from the finish, and Skib can tie this up if they can secure and fend off the battle from Lee. Shannon are reacting as well, so it's these top 3 boats. It's a distance back to Ban, back to Muckross, back to Lee Valley. So those 3 out of it at this stage, but it's a battle for the top spot between Skibbereen, Shannon and Lee. Now, as I said, Skib have held this all the way. They're going to hit 500 to go now. They probably have clear water, but it is being closed down because Lee have put on a massive push. Lee, I'd say Shannon are holding that second spot. Lee are reacting. Lee's rate visibly brought up now at this stage. Shannon on the enclosure side looking across. I see the bow girl looking over her right shoulder there. Where are Skib? Can they be brought back in? They can if they do it now, but they can't leave it any much later. Lee have definitely closed the gap on that. The sun is beating down, and it's some lovely conditions out here at the moment. Skib now still in control with 350 to go. Lee and Shannon pushing to battle them on the line. I would say Lee are closing down on this. I'm going to leave this over to you to call home, but I would say Lee are encroaching and pulling back in Skib. But is it too little too late from them? It's Skib as they row away from us. Skib, Lee and Shannon battling it out for that top spot.
Thanks, Alan. I did say earlier that these skibbereen crews are dangerous to go up against in these events, in these small boat sculling events, and they have proven me correct. But they have not sewn this up yet. They have been in front from the beginning, but is not assured because they are getting a challenge from this Lee crew over in lane 1. But skibbereen not settling or not giving up, putting the hammer down. They know where they are. And they're going for their push. They've got about 20 strokes to go. They are still 1 length up on the Lee crew, but we've also got Shannon making a challenge. So it looks like Shannon have pulled up into that second place position. They're canvas up on that Lee crew. They are closing the gap on Skibbereen. But is it all too little too late? Because there's only about 10 strokes to go. Skib still just in clear water. Shannon haven't maintained contact. And as they come to the line, strokes to go, it looks like this is a win for Skibbereen, followed by Shannon and Lee for third place as we wait for the official results. And then coming up, following on from that now, is the 3 remaining crews of Muckross, Ban and Lee Valley. So it's over to you in the launch, Alan.
Thanks, Leah. Well, it's coming thick and fast here. The men's novice coxed quad has just passed us here. It'll be coming into view any second now because they're almost entering the last 500. It's a 2-horse race. It's UCD versus Trinity, and as they passed us there was literally UCD half a length up, so these guys absolutely on the limit. It's going to be a real tight one now, all the way down to the finish. We're heading down further now for the women's senior coxless quad, but that race is going to be into view of the tower any second now, but literally nothing between these 2 Island Bridge College squads. UCD in lane 3, Trinity College in lane 4. Half a length with about 650 to go. What will it be at the finish?
So as they go through 1,500 meters, men's novice coxed quads, these guys are only rowing since last September. It's their first year in rowing, and they have a chance of offering a championship. And it's Dublin University Boat Club looking like they've now nudged in front now in the predominantly white colours on the near side from University College Dublin. They both row on the Liffey up in Dublin, and they're rivals, absolute rivals here. This is a big one. It's DUBC now pushing. Can UCD come back on them? It's about 2/3 of a length. It is possible. Novice quads, what a standard for these guys, only rowing for about 12 months, indeed, and credit to their coaches for producing them. But look at this. This is going to go the whole way as these guys come towards us. Yeah, I would say DUBC just about staying in front by about a canvas, or even just about, it's hard to say, but we've got it. It's anybody's race now. The last 20 strokes, any of these two crews can win this championship. We're charging for the line. They're under pressure. They're up at the top. They're jumping over the edge. Here we go. UCD might have pushed in front now. This is anybody's race. I think UCD have pushed out now. DUBC led for so long, but UCD now just edging in front as they head for the line. Whoa, what a fantastic race that was. Men's novice coxed quads. Well done to both crews for giving us what entertainment that was indeed. Brilliant. So we'll get draw our breath after that. That was incredible. Well done. That's been the closest race of the day so far that I've seen. And we got to move on. After that now, men's novice coxed quads. We are moving on to the women's senior quads, and this is a straight final. And we've got 4 crews in this, and we've got University College Cork, University of Limerick, Shannon Composite, Kilorglan, and University of Galway, Queen's, University Belfast Lady Boat Club Composite. So, Alan, I'm going to hand back to you now to take this women's senior coxed quads final.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, well, it really is a tale of one boat, and that boat is lane number 3, and it's UL Shannon Composite, because they are in control, have been in control, and have clear water at the 1,000-meter mark. There is no touching these girls. These women are absolutely humming that boat along. We have to go back. It's literally flat across the board then for second spot between UCC, Kilorglan, and the Galway Queen's Composite. But untouchable out in front is the UL Shannon Composite. And in fact, they've even taken the rate down. In fact, it's they've got such a lead now. They could coast to the finish. The next 750 meters is theirs to enjoy the impending title that they're going to get of Rowing Ireland champions, because they are fully in control. They've taken down the rate. They are so sharp, so crisp through the water, moving that boat so well. The battle for second place is really one of no real consequence, but UCC are battling it out there with the Queen's Composite, and Kilorglan, they're flat across the board. It's anyone's guess for second place, but dominant and in control, and taking the rate down even further is this UL Shannon Composite, because they have been in control as long as we've seen the race. Wait till they come into view now. These guys are a pleasure to watch rowing. So far in control, so much power, so much pace, and they did all they had to do, and they're actually even stretching it out. Even though they've taken down the rate, they're stretching that lead out over the UCC crew, who have a very, very narrow lead for second place over the University of Galway Queen's crew, and they have about half a length over Kilorglan, but miles in front now as they hit the 500-meter mark, and really going to enjoy this victory, this impending victory in the women's senior coxless quad will be the UL Shannon boat. They'll come into view now, and you can appreciate what I've seen is just been spectacular rowing for the last 1,000 meters, because they have moved that boat purposefully with pace when they need to. They've broken the other crews, and they are just cruising now to the finish, and they're still putting lengths into their competition. Valiant effort now. There'll be a big battle for second place between all these 3 crews, but so much in control for the UL Shannon Composite. I'll hand it over to you to call it home, but as they move away from us, beautifully rowing and on their way to a Rowing Ireland Championship is that composite crew of UL Shannon. It's over to you in the tower.
And what a display of confidence coming from this UL Shannon crew. Talk about putting the peacock feathers up, taking the rate down in a final for a senior championship. What a thrill that must be. The confidence to come through this course. Look, as they were beautifully striding down, really just putting on some display rowing for the enclosure for us viewers to see at this point, as they minus a mishap, which I'm sure wouldn't happen in a crew with this experience. This race is theirs for the taking. They've got several strokes to go, and they are taking the rate up just a bit, just for the finale into the final, but this race is theirs. And then further down in second place is UCC, and then it's a battle for third and fourth between the other crews. But today is the composite of UL and Shandon's day for sure, unquestionably. So the remainder of the crews coming up to the line now. We've got UCC with the Clorglen crew coming in fourth, and the University of Galway Queen's crew looks like third. But we'll wait for the officials on those. But unquestionably, looks like that was a win for the UL Shannon composite. So we'll hand over to you, Alan, when you're ready to give us the rundown of the next race on the course.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, so wet in the water for the women's novice coxed quad final. Galway, DULBC A crew, Queen's University Belfast, and DULBC B crew in the final of this women's novice coxed quad. So they haven't approached us as of yet. They are off the start blocks. We're heading between the 1,000 meters and the 500. So as soon as they come into view, we'll pick this up and give you a taste of what's happening out on the water. So back in the water at the 500 metre mark for this women's novice coxed quad. Galway, Trinity, Queens and Trinity B, and Galway are first to show at the 500 metres. They have about half a length over that Trinity A crew, over Queens, over Trinity B. So spread across the field there is a good bit of distance, but Galway and Trinity battling it out now through the 500 metre mark. It is Galway, I would say, with 3/4 of a length over Trinity at this stage, who have 3/4 of a length over Queen's University. We're going to pick it up and follow this as these guys push through the water now with a nice bit of tailwind, and I would say Galway have taken that to 1 length over the Trinity crew, who have 1 length over the Queen's crew, who have a length and a half over the Trinity B crew. So not much in the difference, but at the moment 500 meters gone. It's the Galway crew moving very well. That stroke moving long and strong through the water. A few waves now that they're tapping, throwing the boat off, but it's the same for everybody. A few splashes out there, although conditions don't seem too bad. But very nice rowing now from the Galway crew, very strong. They are still holding that just at 1 length from Trinity, and Trinity now have started to put a little bit of distance between themselves and the Queen's crew, who have a bit of clear water then over the Trinity B crew. So I would say this at the moment, it's 7:50 gone, is looking like a 2-horse race between lane 2 Galway and lane 3 Trinity A crew. As I said, bit of a distance then back. The Queens who seem to be having a little bit of a struggle with some of the waves, although they don't seem too bad now from the comfort of the launch. But again, it's a different matter when you're out in a quad, trying to sit it up nice and push it through the water. Ooh, little bit of a dodgy stroke there by the Galway bow. They would have lost a small bit of distance on that, but they're still holding that length. So I'd say as we look at 1,000 meters now, Galway hit that, and they have, I would say, a length and a quarter over the Trinity crew. There's a nice bit of clear water then that they have over the Queen's crew, who have the same over the Trinity B crew now, who seem to be struggling and have stopped rowing. They seem to be in a bit of trouble there in 4th place. We may have to tail off and let this one away because we don't want to wash them out. So as they move away from us, I would say with about 800 to go, it's the Galway crew, and they have led from the start. They've held that length, and they might have even put it to a better length than a quarter over the Trinity crew. But with a big push, that could all get back together. There's a nice distance then back to Queen's, and well off the back there at the minute is that Trinity B crew. We might have to leave it now because of the spacing in the final between these 4 crews, but as they push away from us now with, I would say, 750 to go, Galway still hold that length and a bit over Trinity, who have that clear water over Queen's, who have a nice bit of clear water then over the Trinity B crew. So we'll head back down to the start. It'll come into view in a little bit. We just can't follow it, unfortunately, at the moment. But moving away from us now, it's Galway. All the action has been lane 2 and 3. Galway still holding that length really strong, holding that length and a bit over that Trinity A crew in lane 3.
Women's novice coxed quads, as they come on down the course, there's probably about another 600 meters left of this race. So still another 2.5, 3 minutes left for these scullers. First-year scullers. If it's as anyway exciting as the previous race, the men's novice coxed quads, very little in it between the DUBC and UCD. In this one, we've got Galway Rowing Club leading in lane 2. I think they're in lane 2, just about, because DULBCA are putting them under tremendous pressure. So can the girls from the west of Ireland, the rest of them are all institutions, Galway Rowing Club, a lot of pride in their club, and they'd be looking for this. This would be a great one if they can pull it off. But they're out there on the far side now with DULBC possibly nudging in front now at this stage as we watch them come through. But there's very little in it at the moment. As you watch it, if you're watching the screens, they're absolutely now nothing in it at all. So this could be a tight one. It's going to be, this is where all the concentration now, especially with scullers. You've got 2 oars and there's a lot going on, and these girls are only rowing for about 1 season. They're novice, so they won't be as experienced, so things can go desperately wrong under pressure. Let's see who can pull this one off. But at the moment, I couldn't even tell you now between Galway Rowing Club and DULBC, Dublin University Ladies Boat Club, who is winning this. It's a 2-horse race now as they move on down here. Let's watch this. There's about 250 meters to go, and if anything, DULBC have pushed out in front now. So Andrew Coleman, their coach, will be absolutely excited watching this one indeed. As they move out to all of a sudden a half a length, Galway Rowing Club have gone a little bit skewy. This is what happens at novice rowing when you get under that pressure. So here we go. It's about 30, 25 strokes left. DULBC have absolutely now pushed out all of a sudden to nearly a length. Unbelievable how they did that. And this is it now as they come towards the line. They just need to steady the ship and take it home. DULBC, Dublin University Ladies Boat Club taking the win. All of a sudden they're out to Clearwater in the last 30 strokes from Galway Rowing Club. It's DULBC from Galway Rowing Club. From Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club, and from the second DULBC crew. So it's a win for DULBC in the women's novice coxed quads. Now we're going back up live to the Alan Ludlow, who's at the 1,000 metre mark for the women's junior 16 doubles final.
Thanks, Jerry. Yeah, actually, we got up a little further, and we've just seen them through 500, and it is Athlone who are in command of this field at the moment. Athlone with Lee C on the enclosure side, posing the biggest threat with Lee A. It's a full Lee complement here. I'll give you the rundown. Lane 1, Lee B. Lane 2, Lee Valley. Lane 3, Athlone. Lane 4, Lee A. Muckross in lane 5, and Lee C in lane 6. So Athlone are in command at this, and they were at the 500 mark, and it's the 2 Lee crews. It's Lee A and Lee C on the enclosure side, sandwiching Muckross, who are battling for that second spot, but Lee Valley and Lee B on the far side, as you look at it from the enclosure, are battling back into it as well. But Athlone are out of the blocks like rockets, and they are holding that lead, and they are actually looking very good. I'm just looking across here as to how their compatriots are, how their competitors are rowing, and some very nice rowing from the Lee A crew, who are in the centre of the course here, and they're doing their best between themselves and Lee Valley to try and roll back in this advantage that Athlone seem to have gained from the very start. Now, good spread of crews here, but the out in front and holding clear water at the moment anyway is this crew from Athlone in lane number 3. Rowing very upright, kind of contrast of styles as you look across. The Lee Valley crew seem to be rowing the technically nicest or aesthetically pleasing, but they are still just holding fourth place. Big, strong Athlone crews, more upright, dealing with the conditions very well. And as I say that, they just had a bit of a wobble there at the 1,000 metre mark. I'd say about 1,200 now. They've got it back very well. Very nice recovery from them. But obviously, blades against water, sometimes water wins. So Athlone are still holding that lead. They still have clear water now. It is literally flat across the board for that second spot. Lee C, Lee A and Lee Valley are battling for that second spot, and not quite out of it yet. You have Muckross and the Lee B crew. So still out in front, even after that bit of a wobble at the 1,000 metre mark is Athlone, and in fact, if anything, they could even be increasing their lead, because they're back into their stride and they're rowing very well through the middle of the course. It gets a little wavy, but then it flattens out towards the finish, and they are back into their stride and rowing really well. A little short, but plenty of power in that. Lee Valley now, their technique is moving them up into third, with a battle for second between themselves and the Lee A crew. Further on back then, you've got Lee C, Muckross and Lee B on the far side as you look at it from the enclosure, but dominant from the start and still holding that lead, even with that wobbly middle section. You've got Athlone, and they have, if anything, probably increased that lead. Rowing very well, very strong. We just don't want to wash anybody out here, so we're gonna have to watch Athlone row into the distance here, as they are about to hit the 500 metre mark, and what awaits for them crossing the line first is victory in this race. But Lee Valley, I wouldn't say we might have spoken a little too soon. They are closing the gap. That skill, that finesse that they've had all the way through this is paying dividends, and they are now about to overtake Lee A, who are on the enclosure side in lane 4. Lee Valley and Lee A battling it out there. Now, have they left it too late? They're inside the last 500 metres. Have Lee Valley left it too late to reel in the Athlone crew, who are very strong and rowing really well? It's going to come into there's a lot of distance to close there, and even though they're moving well, they're probably gaining with every stroke, but it could just be too little too late. Athlone could have done all they needed to do in the first 3 quarters of the race. As they come into view now, I'm going to leave this to the tower to call it home.
And it looks like Athlone have got this, but of course it isn't over until they all cross the finish line. So at the moment it's Athlone 1, and then it was a battle between Lee Valley and Lee A for second place. Looks like Lee Valley are closing in on that lead that Athlone have taken, but it may be all too late, as there's only about 250 metre strokes to go, 250 metres. So they'll be going for their sprints now. and Athlone have the confidence behind them to stay in front. Looks like Lee Valley have kind of lost that boat speed from that surge that they took earlier. So Athlone are into their sprint. They're drawing well in front. Lee Valley in second. Lee in third, who are actually going for a push now. So they're closing in on that gap from that Lee Valley crew. So they may actually still be in contention or still in for a chance at second place. But there's no taking this from Athlone because they are just about to hit the finish line in about 7 strokes time. So it's a fight for second place now. Looking like that crew and Lee have kind of a cleaner run on their boat. Lee Valley look like they're kind of struggling. They're not as tidy, desperately trying to cling on, but Lee have got this run on their boat, and they might just pip Lee Valley to the line. So a real battle there for second place, but from the beginning it was Athlone's race. Oh, wait. And it's over to you again in the launch, Alan, for the men's junior 18 quad final.
Yeah, well, this one has gone off early, and they are almost with you. And as they passed us, it's a commanding lead for St. Michael's, with Castleconnell and Muckers battling it out there for that second spot. Really is nothing between them. Clonmel slightly off the back, but St. Michael's well out in front and in control now. Can they hold it on to the finish? They'll be within view in a couple of in probably a minute's time for yourselves, so I'm going to have to leave it back to you to call it home. But St. Michael's really in control of that one. Big battle for that second spot between Castleconnell and Muckers, but St. Michael's, as they passed us with about 600 to go, maybe even less, were in control by about 4 lengths.
Now, watching this coming in, the men's junior 18 coxed quads, and this is always an exciting one, but St. Michael's from Limerick have absolutely walking away with this one at the moment. What an incredible performance here by them as they push on down the tracks. Their coach, Pat McInerney, is going to be absolutely delighted with this indeed. So, St. Michael's Limerick about 3 to 4 lengths up. Methody College Belfast holding on to second out in the far station in lane 1, and then the other 3 crews are bunched up: Lee, Castleconnell and Muckers. If anything, Muckers are in third, but it is St. Michael's from Limerick who are going to come up here in the last 15 strokes as they sit up proudly, knowing they're going to take this title for the men's junior 18 coxed squad. St. Michael's Limerick, about 5 strokes left to be champions of Ireland. Here we go, St. Michael's Limerick, Methody going to be outright second, and it's a great fight for third as the other 3 crews cross the line. We'll have to wait for the result on that. Brilliant, well done St. Michael's Limerick. As we draw our breath after that, a lot of work and effort went into those crews over the winter months and into the spring, so really well done. Great performance all around by everybody, and St. Michael's Limerick especially. Brilliant result for them. Great program going on in there at junior level indeed. So we now go on to the men's intermediate single sculls. And we're going to head back up the course to Alan Ludlow, who's going to take this men's intermediate sculls. Alan.
Thanks, Sherry. Well, they're still just getting on the stake boats at the minute, so as soon as they leave, we will call this one for you. But give you the lowdown, we've got Commercial Hurley, Todd from Muckers, O'Connor from Castle Connell, O'Grady from University of Galway, Tanner from UL, and Gibbon from New Ross. So some pretty fast times in the qualifiers there. O'Grady certainly impressed me from University of Galway, and of course O'Connor from Castle Connell. They get the 2 centre lanes, so we'll see how it all plays out in the big finale. But that one is going to be off, I'd say, any couple of minutes. I see the flashing light, everybody's getting attached, and we'll be back with you as soon as racing action starts. And they're off the stake boats, and first to show with a massive start is over there in lane 6 on the enclosure side is Gibbon and Tanner from UL. Those 2 rowers now have taken a length on the field. Now will it come back to bite them is the thing. Commercial Tanner, who's right beside us, has also had a good start, but we're flat across the board here. To give you that lowdown again, it is UL Tanner in lane 5. Huge start. New Ross, Gibbon had a massive start as well. Those 2 now have probably a length and a half over the field, with Tanner from UL 200 metres in, 250 metres in, maybe has maybe 3 lengths on the field for everyone except Gibbon from New Ross, who went with him like a bat out of hell after the start. Give you the quick lowdown again on the far side. Hurley from Clonmel, Todd from Muckross, O'Connor from Castle Connell, O'Grady from University of Galway, Tanner from UL with that massive lead already, and Gibbon from New Ross. This will play out at leaving out, I'm sure, during the race. But that huge start from Tanner from UL will see him approach probably 400 metres with 2 lengths over the field. It's definitely, you'd have to imagine that kind of anaerobic effort is going to come back to bite him some way through the middle of this course. But he has rocketed off the start, and he has held that. I'm not sure if he thinks he's at the Fermoy Sprints, but if he was, he'd certainly take home gold. He's through 500 metres, and it's Gibbon from New Ross is only through 500 now, and it is O'Grady through now, and Castle Connell through now, and Commercial through now, and further back then to Muckross. So will Tanner settle into a rhythm and be able to hold this, or will the rest of his competitors come back at you? You'd have to imagine he's still holding that lead and still holding it well. This guy is going to see it at least through the 1,000 metres in the lead, because he's got that amount of clear water between himself and Gibbon from New Ross. All the action here in lane 5 and 6 on the enclosure side. Further over, it was probably my tip for the top, the University of Galway, O'Grady. He's holding 3rd place at the minute, but with O'Connor from Castle Connell holding that 4th place. A little further back now to Hurley from Commercial, who's right beside us here and has looked over his left shoulder just to see where the rest of the field is, and further back again then to Todd from Muckross, but still holding a very commanding lead as they hit, say, 800 metres maybe. I see the 1,000 metre mark just up ahead is Tanner from UL, and if anything, he has increased that lead. Really, he has to settle at some stage, but he is just hammering that out. He's overrating everybody. The best start of the day was for New Ross Gibbon in lane 6, but he faded very quickly. Well, I say faded, he settled into his rhythm very quickly, and now O'Grady makes his move. It's only just now, I'd say at about 9:50, O'Grady from University of Galway has made that move into 2nd place with a steady follow up there by O'Connor beside him. He's probably got a length on O'Connor from Castle Connell. They are now moving into their stride, but still holding that lead, and I would say a lead of about 4 lengths is Tanner from UL. They're going to have to do something because they're through the 1,000 metres now. How do you react to this? It's now or never. Is it too early to go? Are you going to feel this at the end? Will you have a sprint finish? Will you need a sprint finish? Tanner had a sprint start and never looked back. He's still holding this. That's 1100 gone and 900 left, and he now has 4 lengths over O'Grady from University of Galway, who has half or maybe 3/4 of a length over Castleconnell. Gibbon is fading a little bit over there on the enclosure side. Hurley is keeping a steady pace here beside us. Right beside us here with Muckross, with Tot from Muckross now a little off the pace, but Tanner is still holding that lead. This guy, if he holds on to this now, this is some story of a row. A guy who wanted it so bad, who went out like a bat out of hell and just held on and held on and held on. 2,000 metres is a long way to hold on. What can O'Grady from University of Galway do about it? I would say he has taken maybe a length back, but a length isn't enough, because we are now approaching about 600 left. This is, I keep expecting Tanner to fade, and it just isn't happening. This is a massive effort, and he looks so settled, so steady, but just keeps driving it on, and has, if anything, the battle there is for second place now, because O'Grady has visibly upped that rate as they approach now with about 5:50 left. O'Grady from University of Galway has upped that rate. O'Connor needs to react from Castleconnell in the centre there in lane 3. He's going to have to put in a push, because he needs to reel in O'Grady, but he also needs something to run down Tanner. Tanner has a bit of a splash there, but he is on 4:50 to go, and he literally has not looked back. If he can hold on to this, this is one of the best rowing performances I have seen in a long, long time, because he is going to come under pressure. O'Grady has upped that rate, and O'Connor has upped that rate as well. Now, O'Grady would be my tip to reel this in, but the gap has certainly shortened, but they might just run out of water. This could be an absolutely fantastic win for UL. This is going to go to the line, because Tanner is holding on, but O'Grady has significantly upped that pace, and he's upped that rate. This one is going to go all the way to the line. This is anyone's guess. Tanner holding on from O'Grady, from O'Connor, and it's going to be over to you guys in the tower to call this one home.
So University of Limerick, Tanner holding on to that lead, as Alan was saying, and he's out there in front now as they got about 250 metres to go. Charging after him is O'Grady from University of Galway in second position, and then Castleconnell O'Connor now pushing into third. These are the top 3 now as they approach the final 250 metres. Men's intermediate single sculls. Here we go. It's University of Limerick. Tanner leading the way home here as they start the charge now. Here we go into that last 30-odd, 25 strokes. But look at this. O'Grady from University of Galway is absolutely firing. He's having a go at him. There's just, it's come running out of water. No, it's Tanner, University of Galway. He's responded really magnificently. Look at that. Tanner is pushing away again. This is his to win. Men's intermediate single sculls, Championship of Ireland. It's Tanner from University of Limerick going to take this from O'Grady from University of Galway. He's a bit of a stumble, but over the line he goes, and Castleconnell O'Connor in third position. Magnificent race. Men's intermediate sculls, always a very competitive field, and well done to you. Of course, these are unofficial, but it looked obvious to me that it was Tanner from University of Limerick taking the title Champion of Ireland, men's intermediate single sculls. So as we move on now, and it's been a long morning indeed, hasn't it, for all of those of you who've been here since 5:30 this morning, getting your first cruise on the water. It's been a long day indeed. Anyway, so we've got the men's senior coxed pairs. It's a straight final. The heats didn't have to take place this morning, and we've got men's intermediate pairs, and Alan Ludlow is going to take this one. Alan, over to you.
Thanks, Jerry. And these ones are thick and fast, because these are already nearly at the there are about 600 to go, and we see Commercial and Cork B crew in lane 1. They're the ones out in front. The other crews now really are the 2 Galway crews. Shandon and Cork A are nowhere to be seen when it comes down to the 2 guys out in front. Commercial in lane 6 on the enclosure side are putting in all the hard work, but they're nearly with you guys. These guys are flying down the course. Tailwind, big guys, strong rowing. These guys are flying along. Commercial and Cork, lane 1, lane 6. This is where the battle is. Have Commercial done enough in the early part of the race? They're going to hit 500 to go, and they're going to have a nice commanding lead. Cork B, I just see now in lane 1 veering out of the lane. They're moving back in. That's going to cost them that ever precious couple of feet when it comes down to the line. Commercial have upped their rate on the enclosure side. They're in 400 to go now. Commercial on the enclosure side moving really, really well, and have a couple of lengths over Cork. Cork are going to have to react, and they're going to have to drive that now. There is no more time to waste. Cork are going to have to react if they want to reel in Commercial. It's first or nothing when it comes to senior rowing, and Commercial are going to see this one. Oh, can Cork put a push on them? Cork B in lane 1, Commercial in lane 6. I'm going to leave it to you guys to call this one home.
And it is Commercial men's senior pair in the lead for this race. This club is the reigning champion of this event from last year, so they will be hungry to hold on to that. Actually, there was a seat race last week, 4 positions in this boat. So they'll really be wanting to get this. But Cork Boat Club still really putting the hammer down. It's anyone's race now. Looking from here, it looks like Cork Boat Club might have this, but it's too close to call. But it is a battle. Both crews putting a charge down, putting their foot down now. They know where they are, they can hear the calls, and they are going for it. They've got about 20 strokes to go. It's looking from here like Cork Boat Club might be in the lead, but it could all depend on the angle. It's between these two crews for sure. And Commercial pulling up in front now from what I can see, taking this charge, strokes to go, and it's looking like Commercial have just hit the line ahead of Cork Boat Club. The mic is still on up. Well done. So that was a great performance for the final, or the straight final of the men's senior pair. Battle all the way to the line. Those races are always the hardest. And we'll hand over to you, Alan, for the next race.
So we're back at the 500 metre mark with the women's intermediate pair. It's UCC Commercial, UL, Anna Liffey, University of Galway and DULBC. And early showing, really, there's no crew showing early. It's kind of flat across the board there. UCC in lane 1 seem to be at the races. Just looking across there, I only see 1, 2, 3, 4 crews. I had down for 6, so I'm not sure if someone didn't make it, but looking across there I see UCC, I see UL, and I see Anna Liffey, and beside them University of Galway. So I don't see any Trinity crew or Commercial A. So it's a 4-boat race for the title. Championship of Ireland on the line here in this final of the women's intermediate pair. So as they pass us now, approaching the 500 metre mark, it's Anna Liffey that seem to have a very slight lead over UL, who have a very slight lead over Galway, and it's back then another length, 2 lengths maybe to Cork. So looking at this one, we've got a lovely view across there of Anna Liffey and UL battling it out. There's literally nothing between them as they pass through 500. A length back to Galway, a length back to Cork. So those 4 crews. Look back behind me just to make sure. No, there's nothing missing umpires with this race. So it is just these 4 crews who are dishing it out for the honour and the glory of this rowing championship of Ireland. Anna Liffey still holding that lead, and the UL crew. If anything, the UL crew look a little stronger, pushing that blade through a little harder. Anna Liffey holding down a little more style, a little more finesse, and it's serving them well, because there is nothing between them. What one has in power, the other seems to have in style and speed and skill. So those 2 crews bang on together now as they move away up to about 700 metres gone. The Cork crew, the UCC crew, are moving back in on the University of Galway for that 3rd spot. There really isn't much between these 4 crews as I stand up now just to get a better view. But if anything, UCC are pushing in slightly and closing that gap on the UL Anna Liffey crew. So maybe it was a big start, but they're moving quite well. Again, these guys are, these ladies are steering with their feet and moving the boat quite well. So sticking in the centre of your lane is what it's all about. You can save an awful lot of effort and gain an awful lot of water just by steering properly. So still nothing between them as they push towards 1,000 metres. Anna Liffey still have that half a canvas lead over UL, and it's not even, I would say, not even a length back then to the UCC boat. And the University of Galway, have 4th place in it, but they're still not out of it. Those 4 boats are still within about 3 lengths of each other, approaching 1,000 metres now. And Anna Liffey are going to go through that first, and they will have canvas over the UL crew. UCC moving very well as well, and Galway making a bit of a push back. Looks like University of Galway, this is their time for a push at the 1,000 metres to see can they close down that gap. But that gap isn't much. Literally, as I said, 3 lengths, I would say, covers the entire field here of the 4 boats. And UL are definitely making a push. Anna Liffey moving quite well. UL just had 1 dodgy stroke there and set them back about a foot. But it's those 2 boats now. They are starting to just get that little bit extra clear water from the field. So Anna Liffey have held that literally 1 foot, 2 foot, half a canvas advantage since we started watching this at about 450 metres. UL just haven't been able to close them down. Now what will happen as we approach the last 700 metres, looking back across, UCC still aren't out of it, but they're going to have to make a move. If they want to make a move, they're going to have to make a move now. University of Galway fading slightly now. All the action is in the centre, and it still sees Anna Liffey hold that very, very slender margin over the UL crew. Nobody reacting, nobody upping the rate just as of yet. Everyone seems comfortable, maybe saving for the last 500 metres. Now just the UCC bow looks over her left shoulder just to gauge where things are. She hasn't made any call. They're right beside us here, the best seat in the house as they travel along beside these racing crews. Anna Liffey still out in front, but literally nothing between them. 1 solid push of 10 strokes from the UL crew and they could close that gap. But it's a matter of measuring your effort, saving it. It's about who crosses the line first. That takes the title, they take the glory. Anna Liffey still holding that lead now as they approach the last 500 metres. Who's going to react? Will someone react after? Will they up the rate? Oh, it really is a chess match here in these top 2 crews. Anna Liffey Still rowing long, strong, very smooth, very finesse. Oh, beautiful rowing by Anna Liffey. And in fact, if anything, they have put just that slight extra foot or two between themselves and the UL crew in lane 3. UL look stronger, look more powerful, and they have upped the rate. This is it. This is it. Something has clicked. And Anna Liffey react. Now, can they react enough? Because UL are closing that gap. That gap is being swallowed up. This is going to go all the way to the line because those two crews now are reacting to each other. UL visibly up that rate. Anna Liffey are reacting. They're kind of put UCC to the sword. UCC have left it a little too late to react, and University of Galway are out the back. But it's a 2-horse race, and this is going to plough straight to the line. It's anyone's guess, and I'm going to hand it over to the tower to call this one home.
And it's been a battle the whole way down between Anna Liffey and UL. Anna Liffey have maintained the lead, but they have not broken contact away from UL. UL have been very successful this regatta. They're a very fit, strong club. So you really would want to get away from them because they will be a serious threat to the finish, surely. But it's Anna Liffey in front. UL just pipped in front of them now. Just pipped in front of them now. It's looking like UL have half a length on Anna Liffey, so it'll be down to the sprint. Who has the more powerful finish? Who can get this rate up and who can go for it? We know UL are the bigger crew, so they have the size advantage, but this is a slick Anna Liffey crew. They've been rowing together years. They're looking very strong, and they are actually pulling up on that UL. It's been over and back between these two crews the whole way, and UL have a canvas up on Anna Liffey. They look like they're actually getting quite close to each other in their lanes. And from what I can see, it's UL just holding that lead. But Anna Liffey, I think, have pulled in front, and I can't see the canvases of the crew, the crowds in front of me at the moment. So I'll have to wait for the official results on that to come through. And it looks like University of Galway coming behind and UCC following. And it's over to Alan Ludlow now for the final of the men's junior 16/8. Over to you.
Thanks, folks. And it is the men's junior 16/8s, Colostignaw, Commercial, Enniskillen, St. Joseph's, Castleconnell and St. Michael's as they are lined up there and they're away. So we are floating around the 500-metre mark, so we'll get right up close to the action and give you blow by blow and see these fearless guys ploughing these 8s through the water all the way home. Bragging rights galore at this level now. These guys will not forget this win, lose or draw. It's all-out effort, and we're just coming up on them now. We'll get an angle. It's difficult to see if anyone is showing early. You probably have a better view of it on the big screen than I do, but at the moment, from what I can see there, it's Enniskillen and St. Joseph's in the middle, with Castleconnell look like the stronger looking crews as they approach the 500-metre mark. We're at the 500-metre mark. We're just swinging into position now, and we're going to follow this as they look. It's an amazing sight watching these 8s plough through the water. This is what rowing is all about. These big boats, big speed, big effort, everybody working together. They are hammering down through 500. I would say you're talking about St. Michael's and St. Joseph's going through that. Enniskillen and Castleconnell, literally nothing between those four boats. Coláiste-Gnod, we're right beside Coláiste-Gnod now. They are very, very slightly off the pace, but literally nothing much in it. I had down on my list commercial, but that could be wrong. So Coláiste-Gnod, Enniskillen, St. Joseph's, Castleconnell and St. Michael's is what I can see here on course, and they are all moving very well. Coláiste-Gnod, they did this the last time. They started slow and moved back into contention. Hard to say that they're slow at this stage, but they are certainly the 5th boat out of 5. But there is nothing between them. They are. St. Joseph's now hold that lead over Enniskillen, over St. Michael's, over Castleconnell, over Coláiste-Gnod, but there is literally just 1 length between the first boat and the last boat as we look at it here. St. Joseph's still holding that lead now. They have a canvas over Enniskillen, who have a canvas over St. Mick's, who have a canvas and a bit over Castleconnell, who have half a length over Coláiste-Gnod, and these boys are ploughing through this water. We're at 1,000 meters already. St. Joseph's are going to go through first, Enniskillen are going to go through, and there is literally only still that canvas. Now, what will the call have been? What will the plan have been? What will these 8 guys, coach and Cox, have planned? Will it be 1,000 meters? When do you put the push on? What happens if you're up? What happens if you're down? All of these questions. The Cox is the boss in that boat, and they will have had a plan. Now they're going to have to react to what everyone else is doing, but still, as I look out there, I don't see any huge reaction. St. Joe's Cox looks over, just gauges where the Enniskillen boat is, and that Enniskillen boat is putting a little bit of squeeze, a little bit of hurt into St. Joe's at the minute. They are starting to take a little bit out of St. Mick's and Castleconnell on the enclosure side. Coláiste-Gnod, is it time for them to drive on? There's a lot of pain. I'm literally 10 feet away from the Coláiste-Gnod boat, and I can see pain, and I can see strength and speed and skill pushing these guys on. This is fantastic work. Further into the centre, St. Joe's are just holding that very, very, very brief half a canvas over Enniskillen. These 2 boats are pushing out, and they are going to make some difference. I think they're getting clear water over St. Mick's, over Castleconnell and over Coláiste-Gnod. Now's the time for the other boats to react if they want to stay in the mix. 500 metres is coming thick and fast. We're at 600 to go at the minute. St. Joe's still hold that half a canvas lead. Enniskillen, again, Enniskillen could close this with 1 drive, but they need to save it for the finish. What's going to react? Oh, these 2 Coxes staring each other down. This is fantastic stuff as we hit 500 metres to go in the final of this men's junior 16-8s. These 2 boats are out in front. They have clear water over St. Mick's, over Castleconnell and over Coláiste-Gnod. These guys have to react now. This is a 2-horse race, I reckon, and this is going to go all the way to the line. I'd say this is neck and neck. If anything, Enniskillen are now taking a foot. St. Joe's have to react. Spuddy, Leah, this one is over to you, but this thing is going to go all the way to the wire. As I'm just in line with the boats now, I can see there is 1 foot to Enniskillen. I'll let you guys call it home.
Enniskillen now pushing into the lead, but only just from the Bish. Can St. Joseph's hold on to them? Enniskillen in the yellow boat. Enniskillen pushing out in front now, but oh, they're so close between each other, between Enniskillen and St. Joseph's. Junior 16-8s. This is a big one. This is the one you're all down here to watch this afternoon, early afternoon. Here come St. Joseph's. Here come Enniskillen. It's these 2 now for the win. One of these crews will take it. They're out in front by clear water from the rest of them. I think St. Joseph's have nudged in front again. The Bish from the west, from Galway City, the mighty Western men are charging. But can the Enniskillen men charge again? This is absolutely dead level. We've got about 25 strokes, 20 strokes to go. Up we go. Enniskillen have nudged in front. We're going towards the line. Enniskillen have slightly about a canvas now. They've jumped out. They're being the strongest crew as we head to the line. Up we go, junior 16-8s. We're just there. About 3-4 strokes to go. Oh, I would say Enniskillen look like they've got it from the Bish, from St. Joseph's. What an amazing race. Incredible performance from these junior 16-8s. Give them a massive round of applause. That's brilliant stuff. Well, indeed, what a amazing, crazy race. Brilliant, absolutely. And well done, Alan Ludlow, down the course for giving us brilliant coverage indeed. And then you had your pictures on the screen. So, Enniskillen, they'll be happy. And of course, we've got the big Junior 18s coming up. The same clubs will be out again. Junior 18s coming up tomorrow, where they'll be fighting each other again. So, we'll draw our breath. And we've got some Junior 16 quads races. And these are all straight finals. These were held over from yesterday. And I'm going to head back up to the course, Alan, and you can let me know now if the first of those Junior 16 quads are on the way.
So here we are, the men's Junior 16 Cox Squad, and it's Methodist College who are out in front. They have a lead over that Cappoquin B squad, and they are in the big mix there, Cappoquin, CRCC, and the Shandon crew over in lane 1, 2 and 3. Looking further back, then we've got the Muckers E crew and Prez Cork. So those guys are out of it at this stage. But Methodist College on the enclosure side, they're the ones making all the running. Big battle here at for the second place in this time trial. But out in front and moving really well and really strong is that Methodist College. They're through 1,000 meters now. I'd say 9:50 to go on the for this Methodist College squad. Looking back, you've got Cappoquin, big strong lads in that Cappoquin, both moving it very, very well, and Shandon holding that third place. And we've had some issue. There's an issue on CRCC, and they have stopped. Not 100% sure. Just like, oh, broken oar. Yeah, I can see a broken oar there for that CRCC. Such was the power being driven through the water, so oar couldn't take it. CRCC unfortunately are out of commission, and Methodist College are just putting more and more and more distance between themselves and Cappoquin and Shandon. So it's a 3-horse race there for that. You go further back and you see Prez Cork, and then further back again, and it's Muckers now. Because of that incident of the snapped oar, the boys are back rowing again, and yeah, we're just going to have to tail off here. I'm going to have to let this one go into the distance. But Methodist College on the enclosure side from Cappoquin, from Shandon over on the over in lane 1. But Methodist College control this all the way, and they look like they're on their way to cross the line first in this time trial.
So probably about the 1,200 metre mark, we can see the first time trial of the men's Junior 16 quad coming towards us. Methody clearly in front, but it looks like one of their oarsmen has had to stop, but they've got it back together again. Very quick recovery, very impressive there. They were quite a way in the front, so they've secured their lead for now in this event, but it is a time trial, so that may affect them. So Methody have a very good program going on at the moment. So you can see it now there in their performance. They're rowing very well, very strong in front, and it's really a battle for second place. So you can see them coming into the into our view in the enclosure now. Methody still in the lead. So it's Methody 1, and then it's the crew from Shandon still in second place, Cappoquin in third, and it's looking like a battle for second place here. Methody in clear water in front of the Cappoquin and Shandon crews. It's looking like Cappoquin have now come into the second place position. They're about half a length up on Shandon and extending that lead. But Methody can just enjoy themselves now. They're into the last few strokes as they come up to the line, getting ready to cross, and it's Cappoquin 2, Shandon 3 with about 10 strokes to go, with the remaining crews coming into the last 150 metres now. And we'll head back over to you, Alan, and you can give us the SCA on what's happening out on the water.
Thanks, Leo. Well, we're down at the start, and according to the draw, I was expecting New Ross and Commercial B, but no sign of them in this race number 280. Conditions not too bad, actually. The scullers seem to have managed them pretty well. We have Muckers B, Muckers D, Commercial C, and Enniskillen B in this time trial run. But down at the start now, and it's pretty nice. Bit cloudy. Was hoping for a bit of sunshine, but that tailwind is going to be nice to drive these lads home, help these lads get there. No sign of New Ross and Commercial, and we're at attention, and we are go on this second heat race, number 280. Muckers, Commercial, and Enniskillen. So we'll carry this as far as we can, and as these lads rip off the start, Enniskillen, if anything, you have half a canvas, but the Muckers B crew seem to be putting it up to their compatriots right beside them there in Muckers E. So great to see so many scullers out there, junior 16 especially, on their way to their sculling journey through life, and hopefully a few pots and Irish championships, home internationals, and maybe even greater things lie ahead for these guys. Lane 3, that's the Muckers crew now, who were second off the start lift. They're starting to show now over Enniskillen, and they have a canvas at 300 metres. So field spreading out already on these four boats. Muckers, Commercial, and Enniskillen on the enclosure side. So even at this early stage, this Muckers crew and the Enniskillen crew are putting a couple of lengths into their rivals, the Commercial and the Muckers E crew. So this race could spread out pretty quickly. So these two crews, Enniskillen on the enclosure side, Muckers in lane number 3, are at about 450 metres, and they're moving very, very nicely, very well. Further back then, they've put about 2 lengths into Commercial, who are neck and neck with the Muckers E crew. As I said, this race will probably spread out pretty quickly. They're about to hit the 500 meter mark. So it's going to be Muckross crew in lane number 3 that go through that first. They have half a length over the Enniskillen crew on the enclosure side, and it's a good distance back then to Commercial and Muckross East. They're battling their own battle, so looking across at each other, I'd say those guys are going to go head to head the whole way home in lane 4 and lane 5. Out in front now and stretching it to about 3/4 of a length is the Muckross crew over that Enniskillen boat. The sun started to come out, conditions not too bad. As I said, that nice tailwind, not a huge amount of waves on the out here. I would say conditions as good as you got today, but these guys are handling it all very well, taking it in their stride, and I would say Muckross have moved up to 3/4 of a length over the Enniskillen crew, and I would say they will gradually increase that lead. We're at, I would say now we're at about 750 meters. We're going probably the other two crews, Commercial now looking back there in 3rd place, have a better length over that Muckross E crew further back, and but this Muckross B crew, you just have to excuse me just referring, make sure I have the correct number on them, but the Muckross B crew now have stuck a length and a half into Enniskillen as they're approaching probably about 50 meters more to go now to hit the 1,000 meter mark. They're moving very well through the water, nice and together, nice and controlled. Little dip there onto bow side from them, but they recovered well, just adjusting to the conditions. The Enniskillen crew, as you'd expect, rowing very well, very tidily. Do they have something? Do they have a push at the 1,000 meter mark that could see them get back into it? But you're picking this up now. You should have some great feed of this race, these top two from the drone. I see it there over on the enclosure side as it follows the Enniskillen boat all the way up through the 1,000 meter mark. But we're just right here with them. Bit of a splash there from the stroke man in the Muckross boat, but he's still holding that lead, and I'd say that lead has gone out to about 2 lengths at this stage. Both crews moving really well away from their competitors there. That's the Commercial crew in 3rd, who are holding a couple of lengths over the Muckross E crew, who are rounding this off in 4th place. Muckross moving very nicely now. Little bit rushed on the slides as the boys try and make up for getting to feel a little bit tired at this stage now, this far in and holding this lead. A lot of effort went into controlling the lead, but as we saw earlier, getting out in front is half the battle. Staying out there is the other 90%. Finishing it off is rounds that out. My maths is pretty bad here. I think I've gotten up too early to work this out of my head, but definitely now a commanding lead from Muckross. I would say they're about 3 lengths, 4 lengths up now at this stage on the Enniskillen boat. Both crews moving really, really nicely, but I can see the last 500 in view, and these guys are going to put in a really, really good time. Battling for the fastest time down the course. That's what's going to take home the title today, and these guys have certainly put in the effort. They're leaving nothing out there, nothing to chance, taking every second. Bowman in the Enniskillen boat looking across just over his right shoulder, gauging where these guys are, seeing can they be reeled in, seeing can Muckross be drawn in to cross the line, for them to cross the line first. Further on back, we're just going to have to tail off a bit now because the Muckross E crew are some distance back and we don't want to wash them out, but their compatriots, their brothers, Muckross B, are pushing well towards the finish, moving really, really nicely. We're going to have to call this one now as they push away from us. We're at the 500 to go mark. It's going to be Muckross from Enniskillen. Big distance then back to Commercial, big distance further again back to Muckross E crew. I'll let you guys call it home from the tower. Thank you.
Yes, Muckross B continue to lead here in the Junior 16 coxed quads from Enniskillen B crew. So they've got, it looks like Muckross have about 4 crews in this event, which is a strong group of boys, 16s. So Muckross looking very well here now. And don't forget now, all these time trials coming down. It's the fastest crew overall out of all the races. So it's a matter of Muckross now to keep their foot on the foot plate, and the 2 feet rather on the foot plate, and keep pushing all the way home here. Start building for the line, get the fastest time. And Enniskillen holding on to 2nd position, and then a considerable distance back to the other 2 crews. So Junior 16 coxed quads, They have a steerer in the boat sitting in there in front of them. If you see his little head sticking up behind the bowman, and he's steering the boat for them. So Muckross coming in now. You can't miss them in the canary colours. And up the rate, get that fastest time and take it home from Enniskillen, and then followed by Commercial and the other Muckross crew. So it'll be a fast time now with that tailwind coming down behind them as they come over the line. It's a win for Muckross from Enniskillen. So we have another 4 races to go in the Junior 16 Cox Quads, and we will go back up now and we'll ask Alan Ludlow. Alan, have they started the next race in the quads?
They have indeed, Jerry, and they're just coming towards us now as we look around. I see the Commercial crew are just rowing slowly past us. I'd say they were the guys that maybe missed the last race, but in this race, St. Joseph's, Neptune B, Skibbereen, Closhtignod and Enniskillen, just double checking we have everybody there, and we have indeed, and Skibbereen A in lane 3 out in front. Battling with Enniskillen. Further on back then to Neptune, Closhtignod and St. Joseph's. Looking as they pass us now, it's Enniskillen, Skibbereen, half a length to half a length to Skibbereen. Neptune putting a real powerhouse down in that third spot, and they are moving very well. Further on back then to the Closhtignod and who is that's St. Joseph's squad, but the sharp end of the race, it's Skibbereen A holding that big lead, small lead over Enniskillen. So those two are battling it out, but Neptune not out of it either. Neptune B crew. So those three have a distance over Closhtignod and St. Joseph's. We're just beside St. Joseph's crew here, so we can't really wash them out, so we may not be able to follow this too far. But Skibbereen are moving really, really well. But it's a Skibbereen-Enniskillen battle now as they push through 1,000 metres. Neptune not out of it yet, but they're going to have to make a reaction. They're going to have to put in a pretty big push. We have some of the guys who missed their last race, the Commercial crew, so they're moving up, letting this race pass, so we actually can't pass them. So these guys are going to go away from us now at 1,000 metres. I'd say there's 750 to go. Skibbereen, Enniskillen, that's the battle in this heat as they'll start to come into view now. We can't go any further, unfortunately, but it's as they move away from us now. Skibbereen, Enniskillen and Neptune, Closhtignod and St. Joseph's in that order.
So it's looking like it's still Skibbereen, Enniskillen in the lead with Neptune in for position number 3. All crews giving it their all. So there are 5 heats for this men's Junior 16 quad today, and it'll be the fastest time from all of the heats will be the overall winner. So it's really for the crews this event to really put their best effort in. There's no chances after this in terms of a final. They've got to give it their all. They've got to give it their best shot. So we see Skibbereen in front there, really digging deep, putting the hammer down, rowing nice and strongly up against these crews. On the screen we can see that they're up against Neptune. They're about 1,200 metres, so they've got about 800 metres to go. So they're just visible in the distance now, coming in towards the enclosure. And it's Skibbereen still in the lead, Enniskillen 2 and Neptune 3. So for any of these crews, if they've entered any of the Grand Leagues earlier in the year, it'll really, that experience will stand to them where you're racing against someone that's potentially in a different heat. And Skibbereen just really coming now. I think they can, it's almost as if, they've come to the enclosure, they know where they are, and they're getting ready for that last sprint into the finish. About 400 metres to go, but Enniskillen have made a push up as well, and they're actually, it looks like they might be closing in on that Skibbereen crew, but Skibbereen, clear water in front, be very difficult to catch them, and there is a visible increase in speed of their boat. They're rowing nice and strong. They're taking their sprint. They've got about 20-25 strokes to go. Enniskillen are going with them, but it doesn't look like they're going to catch them. And these two crews are clearly in front over the Neptune 8, which is about 4 or 5 lengths down from them. And Enniskillen pulling up, coming in. They can hear you screaming. Shout out for them. Let them hear you. It's coming to the end of a tough day, and it's looking like Skibbereen 1, Enniskillen 2, very closed up on them. There's overlap now. Enniskillen have re-established contact with that Skibbereen crew, but they're coming into the line, and it looks like it might have been Skib just pip Enniskillen, but we'll wait for the official results to come up on the screen. And we'll head back to Alan Ludlow for the next time trial of the men's junior 16 quad.
Thanks, Leah. Back on the water, Cappoquin A, Castleconnell, Clonmel, Cork and Pres Cork. And it is the lads of Cappoquin A in lane 1. That's on the far side that are dominating this. They've gone through 500. They have clear water at 500. They have probably about 3, 4, 5 lengths now at this stage over the Castleconnell, and looking across there, that's Pres, Cork, followed by Clonmel. But they are dominating this field, and they are on their way to some spectacular time, because these guys, junior 16, it says on the sheet, these guys are big, strong men, and they are pushing that boat through the water beautifully. They're just moving away. They're approaching 1,000 meters now, and they have a distance on the rest of the battle there for second spot between Castleconnell and Pres Cork, and then further back to Clonmel B. But really now this domination of the Cappoquin of this heat anyway, obviously the time will tell when it comes to their finish time, but they're through 1,000 meters, and that is some pretty impressive rowing. It's miles back now to the big battle and a feisty battle for second place between Pres Cork, Castleconnell and Cork. Further back then to Clonmel. We might have to drop this off because there is such a distance between that battle for second spot and Clonmel. We'll follow it as much as we can, but Cappoquin are dominating this now. They're going to put in some savage time. Will it be enough to take the big one? Only time will tell, but they are rowing so well. They are dealing with these conditions so expertly. If somebody said these were junior 18s or intermediate rowers, I mean, they are just flying down this course so together, getting the power on. A joy to watch. Looking forward in the tower and in the enclosure to watching these guys come in when they were asked to put on the biggest performance of their life. They certainly seem to be at this stage now, because they are dominating this heat, and hopefully it'll tell. It can't do anything but tell on the timesheet. The battle for second place, as I said, goes on, and it's a battle between Castleconnell, Pres and Cork themselves. So those three boats are literally neck and neck, but they are miles behind the Cappoquin boat. As I said, we're going to have to drop back. Clonmel rowing very well, but just don't have the pace of their other competitors in this heat. We're going to have to leave it here. Cappoquin now are approaching about 5:50 to go. You're going to see them on the far side of the course, but they are moving so well, so in control, and the power they're putting down is something to behold. Miles back to, well, maybe I'm being a bit cruel, but it's certainly a distance back to Castleconnell, Cork and Presentation College Cork in that battle for second place. So we'll leave it there. We're going to have to spin around. We can't really get much closer, but as they move off into the distance, Cappoquin control this from the start and are going to control it to the finish. Hopefully their time will be good enough to put them up there among the best. So we're going to leave it there. Cappoquin in control with a big battle for second spot in this time trial between Cork, Presentation Cork and Castleconnell.
Yes, Cappoquin outstandingly in front, rowing very well indeed. And can this be the fastest time of all this junior 16 quads to take the title? We have to wait and see. But they need to keep the power on. They need to take it home now. It's a time trial. They're on their own out here. They must be 200 meters ahead of the rest of them. But it's amazing rowing, absolutely. Whoever's coaching them is doing a very good job indeed, watching them coming down here now. This Cappoquin crew, great to see them out and about doing so well. Castleconnell then, probably just holding on to second. But it's a considerable distance back. But let's sit back and admire the Cappoquin crew coming up to the finish. The only thing out of sequence there I can see is the red cap. The rest is all bang on as they come towards the finish line. So up to the finish line, Cappoquin taking the win in the Junior 16 coxed quads. Now, as great as the rest of the crews come along here, Castleconnell and Cork and Prez pushing along here for second, third and fourth. Cork having a right go at Castleconnell as they come towards the line. Cork might just nudge it. They're absolutely charging, or will Castleconnell hold them off? That's a good race for second. Castleconnell from Cork. Well done to them all, indeed. Great rowing. So, as I said, these are all time trials. They were held over from yesterday because of the weather conditions. And so what happens here is that all these Junior 16 coxed quads time trials, at the end of it all, the fastest crew from all these races will be declared the winners. So that's what's happening. We won't know till all the races are completed. So moving on. We have 2 races left of these Junior 16 coxed quads. So I'm going to hand you back to Alan Ludlow to take the next Junior 16 coxed quad. Alan.
Race number 263, Jerry, and there appears to be a couple of fallers here, Enniskillen A and Waterford missing from the... Sorry about that. Yes, a couple missing here. No sign of Enniskillen A or Waterford in this. It's a 3-horse race. Clonmel, Muckers and Neptune A. And at the moment there, it is Muckers making all the early running. But Clonmel have come right back into it, put a bit of distance between themselves and Neptune. And we've gone through the 1,000-metre mark. Muckers rowing really well. But Clonmel, who were back in third spot there for a while, have really built into this and are moving very, very well. We're right beside them here now. And just to appreciate the skill of all of that, and they have come right back up on Muckers now. They have made a big push through the middle. They've kind of distanced Neptune. Neptune, unfortunately, now would be off the back at this stage, about 2 lengths down on Clonmel, and Clonmel are pushing Muckers for the top spot again. All down to time here, but certainly their Muckers are have held that lead from the off. But are they going to relinquish that now at about the 1,300-metre gone? I can see the last 500-metre mark coming up. But Muckers now with about half a length over Clonmel. All the action here on the far side. A bit further back then to Neptune, but I'd say unfortunately they're out of it. It's a 2-horse race as to who'll cross the line first in this one. Clonmel moving very, very well. Just watching the cox. He is in these bow loaders, so these coxes are low, controlled, steady. Both of them looking across at each other. Oh, what a game of chess as they approach the last 500. There's literally only a canvas between them. These guys are mad to cross the line first. Both of them, both coxes just gauging. And if anything, Clonmel are putting in a little bit of a push, and Clonmel have taken a bow ball at the 500-metre mark. Clonmel have taken the lead from being third off the start to being in the lead in the last 500. That's where it all counts. That's where it matters. And they have taken a canvas now over Muckers. Big push from Clonmel as we enter the last 400 metres. Coming into view now, they have half a length over Muckers. Clonmel with a great push, and they have really timed this to perfection. How will that time show in this time trial? God only knows, but they now have 3/4 of a length. They timed this perfectly, and they are dominating Muckers. They could stick a length in them by the end. Leah, Spuddy, I'm going to hand back to you now to call this one home, but as we leave it now, it's Muckers who just have about a length, or sorry, who are just a length down on a storming Clonmel crew as they head for home.
And the battle continues between Clonmel and Muckross. And there's about 30 strokes to go, maybe 40. So they really just need to grit their teeth, dig deep and push onto the line if they want to get this. So it's looking like Clonmel have maintained that lead and pulled away from the Muckross crew. They're just about to gain clear water. And they've got 20 strokes to go, so they just need to drive it in, empty the tank and go for it, because they need to pull away from that Muckross crew and try get the fastest time. Clonmel still driving down, but actually Muckross have extended this lead to about a length and a half and gaining. Clonmel, as Muckross come into the second place position with Neptune quite a bit behind in the third place position. But coming up to the line now, it's looking like Clonmel 1, Muckross 2, and Neptune coming into 3. So some really, really strong, brave performances, I would say. Very, very gutsy performances there for the men's junior 16 quads. But of course, we will not know the winner until all the times from all the time trials and heats come through. So we'll await those results. We'll hand it back to you there, Alan, for the final time trial of the men's junior 16 quad.
Thanks, Leah. So Skibbereen, Muckross, Killorglin, Commercial and Muckross C in this heat, and we are in this heat of the time trial, and we're just at the 1,000-metre mark, and the Commercial are storming towards us. They have distance over the field, and they're battling up against the two Muckross crews and Killorglin. Skibbereen slightly off the pace there. Commercial looking well in control of this. The two Muckross crews, Killorglin and Skibbereen, as I said, a little off the pace there. Big battle for the second spot between the two Muckross crews and Killorglin, but well out in front, and I'd say about 4 lengths as the wind slightly picks up now. Going through the 1,000 metres is that Commercial crew. Skibbereen slightly off the back. We're just going to have to wait for them to pass us before we tuck in to follow this race all the way home. But it's the Muckross F crew. Great to see so many scullers. But it's Muckross F who are holding that second place over Killorglin, with Commercial out in front, and Muckross C then in that 4th place. Skibbereen slightly back on this, but well out in front and well in control is that Commercial squad now. What kind of time can they put in? They're moving very, very well. Can they challenge Cappoquin? I haven't seen the times, but I would imagine Cappoquin has to be up there in the top. Commercial are going to have to really put the hammer down now if they want to challenge those boys from Cappoquin. But in second place we've got Muckross F on the in lane 2. Killorglin, a few heads down, really giving everything now in this this last race of day 2 of the Irish Championships. But they're battling a nice bit of tailwind now to bring them home, but unfortunately it's helping you, it's helping your competitors, so it's who makes the best use of it, and at the best use at the minute and well out in front and well in control is that Commercial crew. Will they see any complacency now? They need to keep the focus. Sometimes it's better to battle a crew who are right beside you. You get more drive, more power, more passion out of you, but this Commercial crew now struggling a little through the last 700 metres. Bit splashy, but they are still well in control and still have a distance over that Muckross crew, over Killorglin, over that second Muckross crew, over Skibbereen. Now we're hearing some inflamed passions from the cocks of the Skibbereen boat. I wouldn't fancy being on the wrong side of her, because these guys are putting in as much effort as they can, and she is making them pay. But Commercial right up the front there. Commercial are heading towards the last 500 metres. It's Muckross F holding that second place over Killorglin, who are battling with Muckross C for that 3rd spot. Skibbereen, actually, to be fair to them and to be fair to the Cox, she has brought her boat right back into it, and they are now dancing in the mix for that 3rd spot. From being well off the pace to being right in the mix for that number 3 spot. just across the line. They go through 500 metres. Well inside now, the last 250, I'd say, is this commercial crew rowing really well. It's great to see it, and Muckers holding that second spot. The real battle here is for the third spot, and Skibbereen are coming right back into it. But as they approach yourselves there, Leah and Spuddy, for the last race of day 2, closing it out, Commercial are looking really, really strong. I'll let you call this one home.
Yes, Alan, thank you indeed for all the great commentary as Commercial Rowing Club from Dublin winning this final time trial. Will this be the fastest race of all the Junior 16 cox squads? There's one more time to go onto that list to see who's the fastest winner of all the Junior 16 cox squads. Commercial Rowing Club coming along with at least 4 to 5 lengths on the crew from Muckross. Muckross holding second position outright, and as Alan said, Skibbereen charging to try and get back into third position from the Kilorgan crew and the other Muckross crew. But there's no doubt about it, Commercial Rowing Club, Junior 16 cox squad, taking the win here, and they'll go into the pot to see if they're the fastest time of all these races in the Junior 16 quads. Over the line now, about 5 strokes to go. Commercial Rowing Club Dublin, coached by Brendan Smith, doing a tremendous job with all these guys and his team, so well done to them. And that's a fantastic victory for them. And coming now towards the line with about another 10 strokes to go in second position is the crew from Muckross. F crew, would you believe? That's 6 crews from Muckross. Unbelievable. I don't know where they find them. There must be lots of young guys living in Muckross. So over the line, Muckross go, followed by Skibbereen, who tremendously come back from the dead to finish third, followed by the other crew from Kilorgan and the second Muckross crew. So that completes racing, and I'm going to hand you over to Richie here now, Mr. Rowing, World Rowing, who's going to just make a little statement.
Hi everyone, I could have the attention of captains, coaches and crews. Unfortunately, racing for the day will finish after these races here in the men's junior 16 cox squads. There will be no races held this evening. A captain's meeting will take place upstairs in the canteen at 2:30 p.m. We'll circulate a draft schedule of racing for tomorrow in advance of the captain's meeting. So please hold any queries regarding the timetable that we send until we meet in person. And please note that the timetable for this evening has not been circulated. There's no official timetable out just yet, but the timetable will be posted into the Irish Rowing Championship WhatsApp group. So thanks very much for bearing with us today. But once again, racing is now concluded for the entire day. There will be no races held this evening, and the captain's meeting will take place at 2:30 in the canteen. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Richie. And while we're waiting for the final times for those Junior 16 time trials, we will have a bit of a word from our sponsors. Pure Cork. Explore the Cork app. Water supply to reduce plastic usage. Official tourism website of Cork. Events, accommodation, restaurants and activities. Go to www.purecork.ie. Whoop, personal digital fitness and health coach. Go to www.whoop, that's WHOOP.com. Powerhouse Sport, supplier of some of Green Blade's merch and BSG merch. That's www.powerhousesport.com.
Just a further update to let you know that the canteen catering will be open until 1:30 this afternoon. So the canteen, the finish line catering, finish line cafe will be open until 1:30 today. Thank you.